In the new world, you can become anyone. A knight, a commander of hundreds of soldiers, or a thief. This is a miracle of virtual reality, where any role is available without restrictions. The crowd watched the commercial, amazed at the possibilities the game offered. The man was delighted with the game's release. He could now open a flower shop. Later, he and his friend Vancic met at the gym to discuss the project. The owner of the hall was tough. They were afraid that he would hear about the store. He turned out to be the father of the main character, who dreamed of making his wish come true in the game. The owner hated flowers, pretending to be a real man. Jaeho loved flowers, was stern on the outside, but in his heart he dreamed of a store. His menacing appearance made people avoid eye contact. 5 years ago, there was an incident at school involving 2 bullies. They burst into the hall, demanding permission to do business from the boss. Mistaking Jaeho for the owner, they approached the guy sitting with headphones on. One grabbed him roughly by the shoulder, considering it disrespectful. Jaeho stood up. A mountain appeared in front of them. The shadow was stunned. Besides my father, the flowers were wilting in my hands. Allergies were interfering. The game was a salvation. Vancic doubted it. No one had built a store in the game before. Entry capsules are dangerous, and there's a risk of losing your power. You need to save up for housing. A friend suggested going together. He had already started playing. Jaeho liked the idea, blushed, and excitedly agreed. He walked around the room crouching like a frightened cat, looking around. Vancic explained that the start was in Crum, a desert for beginners. Before entering the store, you need to level up. This is a basic requirement. A friend warned me that the Roxchi forest is deadly for beginners. When a character dies, it is impossible to create a new one. Players are unhappy. In the forest, elves block quests, saving them costs millions of gold. A high-ranking character will carry you on his back for a large fee. Vancic strictly forbade going into the forest under any circumstances. Jaeho pretended not to hear and squeezed into the capsule. A friend was shouting about the forest ban and the start in Crum, mentioned ID. A helmet was placed over his eyes. A character menu appeared in front of him. Al-Shia entered the world. The starting location is Roxchi Forest. A chat training field appeared in front of him. He called Vancic. Vancic, nicknamed Muscles Bang Bang, was surprised by his friend's place. Jaeho explained that perhaps the server lag had moved into the forest. The friend was indignant, but Jaeho blocked him, enjoying the flowers. He concentrated on controlling his body, trying out the movements. A man in a black cloak appeared in the bushes behind him. The stranger offered to join the Chonrakyup organization. Jaeho noticed the stranger and turned around sharply. At full height, he was taller than the stranger up to his forearm. Turning around, I saw 2 people running away in cloaks. I thought it was an NPC, but later I realized the organization was real. I took a deep breath, and there was no allergy among the flowers. I began to inhale the aromas, surrounded by the beauty of plants. A notification appeared from the window. The plant knowledge skill was acquired. Now he could recognize plants just by looking at them. The guy began to intensively study flowers to improve his skill. Improved the skill, got achievements, opened the plant reference book. This is exactly what he dreamed of all his life. At this time, a new player, May, entered the forest for the sake of the elves. Despite the difficulty, she hoped to make friends with the elves. Hearing the noise, she headed towards him, expecting to see an elf. May was frightened by Jaeho, mistaking him for a monster, and wrote a post. He figured out the controls and got the reference book from the menu. Simply open the desired page and tap it. The handbook showed the progress of research and the knowledge acquired. To fill it, I decided to study the forest more deeply. Noticing the dandelion, I realized I had gone too far for a beginner. I determined the direction of the forest edge by its flight and went there. A carpet of ilfechi flowers spread out before him, and he admired it. In the middle of the field, an unblown bud stood out. Jaeho noticed him immediately, remembering his school years. Then he looked after the same bud at school. I watered the flower, turned on music, and talked to it. Carefully looked after it until the bud began to bloom. Rejoicing at his success, he even shed a tear while looking at the flower. Suddenly, someone's boot stepped on it, destroying it. Jaeho couldn't believe his eyes, and the offender began to mock him. The flowers, Jaeho himself, and Ilchin cried in rage. Returning from his memories, he promised the flower that this time he would achieve it. Looking up, I saw a message about the Eifelchi flower. I was surprised. This flower had never bloomed before. I set a goal to raise him to prove it to my father. Studying the bud, I assumed that this was another form of the species. I decided to stop exploring and head to the city. 3 hours later, I headed to the elven village as a newcomer. Reflecting on the complexity of the location, the elves blocked the way. Not expecting any problems, he began to justify himself to them. The elves considered him a monster and refused to talk. Instead of dialogue, they went on the attack against the uncomprehending Jaeho. This treatment offended him and made him angry. Having dodged the elf's blow, he remembered his father's lessons. My father taught me to fight by making me do multiple approaches. Willpower helped me avoid an attack in the game. Glad the skills were useful, but doesn't want to injure the enemies. I decided to counterattack to assess the enemy's level. Having gathered his strength, he struck with the full force of his abilities. Due to the difference in levels, no damage was done. It seemed like the end. The elves noticed the technicality of his movements, not believing in his existence. Yahello dejectedly declared that he was not a monster, but a human. He continued to prove that he was an ordinary player and not immortal. The elves were doubtful, sniffing him for evidence. Having smelled the scent of the Ifelchi flower, they realized that it was an immortalian. The effect of the achievement confirmed its nature for elves. He didn't want to fight, just to study the information about the flower. Maintaining a serious demeanor, he shared his desire to grow flowers. Hearing this, the elves decided that he was deceiving them. Huang Yahello realized that the culprit was the Ifelchi flower, which had never bloomed in the Rakshi forest. Mei was excited about the Rakshi forum, but a notification reminded her that she had been in the game for 2 hours already. She didn't know that it was a real player and not a monster or an NPC. I hoped to make friends with the elves on the way to the village of Treyan. Friendship required completing quests, which turned out to be difficult. An elf with black hair emerged from the bushes, which gave 300 reputation points. Mei tried to flirt in every possible way. The elf didn't even react to her winks, but there were many elves ahead. This mistake was not critical. The villagers ignored all her greetings. Attempts to explain his kindness were unsuccessful. Goodwill dropped to 0, threatening an attack from the elves. The stranger offered to join ManhwaCapped, inviting strong newcomers. Suddenly the sounds of a flute, familiar to both, were heard. They realized in horror the source of these sounds. It was Huang Yahello in the company of 2 elves. Mei recognized him as the monster she had seen earlier. Yahello didn't believe it. The elves brought him here to discuss the Ifelchi flower. In his heart he hoped that everything would go well. They climbed the stairs to the village elder Treyan. Yahello was worried that he might be taken hostage and came up with an escape plan. At the top he saw Mei standing at the entrance. The elves explained and brought an immortalian who knew about the Ifelchi flower. Elder Elda is unhappy that the stranger found out about the flower. Noticing her reaction, Yahello decided to act first. He spoke passionately about his goal, attracting the attention of the crowd. The elves were touched by his sincerity and warm heart. The speech absorbed him completely, without a trace. Their attitude changed due to their love for plants. The elder is pleased to meet a man named Alshia. The name seemed beautiful to her, as did his soul. She believed him. He really saw the Ifelchi flower. At this point, the quest to change profession opened. The reward was the title of shaman, a rare profession in the game. Shaman Talayat grew the Rakshi forest on the site of the desert. He helped the elves settle in this place. 200 years ago he died, becoming part of nature. His death was a worthy end to his wanderings. Yahello tried to make sense of the information he had received. By completing the quest, he will become the hope of all elves. The elder asked him to complete this task. The question was spinning in my head whether a shaman and a flower shop were compatible. It was a very important decision for him. He came to the game for the store, nothing more. The boy embodied the hopes of Tilayt Nim, awakening joy in the heart. Their understanding became a great happiness for both of them. There is no doubt that he will be the successor to Tilayt Nim. Lack of skills will not hinder its purpose. Nature makes no mistakes, and the elder realizes this. The successor hesitates. The responsibility is too great. As the chosen one, he must fulfill his destiny with dignity. Crater controls the world through information and AI. The SSS event caused chaos in the company, disrupting stability. The staff are confused. No one has heard of anything like this before. The event turned out to be a quest for a legendary class, inaccessible to others. The shaman will be under strict control, and all steps will be visible. The class level depends on the quality of the game and skill. No one has reached the highest level. They only talk about it. The one who achieves it becomes a legend, revered as a deity. No one has the right to help. This is the will of Tilayt Nim. There is almost no information about the flower, except for the absence of flowering. The skill grows as you study different types of plants. The young man found the right path, and the skill began to work. The dandelions suggested a solution. All that was left was to follow it. Only after 2 weeks the flower began to bloom. Information about the plant grew, but did not please the guy. Observation took a lot of time, but the skill developed quickly. The special skill has acquired new functions, expanding its capabilities. The information didn't change. Something was done wrong. The test produced a monologue from a flower capable of thinking. This skill allows you to feel the emotions and thoughts of plants. An unusual idea of communicating with a flower appeared in my head. A man talking to a flower is a phenomenon from fairy tales. From the outside it looked even stranger than in reality. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, so he decided to try again. A flower must be treated with respect, as if it were alive. Jaeho didn't expect to talk to a flower. Even friends would think it was crazy, not to mention onlookers. The flower stopped being afraid, which was its first achievement. The main thing is to reach the level. The rest is unimportant. For some it is madness, for others it is the meaning of life. Conversations with the flower accelerated the growth of skills and knowledge. Now it is important to determine the exact numbers of the character's level. Information is difficult to find and skill management is unclear. The progress is impressive, record figures in just a couple of months. Jaeho returned to the flower to continue their conversation. The conversations became personal, and the flower turned out to be a good conversationalist. Their communication is enviable in its richness and diversity. Days flew by with such a friend. The flower got used to communication and did not want to part. Sincerity led to the night bloom, a miracle of nature. It was hard to believe my eyes. A real miracle was happening. Jaeho saw a light and an announcement about the completion of the quest. Having agreed to the role of shaman, the fire crashed into his chest. The new features did not create a sense of change. The guy is happy. He completed the first difficult quest. Jaeho thought about talking to the spirit of life inside. The spirit wrote that he was embarrassed, putting the shaman into a stupor. The hero studied the seed of life, which looked like a hybrid of watermelon and coconut. He tried to understand why he didn't feel any changes. The characteristics have remained almost unchanged. Everything is class bonuses. The elves held a celebration in honor of the new shaman. Jaeho and the other players were surprised by such a celebration. Mei joined the group, wondering about the reason for the party. She didn't believe that the elves were afraid of Jaeho, but she didn't understand their interest. The girl remembered seeing him among the flowers. The leader of the group suddenly appeared, frightening everyone. He promised to take revenge on Jaeho for the humiliation and ordered him to be watched. His determination won admiration among the group. Mei noticed Jaeho talking to the elf in a friendly manner. Jaeho explained that he completed the quest thanks to his genuine interest. The head noted that he speaks like a real shaman. There is little information about shamans. Their behavior is unknown. The head decided to tell the story of another divine tree. The previous tree protected the elves by sacrificing itself. Jaeho remembered the desert where the war had once been fought. Previously, humans and elves were neutral. Then people got involved with demons, starting a war. Many elves died. Dozens of forests were destroyed. Since then, elves have been at odds with people, but there was a human shaman whom the elves respected. He grew the tree of life until the end. Now Jaeho will take his place. The guy was surprised by the importance of his role. Inspired, he showed the tree's seed as a reward. The head explained that the seed was entrusted to him as a shaman. The elves will help since Jaeho doesn't know how to grow a tree. The head presented a pink clover, a sign of recognition to all elves. Jaeho is grateful but surprised by the color of the pendant. The head laughed, touched by his reaction. Huang Jaeho was confused and at a loss. The developers are shocked that someone has completed the legendary quest. The boss interrupted the discussion by announcing a major event. He recalled the ban on disclosure of information. Particular attention should be paid to the progress of this player. He found a hidden quest where no one was looking. There was admiration and inspiration in his voice. The elf asked why the chief gave a pink necklace and not a blue one. She smiled and said, "Everything is the will of the great tree." Jaeho decided to leave the village to help other elves. In gratitude, the elves prepared a gift. They gave him a bow, arrows, and a rapier of high quality. While Alshia can't use a weapon yet, the elder has faith. The residents bowed before the hero. Everyone had a request. Jaeho is confused. Being an idol is new to him. The members of ManhwaCapped watched the scene. Once you have the weapon, there is no more time to waste. Jaeho wanted to open a store, not take on difficult tasks. But is it worth saving the Rizman forest, attacked by demons? That area is overflowing with dark creatures, as was written about on the game forum. The shaman came to the conclusion that the sacred tree should be grown where the store would be built. The spirit of life can suggest a suitable location, but Jaeho seemed to have overestimated his companion. As soon as the spirit remembers, you need to immediately tell him about the location. While the hero was planning the future, a noise began to be heard in the bushes. This is a huge bear from the Rakshi forest. He is level 25. Oddly enough, the animal was afraid of the man. Both bounced off each other at the same time. The bear does not run away, remaining in a fighting stance. Finally, the beast rushed at the man with a roar. Level 8 against level 25, Jaeho surpasses the enemy only in speed and reaction. Will the bear be able to dodge? However, now it is better to try the rapier. The shaman doesn't know how to fence, so using weapons turned out to be a stupid idea. One blow took away a third of the health. The rapier flew away somewhere. What should we do if this continues? Death is inevitable. Jaeho spent a lot of time studying plants. There is no time to give up. Even the damage to the joint did not prevent him from dodging the swing. No matter how much power Alshia put into his attacks, a few damages won't kill the monster. Power attacks take more energy, stamina is not unlimited, and higher damage is needed. The boss was waiting for this moment. The brute's weapon is not important. He is only level 8. You can take advantage of the situation and attack the hero after the battle with the beast. Mei should have no doubt. It's all for the future of the organization. The girl believes that getting closer to Jaeho will help in the future. The hero is kind-hearted, talks to flowers, plays the flute, and will not cause harm. In a moment, Alshia destroys the innocent image. Is this really a monster and not a player? A terrible battle. They had never seen such fury. One of the group immediately decided to run away, as if he had forgotten the news. The chief agrees with him. It is important to be aware of events, wanting to escape himself. All that remains is to persuade Mei. Their plan is going to hell. The guys can go, but the heroine is interested in staying and watching. Mei has no idea what Jaeho is really like. In addition to the titles, the shaman obtained loot from the bear's body. The fight was tiring. From now on, I need to distribute the characteristics more carefully. Alshia remembered Vansik's advice, stamina depends on health, which should be increased. The game becomes clearer, the hero gets more enjoyment. Someone is sneaking in the bushes. Jaeho's reaction is instant. This is not a bear, but an innocent, frightened girl. Anger gives way to confusion as to who this lady is. She came out of nowhere, screaming like a victim. The screams suddenly turned to admiration. The young man has lost control of the situation. The mood swings drove the unfortunate man into a dead end. The next phrase finished him off completely. The guy was only wondering what was wrong with the weirdo. Even the girl herself cannot explain the reason for such behavior. Just a little more and the dialogue would have been impossible. The girl wanted to join the hero. The fear of rejection was making my head spin. It was a long journey and all in vain. Did it really work? It's impossible. The guy was shy, but he accepted the strange offer. Moreover, he immediately provided his ally with a good weapon. He is not bad. The weirdo had a positive impression of this guy. However, a bad phrase can ruin everything. The poor thing turned white with horror. Fortunately, the threat turned out to be a joke, and a weight was lifted from my shoulders. The awkward pause had to end. Adventures would have to wait. Suddenly, an official initiation took place. They are now full-fledged allies. No heroic deeds happened. Huang Jaeho returned to his flower routine. This is not how the girl imagined the strongest player on the planet. This man is a botanist. His bright image is an embellished fiction. The young man did not understand what they wanted from him. The situation was driving him crazy. Attempts to fix everything only made it worse. He is an oddball in the eyes of his ally. Now he's not laughing anymore. Jaeho is going to quit the game. And it will happen tomorrow. Time is running out. Luckily, allies share the same time zone and language, making it easier to meet. The games are over for today. Time to return to the real world. Before that, it's worth knowing the names of the charming Mei and the strongest Alshia. The girl misinterpreted her companion's nickname, as if she was mocking him. There was enough evidence to figure out the name of the strongest one from the dialogue. Not everyone can play now. You need to strive for more. It's a toy for boys. Sitting at a computer can cause you to lose muscle mass. The father's hopes are not destined to come true. He will not become a master of martial arts, but in the game, easily. This option is unlikely to suit the old man. The world of games is closed to him. Now something changed in my father. He became too cold. What are his son's goals? To become a champion in a pathetic toy? If so, then who is he? The father has something to be proud of. His son is a warrior, even in the game. There is no need to know about flower conversations. The Rakshi forest is a source of prey and income for bandits. Why does the weak forest have such a bad reputation? It's easy to find. The fair-haired young man had achieved great heights, but he shouldn't have become arrogant. Less than a minute had passed before the impudent fellow pestered the lonely elf. The poor guy doesn't know who he is. All he can do is look at the arrogant one. He quickly decides to put the pride and armor in its place. There is no place for scum in the forest. A madman does not admit defeat. He will not just leave. The blonde man's threats took a serious form. He won't leave the forest without Jonas. An elf can suffer greatly at the hands of a madman. Huang Jaeho is finally back. Mei replies to Jaeho that she also just entered the game. He offers to work together. She agrees. The girl asks to be taken care of and tries to pronounce the name, considering it inappropriate. Alshia's botanical reference book is 50% full, increasing the elf's interest. While Jaeho is studying plants, Mei watches as the boy studies flowers. The girl calls out to him and asks when he started playing in this world. The guy asks again. She replies that Jaeho has been playing for a long time, since he doesn't level up. Newbies level up immediately, but Jaeho just looks at the flowers. Jaeho looks at the girl strangely, and she decides that he is angry with the question. She says she doesn't have to answer, but the guy decides to answer. He takes her by the shoulders. Mei thinks the question was unpleasant. She looks at Jaeho's face, which seems scary. The guy, he shares his dream of opening a flower shop and planting a garden. In reality, the circumstances are different, so I decided to open a store in the game. The girl thinks about a flower shop and an inappropriate nickname, but she remembers that the elves understood Yahello, which means she should too. If Jaeho's sincerity touched the elves, she would be able to get along with them. Jaeho looks at the thoughtful Mei and comes to the conclusion that she is strange. Strange sounds are heard nearby, and the heroes decide to check it out. A fair-haired young man runs out of the bushes. It's Wooster from the Prime Guild. He hurries, shouts that the elves are strong. He doesn't want to die here. After these words, an elf catches up with him and says that he needs to find Jonas. The young man screams and shields himself with a shield, which cannot withstand the blow. The defeated Wooster fell, the elf pushing his shield away. The elf smiles. The shield is strong, but the master is weak. The elf delivers a powerful blow, causing the enemy to lose his balance. Wooster is thrown back but still standing. The blow took away most of his HP. He decides to use potions. He needs to concentrate. He's about to concentrate, but the elf stops and tries to speak. Standing on the flowers, the guy almost manages to use the skill. But at the moment the casting ends, someone takes him by the shoulders. The cast is cancelled. The mana is burned out. The guy looks back in rage and meets Jaeho. The young man looks at Jaeho, not understanding who he is, not an elf in a newbie's clothes. The only thing that distinguishes him is his devilishly angry face. Jaeho asks if it was the young man who trampled the flowers, and he smirks. He understands that there is a newbie in front of him, takes out his sword, and prepares to strike. Jaeho gets ahead of him, hitting Wooster with a force superior to the elf. After the blow, the young man saw that Alshia had done almost no damage. He is angered by the newcomer's behavior, and yells at him to stay out of the way. He continues his attack on Jaeho, who brilliantly dodges it. Jaeho would have needed just one blow to fly out. The knight is unhappy with the departures. During the attacks, Wooster's mana was almost restored, enough for a kill. He didn't notice that he was cutting down the flowers with his attacks, which angered Jaeho. Jaeho is so angry that the enemy will not be shown mercy. Jaeho goes on the offensive, getting into a fighting stance. Wooster is surprised by Jaeho's speed and launches a series of punches. The young man is furious, waiting for his mana to restore. Wooster's mana builds up and he attacks Alshia with fury. The elf came to the rescue in time. It is unknown what the fight would have led to. The armor is destroyed, and Wooster is immobilized. Now the knight is a living sack. He has been put into a faint. There is no time to waste. It is time to get the seed of the divine tree. The spirit of life is trying to reach Alshia. It is not a fist. Wooster is killed. Mei is shocked by Jaeho's cruelty. This big guy killed a player for trampling flowers. All that remains from Wooster is a Twilight Barrage shield, legendary class. The sealed spirit of the Twilight Knights sleeps within it. The elf is glad of the murder, grateful for getting rid of the impudent fellow. The knight came to Traian, behaved unceremoniously, threatening the inhabitants. Finally, next to Mei there is a real elf, handsome, strong, young. The girl helps the hero study flowers. The elf sees her for the first time. Ah, assistant. Tinlight also had partners and companions. No, not exactly like that, but the elf ignored Jaeho. It's time for the forest dweller to return. Let Alshia visit them next time. Mei is so inspired by the sight of the elf that she is ready to become an assistant right now. However, the guy clearly did not expect close cooperation. She seized the opportunity to be closer to the forest race. Now it's her turn to scare Jaeho. Not as much, of course, but still. The guy, despite his appearance, was kind, so he agreed to the offer. Mei changed classes and learned that Alshia is a shaman. Her imagination ran wild. The elves must look differently. She looked crazy after the forest split up. She belongs to Alshia. What does that mean? Wow. You can summon an assistant no matter where she is. I have to try that. It works, except that the girl herself didn't receive any warnings. The girl doesn't understand what it was. Perhaps it was all about the new class. Why is Alshia a shaman? What is his role? The girl had never seen information about the shaman anywhere before. The guy was probably not a newbie at all, which is why he fought the insolent guy so well. The hero doesn't even know how to answer such questions. You shouldn't talk about the quest. You can lie that those who want to open a flower shop become shamans. Well, that's an interesting and unusual goal. They can communicate informally, because now they have become partners in the game. In fact, she simply feels uncomfortable addressing her interlocutor as you. Wooster has lost his shield and title of the Lively One. His level will be reduced. Enough of this whining. All is not lost. He contacts the leader of the bamboo cane. Why such a sudden call? How are things in the forest? He can't bring himself to tell the truth, trying to find the words. The leader warned against going into the Roxchi forest. Experienced players avoid this location. The guild was waiting for Wooster to move up to a unique class, but without a legendary item, it would be forgotten. But although I managed to remember the face, it was difficult to find out the nickname. The killer was scary and probably had a high level. Bamboo Cane plans to check the forum to see if anyone has ordered the services of a leveled-up player. The young man is annoyed and will never forget what happened. How he could behave like a newbie and lose control. No matter what it takes, when he returns, the connection is broken at these words. After leaving the new world, it was time for a snack. The father is in anticipation. He dreams of when his son will become king. If you play too much, you can harm your health, so today you don't need to clean the hall. The hero was trained in many types of hand-to-hand combat. When will this training end? Dad has news. Since he can't help in any way, he decided to buy something. A second-hand diving capsule? Well, I like the device. There is so much faith that Yahello will become a world champion that one can turn a blind eye to the unpaid loan. Wait, but mom knows about the purchase. All hope is that the wife will correctly understand her husband's impulse. Of course, Uni was angry. They were in debt, and her husband had taken out the last of their money. It didn't work to shift the responsibility onto my son. Meanwhile, Yahello watched the family scene from his hiding place. Dad is pleading with his eyes for help. Do something. Damn, the hero was noticed, but he just wanted to watch the quarrel. The door slammed shut. I'll have to endure the tirade alone. Yahello is grateful for this sacrifice and promises to remember his father's heroism. Now he can log into the game right from his room. Fantastic. The botanical reference book on the flowers of the Roshcha forest has already been expanded by 95%. How to fill in the remaining information. Over the past few days, the heroes have explored every nook and cranny in the location. Fortunately, its dimensions are not that big, but maybe they haven't been somewhere yet. Yes, there is one place left unexplored by them. May didn't see anything on the map that Alshia had found out. Big stone mountain? No, not that. How can something grow on a lifeless substrate? The partner has little stamina. The shaman will go there alone. Phew, that's a relief. No need to climb the peak. Alshi needs climbing equipment. Wait a minute. The guy is going to go to the elves. Shouldn't the task be entrusted to an assistant whose nose is bleeding from the desire to see the forest beauties? A well-crafted elven ice axe for climbing steep rock with a blessing attached. Without tools, it would have been impossible to climb up. I was just as tired as I was after intense strength training. Solid rock, no plants visible. May wonders if there is anything among the rocks. She is worried. It is dangerous to go down, especially from the other side. But Yahello plans to inspect the entire slope, so much effort was spent on the climb. 3 hours of rock climbing, 90% of stamina used up. It's not far to the ground. We need to hammer in a hook. The tool landed in the wrong place and was torn off, taking Alshia with it. Yes, there are safety hooks. Maybe they will save the hero. No, they all, as one, burst out of the rock, like a chain reaction. The rope also cannot withstand heavy rocking. The hero falls down, the chances of survival approaching 0. He woke up after receiving a death notification. His level was reduced by 1. The hidden space of tin light, but didn't the hero die? Sealed spirit. I've encountered this before, but it looks like it will take several years. He found himself with the missing 5% of the guide to the Rockshi forest and received a buff. A huge bud. To find it, you need to become a shaman and die. The sealed spirit smelled the sense of nature, elves, and a piece of tin light from the human. The bud opened, and inside it was a world of floral spirits called Bloria. The second-class quest to remove the seal from Bloria will be difficult. The hidden location will be activated after the divine tree's flowers bloom. 15 spirit plant seeds and other items have been added to your inventory. It's probably not wise to touch the sealed spirit just yet. There is still so much unknown and hidden. A brave new world. He is resurrected in the Rockshi forest, Trian village, where May is waiting for him. The conversation was interrupted, and then the directory was replenished to 100% of what happened. Yahello told it like it was. He met his death after falling from the cliffs. Many bones were broken. It must have been very painful. The guy told everything he saw after the blackout, and discovered Tinlight's location with the sealed spirit. A true spiritual being, May thought. She dreams of various creatures living not only in fantasy, but also in the real world. This is not just a dream, but a passionate desire. One section of the directory is full. There is no point in lingering in the location. The hero wants to make his cherished dream come true. He will not remain idle. Quite recently, the elves began to pay attention to the assistant. I even managed to get an onion, but I'll have to leave soon. Elves or Alshia or elves. Perhaps, if she follows the shaman, she might gain something more. May was once again lost in her own fantasies, temporarily losing control of herself. Bamboo Cane believes that guy is a professional PvP player. Someone is coming to meet them, as long as they are not elves. Subjects leave the location. Prepare for battle. Wooster recognized Yahello. Yes, that was it, that same guy. Alshia is to blame for everything. For the loss of the shield, for the humiliation. He deserves revenge. How terrible he is. The atmosphere of power and horror puts pressure on the conspirators. As if it were not a player, not a person, but a ferocious predator. The duo stood frozen in shock, and Mei, looking around, hurried after the shaman. That's why the hero grimaced like that sand got into his eyes. It seems like I've met one of the people before, but I can't remember. Whether a rancor had passed by them was of no concern to Wooster. The leader did nothing. The bamboo cane doesn't know how to formulate the sensations the opponent is far from a simple gamer. It's strange that the hero managed to survive in the Rokshchi forest alone. There is no point in taking risks. The enemy's abilities and strength are unknown. Now is not the time. We should prepare. If we go further, there will be a field and a desert, but where to go next? The Spirit of Life did not say where to look for the treasured Elysia first. It would be better to get out of here. Wow. Mei spotted an oasis. Although mirages are likely to appear in the desert, there could be a gust. Where is the thriving patch in the lifeless space? Was it really just a dream? Jaeho didn't realize that he was sinking into the ground. It's not quicksand. It's a whole funnel from which it's impossible to escape. The guy failed, but a notification appeared about a secret entrance to the dungeon being found. The shaman was sucked in, after which the sand immediately stopped moving. The whisper function is not working. It is unknown whether the partner is okay or in the clutches of death again. Standing in the middle of the desert, the girl looked around, feeling lonely and abandoned. Fear gripped the girl when it dawned on her that she too would fall into the quicksand. Meanwhile, Alshia felt that he had landed on something solid, the floor of the dungeon. Suddenly hearing knocks on the door somewhere, Alshia became scared. Suddenly the door was thrown open by the enraged, armed inhabitants of the dungeon. Alshia was shocked by what was happening. The young man, perplexed, stood in a position ready to attack. The head of the military detachment of the dungeon inhabitants could not recognize the young man as Brazal's servant. Suddenly, the angry and insolent voice of the enemy of the dungeon inhabitants was heard. The squad leader shouted threatening words at Brazal in a rage. A voice from somewhere above confidently denied and laughed at the threats of the squad leader. He was surprised how he got caught in a time loop that became a curse for the inhabitants of Kopei. The squad leader, in rage and despair, asked the young man for help. Brazal's sudden proposal made the young man think. Samantha from another guild was indignant that she would have to carry out someone else's task. She sadly discovered that she had been wandering around the desert for so long looking for clues. The appearance of the scout golem gave a momentary hope for at least some news. But once again Samantha was upset. Samantha's head was already swollen from further thoughts. I had to call upon almost all the scout golems for reconnaissance. The sudden news from the scout gave hope. The scout tried to depict the object he saw. Samantha thought about it, seeing the sand girl in the image of the scout. Upon hearing about the sand crater, Samantha furiously demanded to be taken there. Alshia, supporting the residents, declared his readiness to attack Brazal. The leader of the rebels was infinitely glad of the young man's help. Brazal's address to the young man caused his anger to grow. Brazal's threat sent a wave of tension through his body. The rebel leader's call to attack caught the young man by surprise. Suddenly the floor underfoot began to rise, crumbling into large chunks. A huge sand giant emerged from under the rubble of the floor. The giant managed to hit one of the warriors, and he turned into sand. Alshia, shocked by the story of the detachment leader, became indignant. The young man became angry at the injustice of the rebels' inevitable fate. Having assessed the scale of the enemy, Alshia thought about how to proceed. Thoughts overwhelmed the boy's head. The rebel leader shouted to the young man heading towards the pit. Alshia, without listening to anyone, rushed as fast as he could towards the large hole. Full of confidence in his actions, the boy jumped into the hole. The leader of the rebels was afraid for the young man. Having landed successfully on his feet, the boy looked back. The darkness around made the young man wary. Alshia was frightened by the skeletal knights armed with swords that appeared from the floor. The young man assessed his chances of victory over the knights. Having grasped the advantage, Alshia became inspired and prepared to attack. With great effort, Alshia dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. Jaeho uses the World Tree Seed as a melee weapon against skeletons. He is willing to fight as long as the skeletons see him as a threat. But suddenly someone tells him to stop. The armored skeleton stated that they were not to blame for the aggression. The captain turned out to be taller. The difference in height was noticeable. Jaeho realized the huge difference in levels. Victory seemed impossible. The skeleton spoke of the tyrant Brazal, his former master. He talks about the sad fate of time. He also explained the essence of the curse that locks them in a circle. The skeleton still protected this place, but now everything is different. He senses the presence of a living soul, poking Jaeho in the chest. The spirit is clearly glad that his presence helped in the mess. Their fight is cancelled because it makes no sense. The captain gave a quest to destroy the curse. They reached Brazal's warehouse with a huge golden door. When they opened the doors, there was an incalculable amount of gold inside. However, behind the gold there is a history that destroyed everything and everyone. Fear of losing authority and gold led to an unfavorable deal. Among the gold there was a cave inaccessible to the skeleton. Jaeho went to the center of the dungeon to confirm the plan with the commander. But there was no response from the commander, only a desire to believe in his strength. He added that when the hourglass is turned over, everything will repeat itself. Whatever happened, Jaeho decided to go further. After wandering around the narrow shaft for a long time, he came out through the door. Before him lay a ritual circle, the heart of the dungeon. And above the circle an hourglass flew, slowly spinning to the side. Jaeho is glad that everything looks simple and within reach. However, once he stood on the floor, the curse began to affect him. The health bar began to rapidly evaporate, dropping lower and lower. But the spirit of life is not simple either, resisting the curse. Jaeho gained shamanic skills against curses. He thanked the spirit for the passive skills. The captain, surprised by the man's progress, felt the vibrations of the dungeon. Jaeho used the recovery apple and the elf pie. Finally, he drinks blue magioli, completely empowering himself for the fight. Despite the buffs, the pain from the curse remained. Overcoming his limitations, Jaeho almost reached the hourglass. Having grabbed the watch, time in this place resumed its course. The goal was achieved, but the question of further actions remained. Suddenly the walls of the dungeon began to shake and the sounds of water could be heard. Concerns arose that the desert had not always been like this. With the beginning of time, the skeleton disappeared, freed from the curse. Water gushed from the hole into the heart of the dungeon. The water gushed out with force, terrifying Jaeho. Having made his decision, he rushed towards the exit. Water rushed into the hall containing Brazal's riches. With great effort, Jaeho managed to surface for a breath of air. However, before he could come to his senses, the next wave was already catching up with him. Al-Shia was saved, but even part of the wall was destroyed. Al-Shia saw Brazal, the ruler of Kopei, on the throne. Brazal was angry at the intrusion and attempted conversation. There was no point in expecting mercy from him. The skeleton, cursed for making a deal with demons, kept the treasure. The skeleton screamed for Al-Shia to stop staring at him, and he asked to give back what was in his hands. With a sword in his hands, he demanded that what was stolen be returned, otherwise Al-Shia would die. At first, Al-Shia didn't understand what they were talking about, but then he learned about the watch. The watch was in inventory, and he didn't understand why he should give it away. But the skeleton did not calm down, and demanded the watch be returned. And he swung his sharp sword left and right. The skeleton began to disintegrate, and Al-Shia realized that the clock had resumed time. Brazal was no exception. Victory remained doubtful given his weakening. The scale didn't even show his health level. And Brazal began to attack, trying to reach Al-Shia with his sword. The enemy was strong, so Al-Shia avoided damage. Al-Shia realized that the enemy's level was higher than passive defense, and the battle threatened death. But suddenly he saw a vine nearby, and it was exactly what he needed. He used a fast growth skill on him. Spear's accelerated time has increased the effect of the rapid growth skill. The plant grew by 500%. Al-Shia ordered it to entwine the enemy. But the skeleton was not going to surrender to some plant. Al-Shia was just trying to buy time, and there was very little time left. Pointing his finger at the skeleton, Al-Shia shouted that he could see its ribs. The skeleton began to cry, asking not to look, until the last grain of sand fell from the clock, and the skeleton began to crumble and disappear. Tyrant Brazal was defeated and Al-Shia's level increased. A notification came. The great demon Kalido smiled, but Al-Shia did not know him. On the floor lay the crown that the skeleton had worn. In the desert, May continued to search for Al-Shia. Suddenly, a sand golem appeared from the sand. The girl seemed strange. He tested her with the sand replacement skill. There was a man inside the golem. The girl asked May who she was and what she was doing. Al-Shia received a watch with the power of the demon Kalido. The crown made him the king of Kopea. The instinct of self-preservation told Al-Shia not to rush into a decision. The entire area was filled with water, which means the Perm Desert was not like this originally. He understood the secret of growing the Rakshi forest from the shaman Tillite. The spirit advised Al-Shia to go to Elysia to revive the tree. The forum didn't know about Elysia, so Al-Shia could have created her story. After all, he was a shaman, so he did what he wanted. The hourglass provided the labor to create a garden in the desert. The spirit forbade the use of the dead, but Al-Shia decided to try. The new world depended only on Al-Shia. By donning the crown, he became the first player to achieve king status. It would have been possible to revive Kopea or create a new kingdom, but the status of king would have worsened the reputation. Avoiding rumors, he called upon the Mirage soldiers for other tasks. The low level allowed only 2 soldiers to be summoned. Al-Shia tried to summon a golden golem, but his level didn't allow it. Now it was necessary to find a way out of there, and it is unclear why she stayed here and whether she did anything suspicious. She didn't give any details, so it raised suspicions. Suddenly some fluctuations began, but she definitely had nothing to do with it. From the depths of the desert, something began to rise to the surface. This was the appearance of the new king of Kopei to the people. The girl, Alshia, thought the girl in leopard print was dead. She saw in him the scary giant from the commander's stories. But on his head was the crown of Brezal. With a knife in her hand, she tried to find out how he got hold of her. Time Guardian is a unique class that she was supposed to receive from Brezal. But Alshia completed the quest with an alternative reward and killed Brezal. This news plunged her into incredible shock. The title of King of Kopei passed to him. This outcome of events left her very disappointed. Now her class advancement was directly dependent on Alshia, and he decided that they wanted to challenge him to a duel, but she knelt before him and paid her respects. Alshia couldn't understand why she did this. This step was not easy. She convinced herself that this was a way to win his favor. May also knelt down, saying that she entrusted her life into his hands. In the desert, they seemed like a mirage, and it looked like Samantha had sunk to betrayal. This was unusual. She could create 3 copies and resist regardless of the opponent's level. The guy looked really scary. Previously, Samantha was on a quest to find a tyrant ruler. Alshia wanted to communicate without unnecessary ceremony. She understood it in her own way, commanding the detachment to stand at ease. May asked what would happen to the store now that Alshia had become king, but his status brought him closer to his dream. You can now engage in floristry, using the lands of Kopea for a flower shop. It is unclear whether they will be able to maintain a shop in the desert. He asked them to look back. Brezal's death broke the curse, and the springs were restored thanks to underground waters. May couldn't believe it. The place could become an oasis. Alshia decided to start with him. He wanted to make the desert bloom and got the seeds of the Eifelchi flower. I was going to plant them right away. A beautiful flower grew among the sand dunes. Samantha didn't understand Alshia's class and skills. I thought he was plotting evil deeds. May realized that the hourglass materializes mirage soldiers, but this requires the status of a king. It required mana to use. After winning, Alshia invested all his stats into it. I decided to call them again, hoping for luck. Alshia used the skill to summon mirage soldiers. There was only enough mana for 4 of them. They didn't understand where they were. Realizing that he was Brezal's successor, they became afraid, not knowing what he would do to them. They decided that he would play with them. He explained that a little work was needed. For them, work was considered a crime. Alshia clarified that he was talking about a flower shop. Sand golems were building an oasis in the desert. Samantha didn't think she'd be gardening with the soldiers. Alshia didn't look like a worker at first glance, but he was focused on the dream. Samantha needed to earn trust and get a promotion. Player Worcester contacted me privately, asking to remove the guild leader from the blacklist. She forgot he was there. Bamboo Cane tried to find out from her what was going on. The guild let Samantha's wishes come true, ignoring her requests. Nothing would have happened to her if they had helped her earlier. Samantha was angry. If the Cane was talking nonsense, she would ban him. Noticing the discontent, Alshia asked if everything was okay. She reported that the duty was without incident, and the work was being carried out. She refused to take a rest. May was worried about landslides after the golems were recalled. Alshia didn't listen, thinking about moistening the soil. The plan is to dig up the soil for 2 months to increase groundwater levels. Samantha was shocked by the statement. Alshia told May about the trip to Rakshi Forest for planting advice, asked her to stay and look after Samantha. I suspected that she needed something. Samantha was not resigned to 2 months of work, noticing those approaching from behind the dunes. But these were elves carrying the shaman Alshia on the throne. Samantha couldn't believe what she saw. The elves idolized Alshia for reviving the Perm Desert. Over time, water spirits could have settled here, but the elves were disturbed by the dead. Alshia explained that these were low-paid contract workers. The elf enthusiastically declared that Alshia was a real shaman. He heard from the elder how Tilites saved the army of the dead. This was the first time Samantha had seen elves show interest in a player. May decided to approach the elves, but Samantha warned her. The elf was friendly to May. Looking at this, Samantha wondered who she was dealing with. Elf wanted to look around for the store. Alshia wanted to get advice on the garden. The elf assured Alshia that the job would suit her, since the store was their top priority. Alshia listed his wishes for the store. The elves went to the Rakshi Forest for materials. Alshia, May, and the elves danced. Samantha saw something strange once again. While Alshia was farming, Idarin went over to the Brown Bears Guild, the strongest in the New World. The guild wielded enormous power, capturing an entire city. Brown Bears were close to making history by crowning a leader. Kroken became the ruler of Idarin, renaming the city the Bear Kingdom. In the second king player, a new world was born. Kroken didn't want to be second. He ordered to find the first king. The game saw high activity. The forum was in chaos, but Huang Jeho didn't care. The brother reported the Bear King, causing a storm of comments. Huang Jeho thought about the first king. The first king was in danger if the bears found him. The first king did not declare his title. Apparently he was not vain. Huang Jieho thought that creating a country would notify other players. Upon returning, Mei learned of the status of the first king in Al-Shia. Al-Shia warned that this would create new problems. Mei decided that a crown does not mean a kingdom. I have drawn my own conclusions. Al-Shia felt a burning gaze. Mei claimed he was not the first king, but Samantha felt otherwise. She considered the store a cover, and the search for bears a convenient outcome. Al-Shia had a conversation with Samantha. He knew that she understood everything. He asked me to keep quiet about my status so that no one would find out. I suggested that she pretend to be ignorant, and she agreed. Mei came running with the news that the elves were returning. They had a horse with them. The steed, a descendant of the unicorn, was incredibly resilient. Mei was shocked by what she saw. The elf brought materials for construction. He asked me to check the boxes and let him know if anything else was needed. Al-Shia was jubilant. This brought him closer to his dream. This is what his soul was waiting for. His fighting spirit showed itself again. The elves built the store from moon tree wood. Only they knew how to handle this material. Al-Shia did not believe in the uniqueness of the boards that the elf spoke about. Samantha continued to be surprised by what was happening. In a private conversation with Kruvasan, she mentioned moonwood, and he replied that Al-Shia did not realize its value. The material is rare and grew on another continent for bows and arrows. The price of moonwood was exorbitant. The store's value reached several billion. Al-Shia asked for a board to try to break. The Afelchi flowers had grown, the store was almost ready. Al-Shia decided to plant a new plant. The spirit of life doubted. He advised to wait, but Al-Shia was in a hurry to finish. It was Elysia, summoned the Mirage soldiers. Upon arrival, they received an important task. The soldiers enjoyed the fruits of their labor. They are glad that their master is Al-Shia. The scent of flowers became their hope. Al-Shia asked to bring black soil and mix it with unicorn excrement. This hope smelled bad. Ready, Al-Shia planted the divine tree seed, unwilling to stop. He began to bury it. The landing is complete. The spirit of life is upset. A notification about a quest has arrived when the seed germinates. You will know the will of the tree. The elves rejoiced at the blooming desert. There was a shaman's flower shop off to the side. He was the choice of the divine tree. Elda wanted to look at the Al-Shia store. I was glad about his decision to revive the tree. For the elders, Al-Shia was a guide between them and the tree. The tree's voice was grumbling. He felt uncomfortable in the sun. Elda asked not to worry about the grumbling. Al-Shia chose the place himself, thinking that everything would be fine. The tree placed everything on Al-Shia. The elves could not interfere, but they needed help to take root. Elda suggested talking to him like with Ifelchi flowers. Al-Shia was tired of these conversations. He had a question for the elder. She was glad to answer. Samantha noticed that after the elder's arrival, Al-Shia was creating Ifelchi beans and roasted seeds. He didn't even notice that he had been here since she arrived. She explained that growing it doesn't mean knowing all the uses. Some flowers are medicine, others are for food. To advance, you need to learn all the ways to use it. By doing this, he will be able to hear their voices. If she tells him everything herself, it won't be so funny. Al-Shia decided to create a potion from the Ifelchi flowers. Deciding that he had overburdened Samantha with work in the desert, Al-Shia offered to take Mei with him on a hunt. But there was a big difference in levels between him and Mei. Mei didn't need to level up. This time, she simply needed to increase the process of studying in the reference book. Mei really didn't want to part with the elves. When everyone had gone about their business, Al-Shia decided to focus on potions. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. There were elves standing at the threshold of the store. They came from the Black Vine Swamp and were representatives of the Baheim, the Tandemain tribe, and the Rudia. Al-Shia didn't understand what they wanted from him. They believed him unconditionally and came to the call of the divine tree. Because where the home of the mother of the divine tree is, there is their home. Seeing the flower fields around them, they realized that this was indeed the shaman's house. And remembering Tillate, they decided that he would have liked it, even though he was a little strange. And they began to tell Al-Shia what strange things the previous shaman had done. And then he realized that these elves were going to move here. The brother saw a photo of Huang Jieho next to the elves and asked him to explain. The story was long, and so the brother guessed that it had something to do with the migration of the elves. But Huang Jieho denied everything. His brother noticed that he was very nervous, and from the intense excitement, his dancing toes betrayed his lie. Here the brother finally realized that Huang Jieho was at the center of this situation in the new world. My brother couldn't believe that Huang Jieho, who doesn't even know much about the game, started a major event like that. But Huang Jieho himself didn't really want this, and only dreamed of running a flower shop, and didn't even realize his luck. But the brother remembered that he had always been like this. The Rockshi Forest has always been a living hell for players, so Huang Jieho was very lucky. And the brother didn't know anything because Huang Jieho hadn't unblocked him yet. He received a couple of quests when he was fighting the elves, and their existence was at stake. From his story, it turned out that Huang Jiho played better than his brother imagined. He thought that he was completely busy with flowers, but it turned out that he was also completing quests. Laughing, the brother asked him if he had received the title of First King. Huang Jiho didn't know what to answer, and he turned it all into a joke. But if this was a joke, then Huang Jiho's toes were showing signs of excitement again. Alshia started a private conversation with the muscles of Bach, and he too was going into this desert. But Huang Jiho thought that this was not necessary at all. And then he saw a new construction site and a lot of elves. Constantly hearing the call of the divine tree, they kept coming, and the desert already resembled a small town. And he didn't think spontaneous construction was a good idea. And I decided to talk to Samantha. But from their conversation I realized that she was very busy. He and May were hunting sheep, but the golems had already finished fighting, so she could speak. He asked if she knew anyone with an architect class. Someone was needed to properly build houses for the elves. She had one such person in mind, and Alshia asked his name. It was the excellent architect Dianth. He received a quest to level up to a unique level, but he needed to do something that no one had ever done before. And at that moment Samantha called him, and she suggested that he build houses in the Perm Desert. It sounded like an unconditional challenge, and if he doesn't come, he might regret it greatly, because this construction was connected with the resettlement of the elves. But long explanations could take too much time. So, briefly, she needed someone to build houses for the elves. The architect immediately began to get ready to go to the desert. Soon I found myself standing in the middle of the desert near a flower shop. Alshia was very glad that the architect accepted the invitation and came to them. He explained that things were a bit bad here. A lot of elves had arrived and they were all living in tents. If they started building without a plan, there would be problems. And given the rate at which the elf population was increasing, this place would soon become like the Gangnam subway station. Alshia immediately recognized him as a professional. Alshia's plan was to create a truly good place for elves. Having the rights of a king, he could create a quest. Alshia decided to create his own quest. His goal was to build a city in which elves would live. The rest should think about the reward. Having chosen the conditions of the quest, he prescribed the Twilight Barrier Shield as a reward. The scale of this quest was impressive, and it was hard to even imagine that it was created by a player. Dianth began to suspect that he was facing the first king player. The Twilight Shield was certainly a valuable reward, but the class upgrade was far more important. Alshia agreed with this, and they shook hands to signal the beginning of the quest. Dianth had never built anything of this magnitude before, but given his experience, there shouldn't be any problems. But the elves began to mock him, not believing that a human could be imbued with the aesthetics of elven architecture. The elves' favor diminished even more when they saw what the houses would be made of. Dianth, with each of his words, the elves' interest waned. But he wasn't going to give up just like that. Dianth decided to go back to the starting level and start all over again. The migration of the elves was a very large-scale spectacle, and May really enjoyed it. Suddenly, an elf blocked May and Samantha's path. May, the elf, smelled the scent of nature from her and realized that she was an unusual person. But he confused Samantha's scent with the scent of a dog. May stood up for her, explaining that Samantha was a knight of Alshia, and they had just returned from an expedition. They were collecting seeds and information for a botanical reference book. Having appreciated the importance of their efforts, the elf let them pass, but he advised Samantha to be more careful, and he asked her not to behave as annoyingly as the man who came to build houses. Samantha was interested in this information. Dianth was crying and was completely depressed. Samantha recognized him and explained to May that he had come here at her request. The elves didn't like people, and even Alshia's conversations couldn't convince them otherwise. May guessed the reasons for the architect's depression. She remembered that all members of the ManhwaCapped go through this, and bitter memories from the past came flooding back to her when the elves treated her very coldly. May was also in that organization at that time. Alshia was very impressed by her story of how she slept on the ground and begged. But Dianth was a renowned architect, and this attitude completely drove him crazy. This went on for 2 days, and Alshia doubted that they would be able to help. But May explained that this was not a mental trauma, and that the ManhwaCapped liked living in the Rakshi forest. And May then adapted to this life, and now she asked for help. Her plan was for the ManhwaCapped to pass on their knowledge of this know-how on how to deal with elves to Dianth. Alshia asked how to contact them. May was still a member of the organization and could contact them, and I just found messages from them. But these guys also needed help because they were trapped in the Rakshi forest with the elves, and they themselves needed workers. And Alshia agreed to this. At this time, the leader of the ManhwaCapped was able to achieve a neutral attitude from the elves. Although the circumstances were dire, they were not about to give up. And suddenly May called them. They realized that May was in the game, and they would have to ask Alshia for help. For now, May was explaining the situation to them, And now they can finally throw off these capes and go out into the world. Now they have a chance. But not everyone liked their fun. The inhabitants of the elven village did not like this noise at all. All their efforts were again unsuccessful, but now it didn't matter anymore because they had to leave. The next day they were already met at the entrance to the Trian village. So far, only the leader of the organization has come to them, and the remaining 50 people have remained in their village. But the leader would very much like to take the others with him, and May happily reported that this was possible. But according to the quest's terms, they had to help build houses for the elves, and their reward would be essence from the Afelchi flowers. May was happy to help the members of her organization. One of the elves was ready to follow the rest of the people. The elf agreed to this only because the shaman asked him to. See, now he had to meet Alshia. The elves were indignant at the arrival of these guests. Alshia explained the reasons for building the settlement. The leader of the ManhwaCapped realized that Alshia himself created this quest, and decided to warn him that the elves do not like them. Breeze was the oldest leader of the ManhwaCapped, and the rest left the game. Alshia wanted to pray for them, deciding that they had left more than just the game. But he also wanted to get help from Breeze in solving their problem. Before they could begin construction, they had one hurdle to overcome. The Afelchi flower was truly beautiful. Admiring him, Dianth called all people shit. He had been sitting like that for several days. Breeze realized that he was already at the 4th stage. This was the stage of complete loss of self-respect. People in ManhwaCapped helped each other cope with this. They identified 5 stages, and when newcomers arrived in the forest, they were already at the 1st stage. Anyone who has experienced the cold and contempt of the elves inevitably self-destructs, and they are also so beautiful that you feel like an amoeba in comparison. At the 2nd stage, you still try to fight it, and at the 3rd stage, you burn with a feeling of shame. The 4th stage was acceptance of reality, and then the ManhwaCapped managed to correct the situation. At the 5th stage, people simply gave up their hopes and expectations. Alshia explained that Dianth was supposed to build a city, but became depressed. But now Breeze could only help him move on to the 5th stage. Breeze received a notification about a quest to change profession. As a reward, he could receive the title of Elven Advisor. Reading the description for this quest had a strong influence on him. He began to sob uncontrollably. Alshia could not understand the reason for these tears. But Breeze wasn't afraid. It's just that now he has found a meaning in life. Now it's time for Alshia and May to be surprised. A little later, the ManhwaCapped newcomers were sorting out axes in the Rakshi forest. From that day on, they were to be engaged in cutting down trees under the supervision of the elves. Although the elves themselves would not have trusted them with even a stick, the shaman asked them to. The elves even dictated to them the correctness of the strike and its speed, and also the angle of the axe. They missed their leader very much, but they had to do everything according to the elven standards. And he was right, only weeds and Afelchi flowers grew here, so something had to be done. At this time, Samantha finished cleaning the store's warehouse. Then he reported on the potions that had accumulated in the warehouse. She asked what he was going to spend it on. Samantha didn't want to seem intrusive, but they couldn't be left idle, because the potions were valuable in the new world. Jaeho clearly had no idea of the value of the potion he was creating. Samantha is more experienced and suggests that you can make some extra money from this. Although Jaeho didn't realize that it was possible to do this, he pretended to understand her words. Now the question was about creating a potion, which Jaeho had everything figured out. Samantha understands that selling potions, especially those made easily, is more profitable than selling a single item. Jaeho wants to make money in the new world. Given the real circumstances, he decided to play to his advantage. Having made up her mind, she asks Samantha about a sales expert, and she finds Kruvasan. She agrees because it's her job. Ready, she awaits the item for evaluation. While she waits for a low-quality potion and nothing more. But knowing my friend, it's unlikely there will be anything cheap there. Studying the item and doing calculations, she is speechless. The merchant is filled with curiosity, not believing that something like this could go into production. A commercial passion lights up in Kruvasan's eyes. While everyone is busy with their work, some are picking flowers, and Breeze is saving Diantha from the humiliation of the elves. Jaeho thinks that the potion can be further refined and improved. Samantha brought Kruvasan and introduces her to him. But the conversation takes a different turn, because with such a face he frightens Kruvasan. Out of joy, he doesn't tell the whole story of the meeting, and it looks rather creepy. She reassures Kruvasan, saying that there will be nothing illegal here. After being brought to the warehouse, Jaeho shows off his achievements with the Afelchi flowers. As an experienced trader, she emphasizes that the essence is of high quality. But besides her, she understands that there is much more here than flowers. And with using the subject for more detailed analysis, she is ready to delve into her business. To start, there's dried mushroom tea, which has a relaxing and comforting taste. Then there are the roasted flower seeds, which you'll want to try again. and the baked acorns with pine needles. Although the food is high quality, Jaeho admits that it is of no use. Kruvasan hesitated. The food was weaker than the strong buffs, but it amazed her with its high quality. To make sure, she wants to make an examination by tasting the dish. Having chosen the last dish, she tastes it. This exploded the spectrum of flavors. A simple dish, but it felt like a gift from nature. Watching from the side, Jaeho thinks that the dish was a failure. She began to explain that in this world, taste buds are stronger, and dishes are divided into qualities. This food is not suitable for players, but it will be ideal for the upper class. The merchant was confident that these dishes would be suitable for high-class NPCs. The merchant's ambitions soared to the skies, wanting to sell everything he had in stock. Having been praised for such excellent food, Jaeho was clearly surprised. He showed his terrible grimace again, wanting to add a condition, which horrified Kruvasan. When talking about owning a flower shop, his face is unfriendly, although he seems friendly. Samantha tries to defend herself, saying that she can sometimes get lost in her work. Jaeho confirmed that Kruvasan will open an exclusive store, but now the question is about the location for it, and also how to return Dianth to normal after the elves' humiliation of his skill as an architect. The leader of Chonrakyop, Breeze, tries to calm him down, dispelling his expectations about the elves. He wants to help him so that he realizes that the elves in this world are hostile to people. Breeze wants Dianite to put all his efforts into this matter. He decided to demonstrate his perseverance and ran up to the elf. Nim compliments the elves, despite comparing their beauty to the desert. After the compliment, he quickly returns. Dianite is surprised that it was a quick and rather strange greeting. However, such a greeting slightly reduced the elf's low opinion of people. Nim, as a mentor, tries to encourage him, but Dianite and the elves have nothing to lose. Repeating after Breeze, he greeted the elf, fearing another humiliation towards him. But fortunately the elf answered him, which increased Dianite's favor towards them. Breeze is proud of his new student. Kruvasan contacted Jaeho about the auction. He thought about the pricing policy of the game in the real world. Despite all the used warehouse, when translated into real money, the success was insignificant. The unpleasant realization that this is not enough for training. What was interesting to Mei was the fact that Jaeho was a student. Laughing out loud at this, such a discovery sounds implausible. A stern look, reminding that this is truth and not fiction. Mei saw that Jaeho was younger than her. Jaeho understands that selling flowers and food is not a bad idea, but it doesn't align with his dream of owning a flower shop. Mei shares advice for rethinking the idea of flowers as a material, and Jaeho wondered if there could be an accessory made of flowers. After asking the spirit of life, he decides to do it. The first attempt at using concentration was great, but the effect was shorter than expected. But Jaeho decided that this was not the end. As a newbie, he could do better. By creating the bouquet, he fully explored the Ifelchi flowers, strengthening himself a little. The spirit of life shares knowledge about the feelings of Ifelchi flowers towards people, but he arrogantly puts on airs that, compared to him, they are not so smart. Through full study, hidden effects were revealed, although not particularly strong. Despite his interest, Jaeho realizes that he is moving further and further away from his dream, and also the understanding that bouquets contribute to a more detailed study of flowers. It's exciting to see that simply picking bouquets can yield a pleasant bonus in the form of buffs. Proud of his success, Jaeho is confident that this will help him with his flower shop. Now not only Ifelchi, but also other flowers will be subject to study from Jaeho. A friend from the real world found an elf village in the desert and is screaming for Jaeho. This ignorant treatment of the shaman clearly angered the elves. While he is eagerly trying to find it, the elves have already pricked up their ears, clearly not for conversation. A moment later, the elves had surrounded him from all sides. He was already starting to feel awkward, realizing that the situation was now getting tense. A little later, he was already covered in bruises from the elves' blows. He is treated like trash for such an insult to the shaman. Breeze says that it could have been worse, but Jaeho's request saves him from a fatal outcome. He welcomes Jaeho's friend to the city and will act as a guide in the area. Although for a boy who was broken by the encounter with the elves, this sounds like something abnormal. Breeze named the place Hell's Desert, because with elves like these, it's hell. However, Breeze tries to motivate the young man so that he can complete the training. The boy refuses, but utters a rather offensive word towards Jaeho. Despite everything, he almost said another offensive word. The leader warns that one wrong word means the end. Realizing he's in hell, he seeks out his friend and figures things out. A week before his arrival, Jaeho is already preparing to set off on a journey to the southeast to the Red Magic Tower. The purpose of this expedition is to request the magician's help in regulating the desert heat. The girls want to accompany Jaeho on his adventure to the tower, but he refuses, for even without them, the elves want to accompany him. Breeze intervened in the conversation, wanting to say something. He wishes to give him a rapier that can help him in such a long adventure. According to Breeze, The rapier was found in the forest after a fight with a bear to help in the journey. Although grateful, Jaeho was embarrassed that someone knew about his fight with the bear. Breeze and Mei turned away, clearly remembering this sight that they had experienced long ago. In order to protect their shaman, the elves destroy everything in their path, depriving Jaeho of experience for monsters. Looking at the elves, he understands that they masterfully wield a rapier, as if this is not a fight, but a deadly dance. Their movements are refined, smooth, and fast, as if the rapier were an extension of themselves. Admiring the elves and their agility, Jaeho tries to repeat after them, imitating. The elf praised Jaeho because even though it was an imitation, it turned out quite well. However, he himself understands that he does not know how to use it. Although, the elf also notices that the movements are similar, but Jaeho adapted it to suit himself. Excited, Jaeho wants to learn fencing, although it won't be that easy. It is the body type, not the rapier skill, that prevents one from mastering the art completely. Unexpectedly, elves also have skills in hand-to-hand combat, which clearly surprised Jaeho. It turns out that their fighting and shooting techniques are entirely based on martial arts. While the elf wants Jaeho to study with them, the sand clearly began to rise behind his back. The guard soberly assesses the strength of the enemies in Jaeho, but the sand behind him is already higher, as if there is something there. A giant scorpion burst out of the sand, aiming at the elf. Jaeho tried to reason with him to turn around. The elf, without looking back, filled his hand with light magic and struck the scorpion's jaw with a blow. Having destroyed the scorpion, he shares with an empty gaze the basis of martial arts related to spirits and nature. However, for Jaeho, such power is far from being for self-defense, having experienced such horror from the power he saw for the first time. Elbow's elf technique is from an elf in boxing, which Jaeho finds funny, since they know boxing. Having learned the elbow technique and acquired the skills, the Spirit of Life wants Jaeho to trust him in this matter of study. Thanks to the Spirit of Life, Elbow's strike gives effects. Jaeho tests the skill by attacking the scorpion. The blow was strong but not fatal, clearly angering the scorpion. The spirit explains that it is not he who is weak. Jaeho understands this because of his low level and lack of skill with weapons. However, the elves, like fanatics, are happy with this result, despite the fact that the blow was not ideal. Out of despair and surrounded by scorpions, he asked the elves for help. And this despite the fact that one of them is already trying to strike Jaeho in the head with a sting. But a timely arrow saved him from an inevitable blow. The elves reassure him, saying that they will be able to cover his back in case of danger. With confidence in his defense, he is ready to fully study this combat technique. Due to the difference in strength, the Scorpio will have to endure a lot of blows to the head to improve Elbow. Scorpio already dreams of going to his ancestors. If only this suffering would end. The elf said that to improve the skill, you need to hit the scorpion another 700 times. For Jaeho and for the scorpion, this will be terribly long and painful. The elves continue to beat the scorpion, supporting his desire to become stronger. The final 1000th hit gave him additional effects and buffs. It turned out that this was the penultimate blow, which puzzled Jaeho, who thought it was the last one. The road ahead is long, but he trains along the way thanks to the elves, wanting to become stronger. The hand emits a holy aura, but without a weapon, Jaeho won't get far. After a long training in the desert, they reach the first major city. This city of magicians is the kingdom of Rasel, where Jaeho is visiting for the first time. The residents whisper when they see Jaeho with the elves, not believing that they could be here. Elves are clearly irritated by what people think of them, due to their hostility towards them. Jaeho is worried that the elves will get mad at the humans for their curiosity, but the elf calmed their fears, as they were ready to do anything for him. However, Jacko understands that they are somehow holding on to avoid causing chaos. While Jacko wants to go to the blacksmith, the elves want to go with him. Having found the forge, he enters it, surprised by the silence. The elves smelled a terrible odor that made them sick. Jaeho didn't notice it. They want to find another forge, as if they want to get out of here as quickly as possible. Jaeho is puzzled by their desire to get out of here, finding their behavior strange. However, a voice is heard that exudes the same attitude through the scent of elves. Jaeho understood the reason for the elves' discontent when he saw the dwarf, a small man with a beard. In the city of Brown Bears, a happy servant rejoices in his guildmaster. But his optimism was met with a cold shoulder, and he was sent to jail for being annoying. The deputy guildmaster wanted to hear the rest, as he had valuable information about the elves in the city. The guildmaster was interested in information about a player among the elves, despite his lack of connections. Out of anger, he wants to give a reward for every kill of this player, and if they bring him alive, the stake will increase many times over. The elves, not wanting to show their hostility towards the dwarves, leave first. This is a first for Jaeho, although it is expected, since he is in the game. The dwarf notes that Yahello has an unusual face for a human. For a dwarf, Yahello is like a devil, although with such a face one could easily confuse him. He knows this isn't true, especially with the scent of elves. Thinking that this is a waste of time, Yahello is about to leave until he is stopped. He came for a blacksmith, doubting that the dwarves possessed this profession. But he receives approval that he is quite an expert in this area. The dwarven race is associated with the god of fire and forge. This is their native path. To convince Yahello, he takes out a bag and heads towards the stove. Taking some black powder, he threw it into the oven. A fiery explosion was created, symbolizing the furnace's readiness for operation. The dwarf is offended that his family is compared to ordinary forges. To understand the scale of the gloves, he studies his hands, looking at them with enthusiasm. Yahello's hands are a work of art of pure power that requires no weapons. Frightened by such a violent examination, Yahello pulled his hand away, although the dwarf wanted more. Annoyed, Yahello asks if they can make gloves. The dwarf thinks about the stove, not answering Yahello's question directly. Thinking back to his youth, he was like Yahello, but now he was irritated by the weight. Without the family heirloom, he cannot forge, and this is the reason for the delay. The story of the quest does not match the description, which talks about losing in gambling. Yahello knows the truth about the anvil and doesn't want to help without a reason. Volka begs Yahello for help, claiming that he has recovered from addiction and is making ends meet. Somehow they freed their leg from his grip and walked away. People came demanding that the debts be repaid, otherwise they would take the house as payment. Volka informs them about the Red Balloons who approached him. The Red Balloons gang is influential in the kingdom, even the guards are not afraid of them. The one-eyed man's patience ran out, demanding obedience and submission from Volka. Volka, on his knees, proves that he is not a coward or a fugitive. He was with him yesterday. Yahello notices a discrepancy between recent and current words. Seeing Volka's hopelessness and his dependence, doubts arise about helping him. The elves persuaded Yahello to leave the dwarf and go to another place. But the one-eyed man doesn't intend to let them go, thinking that they are Volka's friends. Yahello's stern gaze made him flinch, but he didn't back down, standing his ground. Both meet with cold glances, preparing for the inevitable. Yahello gives a real-world example, angered that bullies can't be dealt with even in a game. Taking out a knife, Hyun is already thinking about starting a massacre, but before he can come to his senses, he receives a powerful blow to the face from one of the elves. Such disrespect for Yahello as a shaman infuriated him, and he decided to teach him a lesson. Elves seek to punish offenders, bandits see something devilish in them. Beaten, Hyun threatens that they have signed a death warrant by attacking the gang. Yahello relaxed, realizing that the elves needed to let off some steam after entering the city. For such help, Volko's sympathy grew rapidly, even towards the elves. After thinking it over, he is ready to make a gift in the form of a weapon for such help. But in order to make this weapon, he asks for material that Yahello might have. Yahello agreed to show the inventory, thinking about the many items. The dwarf took notice of one item, seeing its quality as being just right. Meanwhile, Hyun complains to the leader of the third squad, Sid, about his and the guy's failure. Having found him, Sid hesitates, because Yahello is not as simple as he seems, and he is not weak. The beaten servants rejoice, thinking that with their leader their powers are now on another level. Although Sid himself is not very enthusiastic, he also wants to hit them. Seeing Jaeho's new gloves, Sid realized that he was facing a wild bear that could tear them apart. He didn't expect the enemy to have such a powerful item, but it was too late to retreat. Hyun and the boys want to take revenge on the elves, but quickly received an extension number. During the fight, one of the red balloons swings at Jaeho with a barrel in his hands. With a quick punch to the ribs, Jaeho stops him, causing him to stop in his tracks. The gloves made by Volko turned out to be very useful, unlike ordinary fists. His power has increased many times over, which the game warns of by imposing a penalty for elimination. The elves, in anger, defeated Sid's squad, terrifying him. He had nothing left to lose and decided to go into battle with his trump card hidden. Using a weapon that is a fusion of a knife and brass knuckles, he swings it at Jaeho, who blocks it with his gloves. However, Sid expertly wraps it around his finger, bringing the tip to his neck. After taking the initiative in a moment of weakness, Jaeho strikes at Sid's opening. The damage from the item was reset, and Sid fell to his knees in shock, as if his life had flashed by. He thought it was an act of mercy that such a warrior had spared him. His morale was shattered. This defeat was too much for him. He valiantly asks to leave his boys alive, wanting to take the entire blow upon himself. "Broken," he cries while his loyal servants surround him. Jaeho's only request is that Sid return the anvil to Volka for his gambling interest. The dwarf talks about cards and his unsuccessful game again, irritating Jaeho with his addiction. However, Sid cannot fulfill this request, as he is not capable of such a thing. Having learned the sum in the hundreds of thousands, Jaeho wonders how much his warehouse has received during this time. The information about the percentage increased the amount to millions, throwing Jaeho off balance. Jaeho can't believe that one anvil can cost so much money. Because of this, Jaeho wants to forget about it and leave. And for saving his life, Sid and his gang want to repay him for it. But this will not help at all, because the amount will not decrease. Sid told how Volka lost an anvil in a card game, but was happy about something else. He noted how well the blue jacket and trousers and white shirt suited Jaeho. He admits that this area will not be enough to raise that much money. But there is so much money in the gambling house itself, teaching Jaeho the rules of gambling. Although he listens to Sid's instructions with indignation, they started talking about a ghost who is apparently a strong card player. If Jaeho can beat him, he will fully repay Volka's debts. This is the only chance to pay off the debt at once and cover all damages. Sid wishes success to his new master, while Jaeho hopes that everything will come true. In the heat of the game, the opponent plays with a strong combination, considering the victory his own. His servants gloat and rejoice at their boss's victory. However, Jaeho reveals his cards, completely changing the situation on the table. The ghost can't believe he's been beaten at his game, wanting to find the catch. But Jaeho's charisma and stern gaze put him in his place, falling like snow. Jaeho was doubted, but nothing could be done to counter him, enhancing his reputation. After another game, Sid whispered important news to him. Jaeho vacates the table and leaves, ending the game due to an important event. A ghost visited the establishment, which surprised the players. He was already standing behind him, inviting him to a special game. Jaeho doesn't back down and agrees to the cunning anglerfish's offer to play a game. The ghost's history is shrouded in mystery. His tormentors disappeared without a trace. Spectators gathered to see a professional play. Sid will act as the card dealer for their game, greeting and providing voiceover for the players. Jaeho and Sid knew that the ghost only played one game, finishing it in one round. Jaeho couldn't understand how the ghost could win so quickly. Sid noticed that his enemies were under a spell. He has a good hand of cards of the same suit, but Jaeho is in no hurry. Remembering Sid's lessons, he looks at him and at one of the crowd, waiting for a sign. One of them signaled to the stake, indicating that it was time to act. Jaeho is confident that with this approach, the game will not end in one round. The cunning anglerfish has little information other than its name, which leaves Jaeho stumped. When discarding cards, he makes a surprising move by discarding all his cards at once. And he also makes a crazy move by betting all his chips at once. The game is heating up. The move is not supported by the knowledge of new cards after the discard. The players in the stands cheer, admiring the fact that even so, he is betting everything on victory. For now, there is a mental play of words between the players, decisive bluffs and bold decisions. The game is designed to lower guard and deliver a crushing blow. Jaeho and the Spirit of Life sense a catch in the devil's game, as if he has an ace up his sleeve. Jaeho also decided to put all his chips on the bet, but suddenly he was enveloped in strangeness. Hands of darkness began to touch him from all sides. Under the spell of magic, Jaeho's body does not obey. The cards abruptly change their position. The demon smiled smugly, considering himself the winner, but Jaeho called the trick frivolous. Thanks to the connection with nature, the magic dissolved, ceasing to affect Jaeho. Damn, I'm surprised his trick didn't work against Jaeho. Jaeho saw through the deception from the start, realizing that things weren't that simple. But the demon became enraged, accusing him of fraud. In a rage, he threw down a full house of cards, accusing of fixing a match that was not expected. He accused Jaeho and Sid of colluding, luring the audience to his side. The situation has worsened for Jaeho. A backup plan is needed. The game cannot be finished. The devil wants to raise a card, proving Jaeho has a royal flush. Jaeho doesn't let anyone touch it, fearing that the card might be swapped. By raising the stakes all the way, he defied expectations about the King of Spades. The devil went all in, wanting to teach him a lesson for supposedly unfair play. He eagerly snatched Jaeho's card to humiliate him. The card turned out to be a 3 of clubs. All in did not work in the devil's favor. The rest realized that this was a bad hand for a combination. The bet has been placed, the winner has been determined. By deceiving him, Jaeho showed his gambling skills. The devil doesn't believe in losing, calling it a mistake. Out of anger, he revealed the essence of a lower demon. Taken by surprise, everyone ran in different directions. Having revealed himself, the demon wants to take the souls of everyone present. The elves came to his aid, having guessed his true nature. The elves were outraged when they saw the demon in front of them. Jaeho gloats over the devil's bad luck in the situation. The demon is furious. The elves protect the man. Beaten as a parting shot, Jaeho said something about a flower shop. Despite the demon's weakness, the level still increased. For defeating the demon, skills and achievements were received. Jaeho examined the item obtained from the demon. The devil's blindfold allows you to see through lies. Also jewelry worth a lot of money. The sum is impressive, but Volka's debt is higher. He put on the blindfold and stared at Sid. Sid can't make a discount on Volka's debt. Jaeho took out his anger on Sid for his broken promises. The spirit of life called Sid a deceiver, agreeing with Jaeho. Jaeho hinted that Sid should help with the problems. Sid's subordinate intervened with important news. The debt has been reduced. The head of Baluna will accept this amount. The leader wants to meet Jaeho, which scares him. Jaeho realized that he needed to get out of here quickly. Volka is glad to be reunited with the Anvil after being separated. Jaeho wants to leave, but Volka does not let go of the savior. Jaeho checked Volka's sincerity through the blindfold. The bandage showed that Volka was not honest in his gratitude. He got tired of it and left, hoping not to return. Volka recalled the original purpose of Jaeho's arrival. Interest in the target waned after the dwarf. Volka promised that their paths would cross again. There is a huge queue of young wizards at the Red Tower of Magicians. The elf said that the security would delay the entrance for a long time. Resigned, they stood in line. After waiting, they were rejected due to the long reception period. Due to his bad reputation, Jaeho cannot pass. Others came after them. Their reputation got in the way. Things are getting stranger because of one visitor's bribe. The elves are ready to punish the guard for disrespect. Jaeho came up with a plan to enter the tower. The plan included a large bribe to the guard. The spirit of life found Jaeho's methods callous. The amount was enormous, leaving the guard speechless. He agreed. Renyer, the head of the tower, met Jaeho because of his origin. Jaeho learned that elves have magic. Elves can use magic, but consider it wild. For them, magic is too destructive and inappropriate. Renyer dropped his business to meet them. Jaeho is surprised. The tower owner knows about him through his children. It turned out that the tower and the Red Bolin gang are one and the same. More and more elves are arriving in the desert. Breeze gave Dionita confidence in the City of Dreams. The Brown Bear Guild attacked, thinking Jaeho was there. Dionite and Breeze are surprised by the unexpected raid. The forum announced a search for Jaeho, and the guild flocked here. Samantha arrived while the boys were still at a loss as to what to do. As a soldier, she wanted to know Jaeho's position. May did not receive a response to her private messages. The guild came not for a greeting, but for chaos. Samantha already had a plan, despite her reputation. She walked up to them, knowing that Jaeho was gone. She shouted and addressed the guild rudely. They confirmed the search, threatening reprisals. The plan worked. The guild was screaming about threats. The elves heard the threats and became furious. Samantha directed the elves' wrath at the guild. The elves were eager to teach their guests some manners. A subordinate reported disturbing news to the guildmaster. News the complete destruction of the detachment in the desert. In anger, the guildmaster broke the glass, frightening the servant. The deputy got in touch, but the guildmaster was in a bad mood. The information is worse. Shame in the desert live. Renyer and Jaeho discussed that he still had some growing to do. Renyer invited us to talk about the purpose of the visit. Jaeho can't leave empty-handed. He agreed suspiciously, getting to the point. Equipment is needed to maintain temperature. Renyer is surprised by such an unusual request. Jaeho admitted that the goal is to grow flowers. There are guesses that Renyer is less knowledgeable than he seemed. The answer to Jaeho's mental question surprised him. Huang Jaeho laughed nervously. The spirit confirmed. Jaeho confirmed the old man's guess. Renyer was surprised by the florist's aura. He wants to help. He called it a fun thing with a smile. Renyer promised to help, but the guy did not understand the motives. The grandfather referred to interest. The hero was afraid of problems. Renyer replied, "The guy doesn't understand his situation." Jaeho noticed the elves' stares and felt nervous. The old man explained that elves rarely showed such an attitude. The hero understood the old man's position and agreed to cooperate. Renyer noted the difference between the kingdom and the tower. The old man laughed. It all depends on the point of view. Renyer became serious, deciding to give assistance. The guys got acquainted. One magician looked worried. He was horrified. Jaeho is the very same player who is wanted. The hero expressed hopes for cooperation, not noticing fear. Because of Renyer's order, he could not start searching. The old man explained the duties. Two agreed, the third did not. Renyer moved away, which was noticed by one student. The leader took the staff and read the spell. After completion, a spatial magic portal appeared. Hookah started the stream by introducing himself to the viewers. He nervously explained the beginning of the broadcast without editing. The frame shows players on their heads in front of the elves, the top players of the game. He reported with excitement that the elves had defeated them with their bare hands. The chat exploded with comments, and Hookie's online presence skyrocketed. While fueling interest, he received threats from the guild. Trying to laugh it off, Hookah was nervous about the many threats. In the distance, an army of brown bears appeared with a flag. The guild came to avenge their comrades. I'm afraid Hookah has decided to end the broadcast. He noticed a strange blue light, without understanding the reason. The chat also saw the light, not understanding what was happening. With admiration, Hookah called it a magic circle. A beam of light raised dust, causing the boy to cough. It was Huang Jeho with his assistants. The Brown Bear army greeted them with questions. Lucia greeted Jeho, explaining the situation. The prisoner said that reinforcements had arrived, and it was better to surrender. Seeing Red, he tried to call him to him. The player hoped that Red would help destroy the elves, but Red ignored his request with fear. He understands that Renyor won't like this, and at this time the elves begin to shout at the bald one. And besides, he is very afraid of Huang Jeho because of his face. The player snaps at him and shouts that he is a traitor, and that the Kraken will punish him. But the mage simply casts a spell, and a powerful bolt of lightning strikes the player. Huang Jeho is amazed by his skill, and the guy pretends that he did not collaborate with the tops. The enraged army rushes at Red, shouting that he is now their enemy. However, one of them says that the first thing to do is to capture his boss. But Huang Jeho doesn't understand what's happening as he is about to be hanged from the kingdom's gates. As soon as the elves hear this, they are filled with rage, and they are ready to kill for insulting their favorite. While the army runs towards the heroes, the elves wait for an order from Huang Jeho to punish them. With a scary face, Huang Jeho gestures that he can kill them. While everyone rushes into battle, the guy decides to help his allies. He summons Mirage soldiers and orders them to fight alongside the elves. The Brown Bear army is surprised that Huang Jeho is a summoner, as it's more difficult with people like that. But contrary to expectations, ordinary workers appeared to help plant flowers. But Huang Jeho orders them to attack, which makes the people very surprised. Still a little surprised, they say that they will not die, and therefore rush into battle without fear. Meanwhile, the server's top guild is losing to simple NPCs and doesn't understand their strength. A puzzled Hookah stands to the side with a camera, not understanding how this is even possible. But one of the guild warriors says that he has countermeasures. The guild's main forces have fallen. Taylor is surprised by their weakness, but is calm because of the backup plan. He could easily kill Huang Jeho from the shadows, but he understands that the elves will prevent him from doing so. The guy at this time is amazed by the strength of the elves, to which they respond that this is a common thing. And Taylor decides to kidnap Huang Jeho. He uses the shadow step skill and goes underground while no one sees him. He approaches the hero from behind, enjoying the bright sun, which makes the shadow stand out well. Taylor is getting ready to celebrate his victory. His plan was successful. The trap skill has already been used. A shadow rises ominously behind Huang Jeho. This skill has never failed the assassin, and he is confident that he will complete the mission. But then a notification appears that Jeho's bad reputation is higher than that of a murderer. The skill doesn't work. The hero notices Taylor, takes the bear's paw, and is about to strike. Everyone attacks the killer. He can't do anything. He just endures it, nervously. But what he doesn't like most is that Huang Jeho is disgracing him. Taylor decides to use the skill, dodging the attacks with a smoke grenade. Having moved to a safe distance, he is already about to use his second skill. Huang Jeho manages to do it first. Plants begin to appear from his hand. Taylor doesn't understand what's happening as huge mouths of flowers fly towards him. They tie him up, which makes him feel ashamed, and he starts screaming and begging to be let go. Huang Jeho reproaches him, but the boy still refuses and continues to ask for freedom. The hero orders Taylor to politely apologize, which he clearly did not expect. He begs for forgiveness with great effort, but he is deceived, and in despair he reproaches the enemy for humiliation. Huang Jeho says he's not happy with his weapon, but he'll choose a better one next time. After these words, he prepares to strike, while his opponent, in despair, can do nothing. Victory enhances the hero's reputation. News of the Brown Bear's defeat spread quickly, and he became famous. Meanwhile, he orders his assistants to build him a greenhouse. One of them happily agrees, but Red still can't calm down. He doesn't fully believe what's happening. Red doesn't understand how such a person is followed by elf monsters. Suddenly it dawns on him, with horror on his face. He thinks that Huang Jeho is growing drugs. After all, if he becomes a drug lord, he will control the criminal world. Meanwhile, the hero was talking to Samantha about brown bears. She offers to show her true face before the enemies start hunting for Huang Jeho. Namely, to announce the guy's ascension to the throne of Kopei, surprising Mei with his words. She didn't know the guy was the king, and Samantha explains her proposal. Huang Jeho doubts it because if he does this, he will become a target for other countries. He picks up the crown, and a disconcerting risk warning window appears. But then the guy comes up with the idea of creating his own country in order to avoid inheriting Kopei. He understands that his reputation will worsen, but with a crazy face he ignores this and makes up his mind. Huang Jeho is thinking about a name, but no one likes his idea. And in the end, he decides to name the country the Garden of Elysia, which the girls are not very happy about. But Samantha raises the issue of territoriality. It is unpleasant to live in the desert. And on top of all this, these are the lands of Russell, so this adds to the problems. Huang Jeho remembers that Elder Elda spoke about this. The girl is surprised by her status. He says that the desert is the territory of the elves, although the forest of Roxchi has already become their home. Rossel gave the lands to the elves. They are barren, but Tilaite paid for them. And the fee was enormous, so the elves didn't have to pay a penny. Huang Jeho says with a smile that the desert is their territory anyway, so everything is fine. With a serious face, he says that he will not tolerate any claims or complaints from Rossel. The kingdom is created. The heroes did not expect so many notifications. They stand in a stupor. Huang Jeho first decides to deal with important notifications. He doesn't, and Mei nearby squeals with joy, because she was recognized as one of the founders of the kingdom. Samantha's reaction is more reserved, but she is also surprised that she became a founder. Huang Jeho guesses the reason for the titles, but is worried about Samantha's motive. He asks about the benefits of these titles, learning from the girls that it is possible to obtain a special title. Samantha says that Huang Jeho has already received the title of king, but he must not have noticed it because of the large number of notifications. But then the girls realize the full value of this thing, and they stand in a stupor. The title can only be given by the king. All of them are NPCs except Kroken, but now they can get it easily. Samantha is amazed by Huang Jeho's capabilities, and decides to make friends with him at all costs. But due to the size of the kingdom, Huang Jeho cannot yet grant titles. And then, here they realize their mistake and awkwardly begin to apologize, and the hero joins them. The news of the first king player quickly spreads around the world, and everyone everywhere is talking about him. Suddenly someone asks the newly minted king why he named the country that way. It was Huang Jeho's friend who was in trouble while our hero was founding the kingdom. He gets angry, telling how he was forced to work like a slave. The king said that it was his own fault. The boy didn't expect this. Huang Jeho remembers how he taught him to communicate with elves. He gets even angrier, saying that the instructions didn't help, and now automatically bows to the elves. Huang Jeho mockingly suggests complaining to the trio of pointy-eared guys behind him, but the boy immediately apologizes. He criticizes the name of the country. The hero replies that he came here to open a store. Han Wansik thinks it would be better to call this place a hellish desert, which Huang Jeho doesn't understand. But he doesn't need it. But the boy should start doing his job while he's standing in a stupor. The king summons Mirage soldiers while Khan Wansik is horrified and unable to understand what is happening. With a sarcastic face, Huang Jeho asks him to teach him how to work with seeds, while he shouts that he is his friend. But the king quickly calms him down, showing him the very same trio of elves that had frightened him earlier. Huang Jeho wants to start by building a city, so he approaches Diantu. The architect greets him with an empty, glassy gaze. The guy asks if he had a hard time with the elves, to which he is told that everything is fine. With a tired smile, Dianth says that their attitude is gradually changing, so there is nothing to worry about. Now he can greet the elf in a bad mood. The hero understands that everything is bad. Huang Jeho asks if there are any problems with the city plan. Looking into space, Dianth speaks of insight. The king does not understand what he means. And then the architect hands him a plan of the city he was working on. Huang Jeho opens the paper and stands in a stupor. There is nothing on it. Diante is not surprised. He says that last time he was too arrogant, but now he understands everything. He enthusiastically explains that chaos and disorder are the true beauty of elves. Huang Jeho is perplexed. He understands that all members of Chonrokyop are constantly suffering from attacks by the elves. Namely, pendants like his, which will reduce the hostility of the elves. However, he won't be able to do this right away, so he decides to start with Ifelchi's flowers. He apologizes to the flower for picking it, and promises to preserve its beauty. The moment the bracelet is already adorning his hand, he is grasping the essence of crafting such things. For a second, he thinks that he has already achieved the desired effect, but this is not the case. The elves will not show interest, but will pay attention to this flower. But this is also not bad. He makes several more rings of different colors, and some of them have the same effect. Huang Jeho understands that to achieve the desired effect, the flower must be studied 100%, and the flower spirit must be there. Now his development needed to be tested. The angry guy throws open the door and yells at Huang Jeho, who asks him not to come in so as not to dirty the floor. Vansik sarcastically asks what the king has prepared for him, and he is going to give him a gift. Huang Jeho hands him the bracelet, while the guy doesn't understand whether he's joking or not. Wearing a flower bracelet is not manly, but the king convinces him that it will make the elves kinder. Wansik can't believe his ears, and Huang Jeho nervously continues to convince him. And then the guy finally makes up his mind and accepts this gift. The hero asks the guy to wear the bracelet longer, but the guy doesn't understand why. Huang Jeho refers to the cumulative effect, and Wansik finds this logical and agrees. He's even starting to like the way he looks. However, he does not yet know what suffering this bracelet will bring him. As soon as he gets surrounded by elves, everyone stares at him, and he gets nervous and doesn't understand why. Here May asks him to help with the work, and he agrees. However, the elves keep looking at him, which makes him feel a little creepy. Having seemingly broken away from them, he still doesn't understand what's going on. He decides to start doing the work before anyone notices him. And then an elf comes up to him and orders him to freeze, which almost made Vansik shit his pants. He desperately doesn't understand what his fault is. The elf points to the bracelet and asks if Huang Jaiho made it, and receives a positive answer. Then the pointy-eared one reproaches Vansik for the fact that he was going to swing a shovel with such a fragile object. The boy understands that this is how Jaiho helped him, and in his thoughts, he happily thanks him. But then the elf says that this flower is alive. He asks Vansik to stretch out his hand, and he himself takes out some kind of bag. The elf sprinkles the bracelet with powder and explains why people wear them without fear of damaging them. The accessory grows. Enthusiastically, he asks Vansik to try and raise him to be strong. This means the guy won't have to worry about manure anymore. The elf happily says that Vansik can now work with his bare hands, because the bracelet won't break. He pulls his hand towards the manure, showing it, while the boy, in a stupor, asks him to stop. The boy cannot escape the grasp of the pointy-eared one, because the elf's strength is greater than that of a human. Trying to resist, he fails and his hand sinks into the dung. The contented elf smiles sincerely, but Vansik trembles with disgust. Tearing his hands away, he angrily curses Jaiho with all his might. The king benefits from learning about growth powder through an experiment. The elves greet the king with respect, who thanks them for their work. They reply that it's all thanks to him, while he chuckles nervously. He doesn't get used to the blind faith of the elves, because in reality, there is no such thing. The spirit of life explains why the tree won't grow, but Jaiho doesn't understand. Noticing the absence of a sprout, he realizes the problem. Just in case, he uses the plant study skill. Many notifications confirm that the tree is planted too deep. Looking at the ground with excitement, he waits for a sprout and sees it a second later. Suddenly hears a voice mentioning him and Tilai. The gender of the interlocutor remains unknown. After asking the elves, Jaiho realizes the voice came from the tree. The elves rejoice at the beginning of the revival, but the king is stunned by the voice. Against the backdrop of the delighted elves, the tree calls Jaiho to itself. It asks about the message, but the hero pretends not to know, nervously claiming that he had received nothing. The plan works. The tree is calm about forgetfulness. Jokingly calling the spirit a fool, he mentally thanks God. The sprout marks an unsuitable place, promising to grow in a day under better conditions. Poor soil and weak spiritual strength require help to germinate. Wingbee asks for sweet honey, leaving the hero in a stupor. Sprout continues to chatter while Jaiho stands with his mouth open. Having decided that the tree is harmful, he puts off the conversation for later. Thanks to him, the hero's stats increase noticeably. The new skills are pleasingly useful. Rubbing his chin, he thinks about how to apply growth acceleration. With a scary face, he remembers the flower shop in the kingdom. From that time on, Vansik began working with manure with his bare hands. The elf who forced him to do this notices his activity. After wishing him luck, the guy irritably remembers Jaiho. Among his friends, Vansik became famous for the fact that the elves spoke to him first. The growing flower made the elves friendlier. Jaiho asks how much the relationship with the elves has improved. Vansik believes that the elves almost worship Jaiho. Having clarified the details of today, the hero is not satisfied with the progress. Jaiho is sure that the level of the relationship should be like his. Vansik calls the current progress a miracle, causing envy. Asks the king, wondering if it's worth giving them away for free. Recently, Jaiho understood the principles of the new world. This will make his kingdom even better. Vansik is happy that his friend has finally begun to understand the game's mechanics and make the right decisions. They carefully discuss the details of the future business plan, working out every detail for maximum efficiency. Vansik suggests organizing a city-building quest with a bracelet as the main reward for players. With admiration in his eyes, Jaiho approves of the proposal, already imagining how to bring it all to life. By immediately starting to implement the idea, he activates the necessary game mechanisms without delay. In a moment, all players receive an official notification about the start of a new exciting quest. Initially, most were unhappy with the proposed reward, loudly expressing their disagreement in chats. However, one attentive player advises others to be sure to check the characteristics of the offered item. Upon seeing the coveted line in the description, all players instantly wanted to get this bracelet for themselves. Remembering Vansik, they realized the real value and usefulness of this unique item. Eagerly anticipating the improvement of life in the game, all players are eager to immediately begin completing the quest. Jaiho decides to give one of these bracelets to Diantu, who does not yet understand its true value. After explaining that it would help in communicating with the elves, the architect suddenly recalls rumors about the item. Awkwardly justifying himself, Jae-ho explains that Dianth receives it immediately because he is a special person. Sincerely grateful for the unexpected gift, the architect firmly shakes the king's hand as a sign of appreciation. Promising to create a truly great city, he makes the king smile nervously on the sidelines from excitement. Like Vansik before him, Dianth is not yet aware of the trials he will face in the future. Jae-ho emerges from the game capsule in high spirits after finishing another gaming session. Noticing how quickly time has flown in the new world, his father suddenly calls out to him from the next room. The father is furious because his son deceived him, and the mother is trying to calm him down nearby. Showing the news about the Hwang Jae-ho kingdom, he demands an immediate explanation of what is happening. Jae-ho, not particularly worried about this, calmly begins a conversation with his angry father. A small but emotional argument suddenly breaks out between the parents on this topic. Trying to stop their conflict, Jae-ho watches the developing situation with concern. At this moment, his mother comes up to him and warmly praises him for his achievements in the new world. The boy is completely speechless while his mom giggles sweetly at his reaction. She admits that she always knew about his long-standing dream of becoming a professional florist. Since childhood, despite his allergy to flower pollen, he showed a special love for them. Because of this passion, his father often resorted to alcohol, not knowing how to change the situation. When she asks about the flower shop in the video, she receives direct confirmation from her son. The father loudly objects, claiming that his son lied to him, but the mother quickly interrupts him. Nervously, Jae-ho tries to prove to them the existence of the combat system by showing them a video of it. He sheepishly admits that his mother is truly very special and has always supported him. And at the most unexpected moment, he asks a painful question about his bad grades at school. She simply recalls that before he always received a scholarship for excellent studies. The mother is sure that her academic performance has worsened precisely because of her excessive passion for the game. Jae-ho tries to explain that he has the best results in the department on tests and assignments. He claims that he missed classes solely because they were early, and for no other reason. However, his arguments do not convince his mother, and now he begins to seriously worry about the store. At this tense moment, the father decides to intervene in the conversation to talk to his son himself. Taking his son's side, he confidently declares that he still has his whole life ahead of him for achievements. He notes that recently everyone has been speaking positively about the New World project. In addition, it emphasizes that Jae-ho has become an extremely famous character in the New World. The mother tries to object, but the father immediately shows her a relevant article on the internet. And not just any article, but a publication from the most influential gaming magazine in the world. The parents discuss the impressive achievements of their only son with obvious pride. Standing next to him, Jae-ho feels his face getting redder and redder with embarrassment. They conclude that the game clearly does more good than potential harm to their son. The father directly asks his son to provide evidence of financial benefit from this activity. Jae-ho literally jumps up from his seat, passionately confirming everything his father said earlier. In the end, the father manages to completely convince his wife of the correctness of his opinion. Jae-ho didn't expect such support from his father, and is sincerely grateful to him for this unexpected action. However, it later turns out that the father simply wants his son to practice hand-to-hand combat for the rest of his life. The mother decides not to object to the game, but makes sure to ask her son not to forget about his studies. She advises him to set his life priorities wisely, to which Jae-ho readily agrees. His parents warmly support their son in his endeavors, and fully believe in his success, for which he is grateful. After this, Mom goes to the kitchen to prepare dinner, leaving the men alone for a serious conversation. Jae-ho sincerely thanks his father for helping him resolve the conflict with his mother today. The father explains that he disagrees with the mother about the new world, seeing it as a wonderful opportunity. At first, Jae-ho doesn't understand what they're talking about, but his father explains that it's all about financial matters. The boy modestly notes that he hasn't earned too much yet, but his father interrupts him. According to the father, money is the fastest way to prove to the mother that this activity is serious. The head of the family directly states that he is proud of his son's achievements in the new world, to which he jokes. Embarrassed by the compliment, the father tries awkwardly to change the subject immediately. Now his main goal is to convince his mother that playing is much more important to him than regular schoolwork. A new game day begins with an offer to earn money by selling a special title to players. May actively offers to host streams with the king's face and give regular interviews to the audience. However, Samantha fully supports May on this issue, while Vansik is skeptical. Remembering the king's recent battle with a brown bear and someone filming it, he suggests his own idea. Samantha points out that there is no ban on filming in the new world, but May continues to threaten. He proposes to offer the streamer who filmed the battle a very profitable exchange option for cooperation. While Vansik explains his plan in detail, everyone around him stands in complete stupor with surprise. Mei immediately says that it will be necessary to apply pressure on the streamer, looking at Jaeho's reaction. Vansik confidently states that by threatening the streamer, they will be able to completely control the content. After the incident with the bears, Hookah returned to his usual but uninteresting content. As a joke, haters offer him to complete completely impossible quests in the game, mocking him. Today he announces that he will cut down a forest, but only haters and a couple of friends watch his broadcast. This is clearly not enough for him, because his cherished dream is to reach 1 million subscribers. Suddenly, he receives a personal message from Jaeho himself, which surprises him greatly. In a private chat, Samantha replies to him, introducing herself as an employee of the influential company Alshia. She informs him that they have important business with him, and invites him to an official discussion of the issue. Hookah begins to worry that this might be because he filmed without permission earlier. Having frantically finished the broadcast, he tries to remain calm before the unexpected visit. Having introduced himself, he politely inquires about the reason for this unusual guest's visit to his home. The elf silently leads him straight to Elysia, without explaining either the purpose or the reason for this visit. On the way, he suddenly begins to smell some disgusting and unpleasant smell around. An old friend of his named Breeze suddenly comes up to him from behind and calls out to him loudly. After a short conversation, Breeze sincerely praises Hookah for the great stream he attended. By offering to shake hands as a sign of friendship, he forces the streamer to understand the source of the unpleasant smell. Despite his inner disgust, Hookah is forced to shake his friend's hand, hiding his reluctance. Upon learning that Huku invited Alshia, Breeze reassures him by telling him about the positive experience of the meetings. He adds that everyone who met Alshia left satisfied, except for the brown bears. Placing his hand on Hook's shoulder, Breeze confidently declares that everything will definitely be alright in the end. As he leaves, he mentions that it's time for him to go, as the bracelet won't grow on its own, leaving a mystery. A little worried, Hookah realizes that he needs to meet Alshia and find out his plans now. He enters the building, saying hello and being surprised that it is a flower shop. At that moment, he sees Samantha, Jaeho, and Vansik, which makes him nervous. With a scary face, Jaeho sits over the flowers and tries to make them even more beautiful. Then Mei runs out and meets Huku, calming him down a little. While she asks him not to be nervous, the guy remembers who she is. After that, he notices Samantha and remembers her too. And then they show Vansik, about whom he has the worst impressions. Hookah thinks that it is terribly scary here. Here he falls on his knees in front of Jaeho, promising to return all the earnings for the stream with his participation now. He tearfully asks for forgiveness while everyone stands in a stupor, not understanding what he is talking about. Scatman jokes that it's all because of Jaeho's face, which irritates him greatly. The king, while Hookah doesn't understand what's going on, until the elf says that a regular bracelet isn't enough. After this, he takes the guy by the hand and leads him along until Hookah understands what is happening. They reach a huge pile of dung, and the elf orders him to lower his hand while he begs. Most of the Perm Desert, as well as part of the Rokshchi forest, belong to the territories of Rasel. Due to recent events, the kingdom decided to hold a council regarding territories and further actions. One old man even suggests mobilizing troops to attack the deserted area. But suddenly someone starts tapping their finger on the table, causing everyone to instantly fall silent. This is Duke Aref, who says that they are under the protection of a magical tower, according to the guards. He remembers Renyor and warns that everyone should be wary of them first and foremost. The king is not satisfied with this situation, so Aref suggests sending a messenger with a position. Everyone meekly agrees to the Duke's proposal without voicing any objections. Samantha informs Jaeho that a messenger from the kingdom of Rasel has arrived to negotiate. Alshia thinks he will have to fight again, but the girl says he has arrived in peace. 3 aristocrats arrived in Elysia, and the most important one immediately became disillusioned with the kingdom. Jaeho appears from behind, politely greeting the guests in his usual calm tone. All 3 turn around, their gazes fixed on the king of Elysia in front of them. They notice the ominous aura of this man, which makes them feel a little uneasy. The head of the Trinity loudly announces the purpose of the visit, reading the message of Rasel Rius VII. Jaeho doesn't remember such a name, so he's a little surprised by what's happening now. The messenger finishes reading and officially informs Jaeho about it in the presence of everyone. But he missed everything, increasing his bad reputation by insulting the king's messenger. The offended messenger orders them to beg the king for mercy, while Jaeho remains awkwardly silent. The ominous aura appears around Jaeho again, frightening the trio of messengers even more than before. He angrily asks why he should kneel before this man. However, the messenger continues to press Jaeho, demanding that he respect the king's message. He shouts irritably that a message from the king is equal to his personal audience and importance. But then Jaeho notices that he is also a king, leaving the messenger completely stumped. This pathetic little fellow is nothing more than an ordinary NPC without any real influence. It's time to take from him what does not belong to him by right and by the law of the world. Degradation will destroy them. They are incapable of composing even the simplest literate message. In an instant, rage distorted the faces of these pathetic creatures, revealing their weakness. The king of these ragamuffins will never see the power he desires. It is physically inaccessible to them. Our hero has long since uncovered all their dark deeds and knows their weak points. How foolish it is to hope for power in a country that was mercilessly left to die. They are just bugs. They are of no use at all compared to real forces. Threats against the sacred country will become their biggest mistake in life forever. Punishment came at the perfect time, forcing them to realize their own insignificance. Any insults towards Alshia are severely punished by his numerous allies. But this time the bodyguard seemed to have gone overboard in showing his loyalty. Such beatings are illegal and could easily lead to serious conflicts between states. Although sometimes the main thing is not the method of achieving the goal, but the final result. The true power of the elves is known only to Samantha. The others are unaware of it. Elves are currently the most powerful class of all possible. I would like to check whether this power is enough to defeat the kingdom of Rasel. The people in their kingdom could not ignore such a shameful incident. The kingdom of Rasel is forced to take some action that could lead to disaster. Disagreements are inevitable, and peace within the kingdoms is destroyed once and for all. These bugs can't make a single sensible decision without swearing. Elves are not the only trump card of the Garden of Elysia. It is much more dangerous than it seems at first glance. Duke Arif is not only not frightened by such uncertainty, but his plans are also amused. With this device you can take complete control over plant care. The elves recently invented this device, opening up new possibilities for gardening. At least half of the work will be done automatically without human intervention. The elves seem to have some very fun and significant event planned for the near future. Wreaths best reflect the joyful atmosphere of the holiday. Happiness must be shared. This is not just a decoration. It is a special magical item with unique properties. And you can combine it with anything. It's a truly universal and useful thing for everyone. The flowers here are capable of incredible spells that surpass ordinary magic. How terrifying this flower-obsessed florist looks in his thoughts right now. May holds a very honorable position here. She is the right hand of the most powerful shaman in the world. These people communicate very warmly with elves, which is rare in this world. Samantha, on the other hand, is very cold towards elves and is idle most of the time. Her everyday life is more like a gray routine, so monotony can drive you crazy. Although Samantha herself doesn't seem to be planning to change anything in her current situation. Her face, in turn, takes on a very unhappy look. Apparently she doesn't like it. They both understand that she will not be able to develop as a warrior in this place without a fight. Fortunately, this doesn't upset her too much. It seems she's simply come to terms with the circumstances. She'll have to move a little, because a new important task has appeared for her. Her heart burns with a fierce desire for battles and fights. She was born for this. But in the end, her assignment turned out to be not as colorful as she initially wanted. The grimace of horror and disappointment seemed to freeze on the poor girl's face for a long time. Should she continue to live like this? Because an ordinary boring life is not for her at all. Everything changed with the arrival of a strange florist who brought too much attention. She is just Alshia Nim's partner, unfortunately not even a friend, which is painful to realize. Is poor Samantha really useless? There must be some use for her. The girl never learned to play without a goal, but simply for her own pleasure and joy. Samantha spends the entire game chasing rank, and it's difficult to find the right way out of this labyrinth. Doubts torment her. What if Alshia Nim leaves her forever after such revelations? No. Even though he is an eccentric, he is certainly more humane than all the magicians and sorcerers in the world. That's clear. Still, sometimes caring for flowers was even fun. There was so much happiness in this activity. This only happens once in a lifetime. Life itself gives you a chance to change everything and find yourself. Starting from scratch is very risky. You need to think about this proposal carefully. Sometimes in life it's worth taking risks, so Samantha became a knight of the sand spirits. Unfortunately, it is no longer possible to create golems. This skill is not available to knights. But it seems that Alshia Nima is not bothered by this. He accepts the new position of his partner. Our heroes have acquired a devoted audience and fan who never leaves the screen. Let's hope this guy will be useful in this wonderful world of players. Sometimes simple support makes the impossible possible and keeps you moving forward. This boy seems very happy. He talks with trepidation about the hero's haven. Having noticed May, he immediately rushes to enter into dialogue with her and ask questions to the players. Shy May was clearly not ready for such attention, her face flushed with embarrassment. But the boy won't leave her like that. The poor thing will have to interact with the audience. The girl does not lose hope and tries to shift responsibility onto Alshia Nim. The young man has already heard about the shaman's behavior. and prefers to communicate with the nice girl. Everyone in the world is wondering why the strongest player grows all these flowers in the game. It's very simple. This guy has a secret dream of opening a flower shop. The reasons for this desire are simple. Alshia Nim is terribly fond of hanging out with flowers. Spectators are bursting with desire to learn something interesting about the strongest player. But to their regret, Alshia Nim does not at all correspond to his image. He is just a man. May has nothing to say, and the young fan is left without a sensation, which saddens him greatly. To regain the audience's attention, the boy is forced to resort to the most desperate measures. He starts with the topic of love. Will he and May really form a couple in real life? At the same time, an unsuspecting Jaeho was calmly fiddling with various flowers. He approaches his work very responsibly and selects the best flowers for potions. But this time the strongest one had difficulty choosing the right colors. Work in the flower shop was in full swing. Delicate flowers require the right approach. Combining the two effects is difficult, but Jaeho seems to be starting to succeed. All that remains is to acquire the alchemist skill, and the work will go much faster. On the one hand, this is very useful for the potion supply, but on the other hand, it is not his usual business. The skill is successfully acquired and develops at a tremendous speed thanks to talent. But the most important event today is a new potion, unlike all previous samples. It's worth considering transforming your flower equipment. It will help in battle. All that's left to do is tell players about the miracle potion, and sales will start to take off. Despite Jaeho's achievements in the gaming world, as a person he behaves strangely. How the young alchemist became better than a florist. People did not understand the value of flowers. Even giving up my passion for flowers because of money would be too stupid a decision. It's time to contact the employment center and tell them about your unusual hobby. If it comes to that, then Jaeho also has the right to make fun of his comrades. His faithful protector is ready to carry out any order at any second. Impressive. It's time to expand and hire new employees in the flower business. The mentors cheerfully encouraged everyone to work hard in the forest for the common good. There was a good mood among the workers. Everyone was positive. Suddenly an elf came up and seriously offered the 5 of them a part-time job with Alshia personally. Suddenly hearing the announcement, everyone stood in a stupor, not believing their ears. The Alshias dictated duties to the 5 selected workers without discussion. The chief, pleased with himself, Alshia encouraged the workers with a good reward for their work. One of the workers was pleasantly surprised by the reward for his work and efforts. Samantha, quickly heading to the office, hurried to report that she had made a schedule. Noticing the crying workers, Samantha looked questioningly at Alshia in silence. Alshia and Samantha, not expecting such a reaction, quickly asked themselves the reason. It turns out that the workers were touched by the kindness and respect shown to them compared to the elves. Alshia and Samantha quietly whispered to the side, discussing the workers' reaction. Sitting at their workstations, people diligently answered incoming calls. A working boy was desperately waiting for a potential client to call to buy flowers. The worker jumped up joyfully from the sudden notification, and everyone looked at the first order. Noticing the unusual order, the worker hastily contacted Alshia to clarify the details. Upon hearing the information from the worker, Alshia beamed with joy and excitement. Delighted with the unusual order, he rushed to look for something in the directory urgently. Preoccupied with searching for information, Alshia emitted a dark aura around himself. With nervous excitement, he dictated all the details of the order to his workers. The workers were frightened by Alshia's nervous excitement, not knowing how to react. Delighted with the first order, the shaman was excitedly floating in the clouds with happiness. After laying out the components of the wreath, Alshia noted the high quality of the ingredients. While working on the wreath, he began to think about future business opportunities. Working enthusiastically at his desk, Alshia concentrated completely on his task. Alshia created an elegant wreath. He stood and admired the result, absolutely delighted with his work. Anticipating the desired shape of the wreath, he decided to use a new, unusual technique. Alshia was shocked by the rapidly increasing level of the item he received. Alshia waited at the counter with great curiosity for the first customer to arrive. The first customer was an embarrassed Red, who came for a wreath. Glad to see his loyal customer, Alshia greeted Red warmly. Proud of taking the wreath in his hands, Red felt a little saddened by its appearance. Not expecting to see such a result, Red wondered about the value of the product. Holding the wreath in his hands, Red went into deep thought about its properties. Pleased with himself, Alshia explained all the advantages of his work to the buyer. Amazed by his successful work, Red exclaimed in embarrassment and surprise. Overcome with excitement, Red loudly exclaimed about the merits of the crown he had made. Red thanked Alshia with delight and beamed at the gift he had received. Red noted Alshia's high professionalism and skill in his work. May was delighted to note the successful start of Alshia's first order in the store. Smelling a strong scent, May noted the intense floral aroma all around. Alshia was disappointed to note that the scent did not produce the expected results. Exploring the dungeon is an essential requirement for increasing ranks. The team waited for the late Red at the entrance to the unknown dungeon. Bored, the comrades stood and went psyched about their late partner. Inspired by the new wreath, Red walked slowly towards his waiting comrades. Red's unusually pleased appearance struck his comrades as strange. The narcissistic Red showed off his new appearance to his partners. The comrades were shocked to see the new object on Red's head. By confidently declaring his success, Red made an impression on those around him. He energized the team by declaring with determination that he would win with this item. Having received a new request for an order, the employee was confused by the demands. Pleasantly surprised, Alshia learned that his wreaths had been ordered several more times. The worker excitedly reported his arguments to Alshia regarding the new orders. The employee, embarrassed, explained that customers were demanding a discount on their products. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Alshia began to consider the situation seriously. Alshia was alarmed by the following words of the employee about dissatisfied customers. He thought about his loyal customer Red and his impact on his reputation. Impatiently, Alshia asked again for the nicknames of the customers who were urgently demanding a discount. Upon hearing the buyer's nicknames, Alshia angrily demanded that they be blocked immediately. Convinced that his work would be desecrated, he decided not to associate with such people. While chatting pleasantly on the phone, Alshia spoke with Kruvasan's client. Alshia, embarrassed, recommended Kruvasan a special elixir for care. Kruvasan decided to ask Alshia to attend the festival. She talked about an interesting festival called the Night of the Unquenchable. Taken by surprise, Alshia received an invitation to attend the festival. Alshia thought for a long time about Kruvasan's proposal to attend the event. He was worried that he would have to interact with aristocrats at this festival. Alshia decided to use the trip as an opportunity for a little rest. Excited about the new journey, he decided to prepare something special for it. Basking in the warm sun, the little sprout tried to grow faster. Sitting down next to the sprout, Alshia was about to ask him something serious. Rostocek expressed his complete readiness to answer any question without concealment. Alshia looked thoughtfully at the sky and thought about the upcoming trials. He doubted whether it was worth coming to chat with the sprout this time. Alshia thought hard about the dangerous power of the demons that had occupied the forest. Alshia had something serious in mind as he looked at the restless sprout in front of him. Alshia shifted slyly in his seat and began to plan his next steps. Hurrying to leave, Alshia decided that it was better not to listen to the sprout anymore. The sprout snorted with displeasure at Alshia's suggestion to avoid the task. While the sprout was indignant, Alshia decided to run away from unnecessary problems. Alshia thought gloomily about the danger of approaching the Emba forest alone. Samantha was surprised by Alshia's unexpected offer to go on a trip. Samantha was a little embarrassed by Alshia's appearance in the unusual setting. Wanting to remain unnoticed, Alshia hid from the elves and hurried to leave quickly. Suddenly, a joyful elf appeared in front of them, asking many questions. Alshia cunningly tried to excuse himself from unwanted communication with the elf. Samantha is surprised by the elf's impeccable trust in Alshia on the way. After walking a little away from Elysia, he and Samantha found themselves in a deserted area. Samantha thoughtfully considered changing her current job. Samantha noticed with surprise Alshia's strange movements in the desert. He asked Alshia Samantha to pretend not to see his strange dancing. She asked him not to worry, because she could handle the heat, but he did it for her. Unable to resist, she asked what his actual level in the game was. At level 302, Samantha heard that he had recently passed level 100, but she needed to know Alshia's level to understand his capabilities. It turned out that he had only recently reached level 100 in the game. This news made Samantha reflect on his incredible achievements. Apparently, Alshia was actually a monster with incredible influence in the game. Finding yourself outside turned out to be quite a joy for both heroes. There were many beautiful flowers around, attracting the attention of travelers. Samantha decided to find out whether he was involved in floristry in his everyday life. But he only did this in the game and got a sick pleasure from it. His appearance was frightening, but his smile said something completely different. Samantha herself was frightened by her unexpected thoughts at that moment. There were some sounds behind them, and Samantha decided to check. A demon appeared from the bushes, ready for a possible attack on them. He rushed at Samantha, but she managed to draw the sword of the spiritual knight. It was a monster, and Alshia took out a brown bear's paw for protection. Judging for the attack, the spirit of the elbow and the spirit of life were chosen as the most effective. Samantha's damage was higher due to the significant difference in their levels. He begged them to stop and talk before they could die. When they broke off their attack, the demon created a smoke screen instantly. He asked Alshia to remove the blindfold from his eye to verify his words. But without her, Alshia might not understand when the demon was lying in conversation. The demon was very frightened by their reaction and tried to explain the situation. He said that they lived in the Emba forest, but everything turned into hell. The elves were everywhere, and the demon could smell their unpleasant scent nearby. But it is unclear how this happened, because the demon's brother was supposed to distract them. Alshia's sinister appearance convinced the demon that he was only imagining the smell. But since the demons were the first to drive the elves away, he offered to die. The demon explained that it was another clan, and the passage to their world was blocked. With the help of the bandage, Alshia wanted to find out the true purpose of the demons here. The demon replied to communicate with people, but this was an obvious lie. Then he finally told the truth that it was an invasion, but they came to their senses. Although this did not at all cancel out their previous actions with the elves. Today Alshia was generous, pretending not to know anything, and let him go. But knowing his transformation capabilities, they still had to be on guard. Suddenly, a sudden quest to save demons appeared for Alshia. But Alshia had no intention of fighting the elves under any circumstances. The demon sniffed the surrounding space again carefully, and he realized that this terrible smell for him came from Alshia. This smell and the fighting technique unmistakably revealed him as a shaman. Realizing things were bad, Alshia shouted for Samantha to deal with the demon. But the demon suddenly broke into a smile, insisting that the shaman was their old friend. He spoke the pure truth, but Alshia asked him to shrink first. Long ago, Tillet helped them hide in the Emba forest from their pursuers. The spirit of life could not remember anything, but the demon rejoiced at the shaman's successor. Tillet had strong empathy and built relationships with everyone in the world. But without trying, it was impossible to know anything, so they went there. The demons created an atmosphere similar to the underworld in the Emba forest. And the elves were not seen here for centuries, according to the demons. Samantha Alshia suggested paying attention to the nearby plants. Before their eyes, a flower swallowed a mouse, which was very unusual. See, the devil's flower was discovered in a botanical reference book for study, but the demon wanted Alshia to make the elves leave them alone. Alshia tried to understand the true reason for this attitude towards the elves. He reasoned that it was a natural phenomenon to call those who deprive demons. The demon could not understand what he was talking about, remaining completely confused. The demons were strong, but Alshia did not understand why the elves felt this fear. But the elves did not take the forest only because they were weak. The beginning and end of the life of elves depended on the will of the gods, and they died only when it was destined from above. And the divine tree was like the center of this world. This place was in contact with hell and heaven, and the divine tree sacrificed itself to block the spatial portal. And after that, the elves ended up in the demon world. Alshia couldn't quite believe it and had strong doubts. But the demon claimed that this was not true, and if the demon was so strong, then why did Alshia stay there without leaving the Rosellan forest? But fighting against the entire continent was a burden. The elves were already here, and arrows flew at them. The elves were in a very warlike mood, but they were confused by the presence of people and their smell. They also recognized the smell of the shaman, but it was unclear what the shaman was doing here and why the demon was with him. The elves decided that he came to defeat the demons. The elf said that all the demons were captured and would soon be sent to the hellish desert, and they did not intend to kill the demons. But even if the demon died, he would immediately go back to his homeland. Alshia felt a strong fear of the demon and did not understand the reason, because he had a chance to return to his homeland. The elf decided to take the demon with him, and he looked imploringly at Alshia. And then the elf remembered that there was also a retinue there. The elf noted that Samantha had good communication skills for a mortal. He noticed that Alshia was trying to place her under shamanic accompaniment. This was not enough, and the elves decided to train him. Samantha didn't like elves, but with their help she could learn the spirit shaman class. But Alshia didn't understand what they could teach him. But in any case, she had to hold on. There were ominous houses in the village, and bound demons sat in the middle of them. They begged the elves to have mercy on them. To Alshia, they themselves seemed like monsters. At that moment the elf grabbed the demon, and he prayed to Alshia, asking for help. "What can you do? You can't show kindness to demons in front of the elves. We need to talk to Shikud." The hero asked the demon if what Tinlight left behind was really in this forest. Perhaps it would be better to go back to hell. The demon considers this impossible and doesn't even want to remember the reasons. During the conquest of the Middle World, he chose to play a drinking game with Tinlight, which led to his group being nicknamed deserters in their homeland. The deserters will be tormented day and night. The atrocities will not stop for a minute. Maybe pain and torture are what demons are used to. The devil's spawn are not without susceptibility to suffering. Brother Shikuda appears here and cannot believe that he was traded for the elves. The accusations escalated into an argument and insults. Jeho had to intervene. The main thing is that they survived. You shouldn't have touched the demons. The shaman is capable of harming them even by lightly touching them. The elves are delighted with the hero's magic and ask for help with the torture. Killing the aliens would be merciful. We need to force them to stop trying to invade the middle world. I see. That's why the dark creatures are so afraid of the elves. Elves think that demons feel no pain and are not afraid of anything. They are mistaken. The captives do not want to return to their homeland, but the local residents also frighten them. It won't be easy to convince him, so you'll have to resort to trickery. Why not leave the slaves to the shaman and go to Elysia ourselves? The discontent is understandable, but Alshia has no intention of sending the captives back to their world. Wouldn't it be more painful to not let them go back there? Besides, suffering brings pleasure to demons. They will be very pleased, and then when they die, some of them will not be able to forget this bliss, so they will return here. The elves are frightened by the scenario, and the spirit of life says that the whole hypothesis is complete nonsense. Then it is unclear why the demons were always hiding in the Emba forest. In any case, the aliens from Hell want to take over the middle world. Killing them will destroy the staging camp, but this may have negative consequences. These are the true intentions of the monsters. The hero opened the elves' eyes. They believed the man. We must continue to contain the inhabitants of the camp in the Emba forest. Alshia will take care of the aliens. No need to worry. Elves obey thanks to maximum favor. The guy thought it would be much more difficult to convince them. There is a problem though. They asked to be taught torture techniques. Jeho leaned over Shikud and whispered words of apology. The creature is in panic about what awaits it. Shikud is tortured almost to death. We need to buy time before he dies. The elves are delighted. The hero fills his body with divine power, but this is inaccessible to them. They enjoyed the nightmarish scene. Shikud is so bad that he mutters about being ready to confess his love to a certain Rakura from the village. Alshia completely forgot that he was not allowed to touch the creatures from hell. But it was too late. Shikud was at his limit. Even the elves are a little frightened by the shaman's ruthlessness. Promises of revenge outweigh the awkward apology. Shikuda's brother can't believe Alshia actually killed his relative. The shaman is cool, and the demons began to respect the shaman. Why is that? It doesn't matter where the rest of the aliens are now. Everyone saw what happened to Shikud. If they do not want to repeat his fate, then they must stay in the forest. The reputation among the devils is growing, so this should be enough. Of course, if the demons try to do something, the elves will call the king. The hero hopes that he has solved the problem. Samantha is amazed at how easily Alshia plays. Some of the elves remain to guard the forest. Others went to Elysia. This means that the demons will not have to return to their homes. The hero is pleased to hear that they are satisfied with this outcome. Now it's the monsters' turn to fulfill their part of the deal. Since they can't remember where Tinlight's things are, it's time to resort to torture. It is necessary to begin the search immediately. Finally, the demons found the chest. Jeho's expectations were much higher. He had heard so many legends about the previous shaman. Garden trowel, everything was for her. The player is disappointed. The item is not impressive. We need to take a closer look. There is a skill called Master Gathering, and the attack power is as much as 750, twice as much as that of a bear's paw. For the guy's current level of 100, a weapon with damage of about 300 units is enough. Samantha answered the king's question in detail. So the shovel is good. It's a pity that it requires permission from Tinlight. In any case, is it possible to pick it up? It might come in handy after all. You can go to the grave of the previous shaman. But Alshia is recognized as the successor, and does not need permission to use it. The shoulder blade is activated, it is cleansed and shining. Does Samantha know what an evolving item is, and has her attack power increased? Legendary items are rare, belong to a specific owner, and increase stats along with them. The Ginseng collection skill increases the power of a blow by as much as 300%, but only on the selected target. The girl has a guess. She had first, what a huge, if you can call it that, bud. The enemy was able to dodge a couple of attacks, but one of them reached the stem. The shoots, like whips, rushed towards the man. One of them wrapped around the hero's arm, but was easily cut off. Crocus doesn't stop. Jeho almost got caught. The movements are too fast, so Alshia won't be able to use the gathering. Damn, he definitely won't grow a flower like that. You can try one technique. There is no need to worry about the accuracy of the strike if you use the study of plants. Then the collection will have a 100% chance. The two combined abilities brought success. Yes, the blade is glowing, which means everything went as it should. There are many more similar monsters here. Maybe we can collect them too. Samantha stayed with the elves for the quest, and Jeho went to Otolk. Kruvasan is very happy to see Alshia. The journey was clearly not easy, but the hero replies that everything was not so bad, and the city, although small, is luxurious. This is due to the fact that there are many trading companies in Otolka. A majestic building, it truly belongs to Kruvasan. She manages all logistics in the area, and her company is among the top ones on the continent of Citra. Kruvasan is influential, but is not a noblewoman, and finds them annoying. The girl is delighted that she will be able to choose a new image for the hero. What kind of costume is this? What nonsense. In real life, you can only see something like this in the theater. And those around him keep looking sideways at Alshia, a brute with a bandage and unusual clothes. Could he really be a pirate? Everything would be fine, but an accessory over the eye spoils the look. Jeho didn't know about the hiding function, so was it possible? We've sorted out the clothes. It's time to go to Lord Atolka. The banquet is held on the eve of a major event, the Endless Night Festival. While Kruvasan is happy, the king is embarrassed. He only received so much attention from the elves. High society, luxury, manners, clothes, and other things for which the hero is clearly not ready. Here it is difficult to distinguish a genuine compliment from a stream of flattery. Alshia and Kruvasana were announced in front of the banquet participants. The blonde doesn't hide his displeasure, but continues to smile as if nothing had happened. The interlocutor tried the food from the hero, which was provided by Kruvasan. For the blonde, Jeho is just an upstart, not a king. The only thing the shaman likes here is food. The nobles, having seen his face, were stunned, wondering why the king looked so threatening. The aristocrats did not expect to see such a terrible man in the mansion. Everyone feels awkward. Alshina doesn't know what to do, and the important people feel awkward from the angry look. Rumio was clearly interested in the new star of these lands. I wonder if the old man imagined that he would be eaten or simply crushed. The threatening facial expressions can hardly be called charisma. The nobility perceived it as intimidation. After Rumio is holding a banquet and festival for a reason. Young aristocrats are so tempting to the old man that he can't afford to fall flat on his face. The owner of the mansion wants to remain the first guy in the village, but you can't go on a frontal attack when you can cheat. The lord heard that the hero was famous for his cooking. Kruvasan is puzzled as to why the old man asked this. Is Jeho going to cook any unusual dishes? These words cleared the air, meaning they were in front of the king of cooking. Even if Kruvasan is to blame, now we need to think about how to get out of the situation. The nobles are brazenly lying, pretending that this is how it should be. He saw with his own eyes that aristocrats were truly annoying. After all, the patch is still on the eye, just hidden from other people's eyes. Alshia is going to play along with them to pay them back for such an unpleasant greeting. He will prepare where he can get down to business. A famous chef has been invited to the banquet. Why not compete with him? Kruvasan tries to intervene. A real king came with her, not a commoner. However, the chain reaction has already begun and cannot be stopped. High society is very picky about what it eats, so you have to try. The acid recently extracted from the stomach of the crocus is used. The spirit of life is trying to bring the guy to his senses. Could it be that demons have influenced Jeho? It looks like the hero is going to mix everything he got from the plants. The fire mold flower caused a flame. Rampage had never seen such a bright flash while cooking. Jeho hopes that manipulating plants will improve his skills. The new ability came at an inopportune time. It reduces the damage from indiscriminately mixing ingredients. The debuff is not needed at all. Then there is another option. Jeho began to cast spells in succession. He wants to reduce the effect of failure with the help of a bear's paw. The guy decided to throw almost his entire arsenal into action. For a chef, this is a real show. Could the hero have expected to summon the spirit of a demonic plant? The demon is surprised that the descendant of a shaman was able to summon him. Suddenly, Rampage rushed to the frying pan. This is the legendary spirit of the hearth. The demon does not understand who he is being confused with. Before the creature could blurt out anything, Alshia punched it. The demon's true nature must be hidden. The chef's assistants are shocked. Are they really seeing the spirit of the hearth in real life? While Jeho was silencing the demon, he increased his heat resistance and bad reputation. A horrible, terrible, disgusting dish called fried chimera, which also looks alive. The aristocrats were stunned. The chef who presented the dish said he had never seen such creativity in the kitchen before. The chef, Rampage himself, asks them to. It's awkward to stay on the sidelines. Kruvasan has already tried the hero's cooking, and she really liked it. Jeho, the chef, is fascinated by Alshia's cooking style and can't wait to try it. The man mistook the blood for sauce. The lord is convinced that Rampage has been fooled, and the upstart must be exposed at all costs. It looks so disgusting that it's hard to bring yourself to put even a small piece in your mouth. Lose to an insolent guy in front of everyone, and for no reason. He pulled the terrible piece into his mouth. Kruvasan closed her eyes, unable to bear to look at such a sight. The hero received a notification that the hallucination effect had been triggered. The noble's mood changed instantly. Now they wanted to taste the amazing dish. How scary it is when the consciousness, even of an NPC, is deceived. Alshia received a new title, Poisoner, which also increased his resistance to poisons. The spirit of life is annoyed by the way Jeho tries to solve problems. The blonde turned his head and then ran away, shouting that there was a monster in that direction and that they had to run. The fried chimera, in addition to hallucinations, causes a strong feeling of fear. The aristocrats are still under the influence of poisoning. Now the hero is not upset that he is perceived as a monster. On the contrary, this is a new opportunity. His goal is to make his flower shop famous. To do this, he intends to imprint the name of his kingdom in the memory of the nobility. Alshaya begins the hypnosis session. The poisoned repeat unconditionally that they like Elysia. As soon as they want to buy flowers, they should go to his store. One aristocrat seemed to not understand that he should remember Jeho's words. No matter what happens in their lives, any event should be a reason to go to the gardens of Elysia. Kruvasan is shocked by who Samantha introduced her to. The banquet took place on the eve of the festival, which will continue for 3 days in a row. Residents were expecting a regular holiday, which would be held in the same way as in previous years. People welcome the nobles with joy. They shower the nobility with compliments, hoping for reciprocal attention. But they only mutter under their breath about a certain Elysia, like zombies. The nobles did the same thing for 3 nights in a row. There is another problem. It turns out that a contract has been made with the demon. Jeho didn't plan to summon anyone. It all happened by accident. However, there is no escape from 3 conditions: a bad reputation, the desire to deceive, and 6 demonic plants. What to do now, since the guy has completed the required algorithm? Here, it has a high rank, like the Spirit of Life. Their level is so high that they are quite close in status to the Spirit King. Could it be that the Spirit of Life was hiding such information? The spirit of the demonic plant claims that if it gains great power, it can become the ruler of the other world. The hero declares that both spirits are simply freeloaders. The spirits that reside inside the contractor are limited in their abilities. Most likely, Alshia decided to provoke both creatures in order to extract new knowledge. He doesn't believe that it's not a demon in front of him. The elves would clearly be angry if they saw a creature with demonic attributes, and the Spirit of Life has become tiresome with its chatter. The one with whom the contract was made can read minds. Jeho wants the new satellite to disappear from the physical world. The Spirit of Life did not miss the opportunity to make fun of another creature. Whether a companion can stay in the middle world depends on the shaman. And here's the trump card: the Spirit of Life can also be materialized. This is news. Will it really be possible to remove the grumbler from my head? The hero has taken the bait. We must grab the chance with all our might. Most of the ingredients are found in the garden, but the contractor does not want to disclose the entire list. Can he be trusted? The whining and grumbling are getting pretty boring. The Spirit of Life is not going to stop the enmity that has flared up. The flowers used were not connected to the devil in any way, and could not have caused the creation of hell. To go with the hero, you need to meet one condition. This is a different status. Now the creature will be called the Spirit of the Furnace. Bad news for one, but funny for another. For convenience, it is necessary to give a name to the Spirit of Life. Let it be Grumpy Crybaby. Last time, the killer appeared in disgraceful form in front of the other players. The path was not short. The finish line is just around the corner. The guy thought that Elysia should be here. Where is the kingdom? Several days of waiting bore fruit. The hero's comrade appeared nearby, even without an escort. There are no elves near the target. Success is guaranteed. Shadow movement allows you to approach someone unnoticed. How much longer will I have to carry out the elves' orders? There is no progress in sight. Vansik felt someone's murderous gaze on him. Despite the noble's obsession, the celebration in Otolka passed without incident. Kruvasan notes how well and interestingly Alshia plays this game. Perhaps the interlocutor is sad that she was unable to see Samantha. There is no deal system in the game to dictate who to trade with, so branches are needed. The girl was excited by the thought that if players visited the store in person, they could spend money on additional items. Beyond the gate is the path to Elysia. Time to go. Kruvasan is glad that the meeting with Jeho gave her so many new ideas. Alshia, this is a new partner, a spirit of the oven, who must remember his status. Grumpy helps the hero during battles, but what about the summoned one? The spirit of the oven can give its power during fights. Jeho immediately tries out the acquired magic. If the creature is not a demon, then why did the hero receive so many demonic effects? However, if you close your eyes to the deterioration of the reputation, the strength of spirit looks interesting. If the shaman doesn't like it, he doesn't have to use it. Perhaps the spirit of the oven has something else up its sleeve. The body allows you to dance, fight, high-five, conduct reconnaissance. Isn't that enough? Both spirits are similar, but the materialized companion is more sympathetic to the hero. The Spirit of Life has moved to threats. It seems the spirit of the oven has noticed something. Now is not the time for arguments. Now there is someone who really exudes malice. Finally, the shaman responded to these words. The knight has no intention of being affected, but gets straight to the point. Only a well-honed reaction allowed him to avoid the piercing blow. It is possible that the attacker belongs to the brown bears. No, he definitely won't join such a garbage dump. How could the brute forget Worcester, from whom he took the shield? Jeho really doesn't remember who is in front of him. The loss of the legendary item brought shame on the fighter. While the attacker was delivering a humiliated monologue, Alshia noticed that the knight was crying. Having taken a stance, the enemy used the Stormwave skill. Although the attack is direct, it is slower than that of the elves. Then how about a blast Stormwave? Here it is, the rage of an offended youth, driven by pure revenge. Through the spiritual elbow, the hero created a magical shield. The knight admits that the offender has become a little stronger. However, he has a skill that cuts through the shield. The knight will now test the power of protective magic. Jeho is too close to the enemy. The gap is already visible. He won't have time to dodge. Is the bull really that fast? He's about to hit with his shovel. Alshia doesn't skimp when using her ginseng harvesting skill. The spirit of life, to put it mildly, is shocked that the guy used the skill on a person. But the knight stood up as if nothing had happened. The damage was too small. But he couldn't move, because the effect of fear constrained his movements. The king did not stop, despite the blonde's pleas. The bind was lifted. Time to counterattack. But Jeho had accumulated a stack for demonic explosion. The knight was erased, but Alshia still didn't remember who it was. Samantha was surrounded by fiery elven spirits. They promised to teach her how to wield such power, as well as apply effects to the sword. Better this than messing around with manure in Elysium. It is now possible to obtain a unique class. People who try to communicate with spirits can die, unlike elves. It is better for a girl to concentrate on one spirit rather than several. She is used to behaving like a soldier. Even so, the arrogance of the elves knows no bounds. The skill of the spiritual sword has finally been mastered. Training will begin later. What Kruvasan needed, fortunately she called during the break. There's a problem in the guild. Worcester has gone crazy. This is clearly due to the lost shield. The fighter found out where Alshia was heading and then gathered the players with him. Even though the shaman has leveled up, Worcester is several times superior to him. Suddenly the king's voice was heard from behind. Samantha was in a hurry somewhere. Jeho joked that the elf training was not so intense that it was necessary to run away from it. Is everything okay with the hero? What happened to him? Some crazy guy wanted to fight, but nothing remarkable happened. How could Alshia handle Worcester? He doesn't seem like the type to lie about his level. The shaman wonders how she found out about the fight. Maybe she knows that opponent too. Samantha is at her limit. She can't hide the truth any longer. Jeho is very kind, and wasn't at all angered by what his assistant said. The girl turned back and thought something to herself. Alshia began to speak, but she did not listen to him. Samantha admires how generous the king is. A new topic of conversation. A pet climbed out from behind the shoulder. How cute, although Alshia thinks completely differently, and for some reason the companion is hiding. The creature was outraged at what kind of pet he was, almost saying that he was a demon. He's just a demon-like furnace spirit. While Samantha is enchanted by the sight of her new companion, the king does not understand where the fire spirits are, which the spirit fears. The elves said that the warrior had the potential to master the element of fire. Alshia is pleased to see how her comrade has become closer to the elves. Where are all the demons? Why is the village empty? The elves are working diligently to cleanse the forest. They are concerned with restoring the ecosystem. Demons are not a priority. It turns out that there is a warehouse in the forest where items containing dark energy are stored. According to the elf, there is no reason to hate demonic spirits. Still, you shouldn't talk about your true nature in front of strangers. The warehouse is hidden in an underground cave. Is there anything worthwhile there? These are mostly food supplies. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. The search was not in vain. The title of the one who robbed the secret vault was received, allowing one to discover something hidden. That's not all. There is a tomb here. The spirit of life reminds that Alshia was actually planning to clear out the warehouse. An aristocrat cannot be buried here. There are clearly no jewels to be found. The new title came in handy. The hero noticed a green object that looked like a button. The elf assured me that she was nearby, so there was nothing to be afraid of. A secret door opened. Behind it there was a passage. The further they went, the weaker the demonic energy. A hermit's mine has been discovered deep in the mountains. The elf wants to make sure that the shaman wants to go inside. Now is not the right time. The game will be disconnected soon, and it's worth gathering a group with you. Vansik gives a detailed account of his abduction in the game. Jeho immediately understood who committed the crime. A friend is imprisoned by the Brown Bears, who demanded to call the king. The hero doesn't understand how the enemies found out that Vansik is friends with him. While in captivity, I couldn't contact anyone and had to leave the game. Vansik had no intention of asking for help immediately. The game should not allow anyone to be kept in prison without reason. An innocent person should be released within a day. Even if killed, Vansik will be reborn in the Roxchi forest. A friend assures me that there is nothing to worry about. He has been playing New World for longer. The king was eagerly awaiting what had happened. Several very urgent orders have arrived. The hero has prepared equipment and armor. He will begin crafting goods after the campaign. The satellites were not long in coming. Samantha is jealous that the elves are taking care of the king by going to the cave first. It's too dark inside. Samantha summoned the spirit of fire, surprising Yahello, even though she hadn't yet gained full control. There are a lot of old mining tools around. There is little spiritual strength here, which means the place was cut off from the outside world long ago. Very spacious and somehow bright. You need to look up. Above, Yahello, hearing that these were flowers, instantly transformed. Many people don't know about its existence, but it increases combat abilities in the dark by 20%. The elves themselves had not seen this plant for a long time. The spirit of life informs that stalactite flowers cannot exist without someone else's care. There was a loud thud. The shaman has resistance to curse. The suppressive effect of fear is partially blocked. But Samantha is frozen, unable to move or avoid the one approaching from behind. She was in trouble. A huge hand was hanging over her, and Alshia rushed to the girl and picked her up on his shoulder. After that, he shouted that this was not the time for embarrassment. The elf turned to the giant, calling him arrogant. The monster, seeing the elves, immediately demanded that they leave. His name is the Mountain Hermit. What to expect from this monster? The elves enter the battle, drawing attention to themselves. They are merciless and know no fear, even if there is a huge monster in front of them. The shaman is trying to shout to them. The explosions will cause the destruction of the mine. However, the elves will not hear anything in the heat of battle. People will have to do their part too. Samantha had the opportunity to use the Zanpakuto for the first time. It seems the attack was successful. A cut appeared on the giant's body. The wound on his right leg became inflamed and the hermit fell. Yahello doesn't care that he looks ridiculous with his shovel. It's more important for him to gain experience to level up. The support group cheers the king on no matter what. This won't work. We need to find a weak spot. The hero is a real sadist. Even the monster says that fighting like this is inhumane. The elf decided to take another shot at the enemy. Here's another title, Master of Giant Torture. Yahello had no intention of tormenting the hermit, but the others didn't think so. You can't back down from what you started, no matter how it looks from the outside. The giant asks to stop. He admits defeat, but the elf does not believe him. A sudden quest appeared to talk to a monster that once hid underground to survive. The monster hasn't communicated with anyone for a long time. He's afraid of intelligent creatures. Alshia was on the verge of breaking the truce. But where is the giant's father and his relatives? They are gone. This world is too small for such creatures. And why did the mountain hermit remain here alone? It's all about the shining flowers. They are capricious and cannot grow without supervision. Its colossal height allows it to reach the stalactites. These plants are very tasty. If the monster is left alone, it will give you one of them to try. The bud is huge and hard as a stone. Can you really eat it? It's nothing for a giant to swallow a stalactite flower. He is tall enough to eat anything, even stones. Yahello wonders if the hermit really stayed in the mine for the flowers. There is a real reason. He is waiting for friends he once met here. He became close to the miners working underground. The workers disappeared without a trace, and the giant remained waiting in case they returned. If the miners come, they will see the flowers and understand that the giant was waiting for them. The monster wonders if the uninvited guests saw the dwarves up there. The elves would know that there is a foreign tribe in the Emba forest. But because of the demons, the likelihood of this drops to 0. Hearing about the demons, the hermit's face changed. He understood why the miners had disappeared. The hero is wary. The giant is not particularly upset to learn why his friends left. The dwarves definitely escaped and survived. They are very cunning. Is there any reason to stay in the abandoned mine from now on? The giant believes that the chances of the dwarves' return are now higher, since humans and elves have come here. The hero offers the monster a deal. The price is stalactite flowers. You don't need a lot of buds. 1 for a month is enough. From now on, the mountain giants sympathize with Alshia, and the dungeon has come under the control of Elysia. The deal is done, the deal is finalized. The thirst for flower exploration outweighs everything. Isn't there a lot of work outside? But studying this plant is impossible there. The king asks the giant to tell him in detail about the flower. After all, it requires careful care, and whoever grew it must know a lot. The lecture turned out to be very useful. The level of study reached 100%. There is a problem. This species cannot grow anywhere except in a cave. Sunlight is destructive for it. It is impossible to create such conditions in Elysia, as well as to transport the buds. We'll have to make food from the flower that we can take with us. The effects are so valuable that simply giving up the plant, the hermit knows how to grow it. He can continue to cultivate them. The main thing is not to ask more from him than is necessary. Excellent, solution found. It is not known when the opportunity will arise, but the king will immediately send people here. The hermit will only be glad if the underground becomes more lively again. Things are settled. Time to say goodbye. Vonsik's time in prison is over. No, even if Vansik is left here, the shaman will not appear. This means that in front of him is one of the top leaders of the guild. Why was he kidnapped? How to get to Elysia? Has the elves' attitude worsened? There are so many questions in my head. The brown bear followers looked at Vansik strangely. It was a setup. One of the warriors deliberately collided with the guy. Others began to squeal that Vansik had deliberately hit their comrade in order to rob him. Another accused the guy of breaking into the house and robbing it. I remembered Mikhail's strange words about unrealistic hopes. This is what brown bears will do to achieve their goals. Al-Shia still won't save his friend, he doesn't even get in touch. The king is surrounded by defenders, and the enemy guild will not be able to carry out its plans. Mikhail states that they were given information about the shaman's solitary expedition. The killer lies in wait for the hero on the way from Adalak to Elysia. The target must be alone, without escort. The mercenary is confident of success even before the attack. Someone is coming. Most likely it's Al-Shia. We need to get started. Revenge is near. There are only 2 of them. But as soon as we got closer, the sandstorm no longer prevented us from seeing a whole group of elves. Intelligence failed. It reported that there were no partners with pointy ears. Meanwhile, viewers of the broadcast are making fun of the killer. Illusory camouflage creates an image that matches the environment. Some kind of strange cactus, as suggested by the title from the dungeon. Spiritual companions unanimously warn that something is not right here. Then the elf and his bow will take up the matter. The cactus shakes and red liquid flows out of it. Next up is a fire test to see if the cactus actually moves. As soon as the killer heard that the cactus was going to be cut into pieces, he immediately returned to his appearance. It is up to the shaman to decide what to do with the enemy. Since Vansik was kidnapped by a mercenary, he also needs to be captured. Taylor is captured, despite claiming on stream that he would kill the target. Michael reports that Elysia wants to exchange prisoners. The leader won't agree to this, and besides, Vansik, as it turns out, is quite important for Al-Shia. You can turn circumstances to your advantage. There is a plan to start a battle for pride over a shameful incident on live television. Moreover, the time of confinement is limited. This is built into the system itself. Finally, the hero returned to his lands. He missed the flowers. May is very happy to see Al-Shia. It's been a while. The garden is in great shape. The elves are helping to take care of it. And the reference book has a lot of information about plants. The girl, what kind of exchange is this? And who is this person connected to? Taylor is also in captivity, so a barter can be arranged. Unfortunately, the brown bears are not going to make a deal. May, the faithful elf, promises that everything will be all right. The wood of the moon tree is very strong, and a cage made from it, once it has taken root, will be a reliable cell. This way you can keep anyone for hundreds of years. Moreover, this will be considered a room, not a prison. The king is pleased with this plan. Taylor wonders if a wooden grate can hold him back. Even if there are elves around, such a camera will not prevent his escape. An elf uses growth powder on a prisoner. Meanwhile, Yahello expressed a desire to have a serious talk with Samantha. Samantha was embarrassed and admitted that she was not yet ready for such a conversation. Yahello was confused and said that he needed to talk to his spirits. Samantha was upset, said that she understood everything and would leave for a while. Yahello replied that she could stay. Samantha leaves Yahello in a hurry. Yahello talks to the spirit on his shoulder. He wants to know how to extract the second spirit. He scares Yahello by telling everything to the tree, but Yahello is not worried. He says it's a small thing and he'll get away with it. The spirit on his shoulder laughs at the spirit of life. The spirit of life tells Yahello not to talk to him like he's that idiot on his shoulder. He adds that he will fight. He provokes the spirit on Yahello's shoulder by saying that he is just a pathetic coward, and the spirit on the shoulder is outraged by what he hears. Yahello interrupts the spirit's conversation and says that he would rather test which of them is stronger and appoint the winner as the king of the garden spirits. The spirit of life doesn't understand what nonsense Yahello is talking about, and the spirit on his shoulder teases him, asking if he is really afraid of losing. They head to the Grove Forest to materialize the spirit of life. Yahello was in this forest 2 months ago. He, together with the spirit on his shoulder, begins to create a magic circle to materialize the spirit of life. The spirit of life interrupts the conversation and demands to stop. Yahello answers what happened. Has he really changed his mind? He says that there are mistakes in the circle. Yahello looks at the spirit creating the circle, and he replies that spirits make mistakes too. Yahello says everyone makes mistakes, but you clearly wanted to keep yours quiet, so do the right thing. The spirit of life tells you how to create a magic circle correctly. Everything works out, and the spirit of life leaves Jaeho's body. The spirit of life appears before them in its true form. Yahello looks at the spirit of life and is surprised. It turns out that the spirit of life is a girl. She says that she used to have a hard time following Tinlight, but now she feels much better. Yahello looks at her and laughs. Finally, she's not inside him. The spirit of life calls out to the second spirit. He gets scared. She asks if he wants to take responsibility for everything. The depressed spirit approaches the angry goddess, who is ready to strike him for the mistakes he made. She is pleased with such a reception from the elves and other inhabitants of the magical place. Jaeho jokes that this grumpy girl is like a superstar among ordinary people for the elves. He recalls Samantha talking about a number of orders, including a flower ring. Jaeho doubts whether the customer really only wants a ring for his beloved. He notices that all the latest requests are strange. They have one goal: recognition. Nobody orders combat items from him, wondering if it's the Bear Guild again. Jaeho comes with the elves to the customers and asks them to tell the truth without concealment. The customers like the ring. They are confused and ask Jaeho what is wrong. Jaeho directly asks if they are actually from the Stormy Bear Guild. The elves and Jaeho insist that they were about to be killed when the ring was handed over, and the customers ask them to stop. Without hesitation, the customers introduce themselves. The man's name is Bill. He is the head of the pro gamers. Jaeho doubts and asks again who they are and how they know about him. Bill introduces himself to Jaeho again, explaining his mission and goals in detail. Anna tells Jaeho that they had no other way to contact him and want to recruit him. They continue to persuade Jaeho to join the team, offering excellent conditions. Jaeho dismisses the offer with confusion, saying he's just a florist, but they don't back down. Anna says that there won't be better conditions, but Jaeho remains of the same opinion. Jaeho honestly tells them that his level is just above 100, without hiding his weakness. Meanwhile, in the Rockshi forest, men are chopping down a tree while discussing the latest news. The leader asks what the news is. The subordinate answers about gamers and Alshu. The leader says that after what he saw, it is unlikely that he will be able to recruit Alshu. The others are also waiting. The boys don't like that they are working as lumberjacks instead of meeting with Alshia. They look at their comrades and wonder how they can work so tirelessly. The leader decides to ask what their secret to endurance is. The guys answer that they themselves don't understand. The guys say that it seems that due to long work they managed to increase their stats. The leader reflects on their words. It turns out that grueling work helps one grow. He decides to make sure of this, and asks his comrades to show him their statistics window. The leader is shocked by what he sees in the characteristics of his subordinates after the audit. The guys are only level 30, but their strength shows more than 100 units. The leader is surprised, and realizes that if their stats continue to grow, they will become monsters. It turns out that not only Alshia, but also other players from here are strong. This will cause a wave. He gets angry, not understanding what the hell Dianth is doing instead of building. Jaeho comes to Diantu and asks if he needs help. He says yes without hesitation. Dianth is glad that he will finally receive help to complete the construction of the city he has started. The main character doesn't understand where the gold goes, because everything should go to the construction site, but nothing. Dianth is encouraged by Jaeho's support during this difficult time in the city's development. He asks Jaeho to follow him to show him something important and interesting. Dianth says that the city is almost ready. Jaeho asks again. He laughs and explains. They come to the place that Dianth wanted to show, points to the sprout. Jaeho understands. Dianth says that this is the beginning of a miracle. To know more, you need to ask the tree itself. He turns to the divine tree, wanting to get clarification on the situation. The tree laughs and says that he liked this man who brought food in the mornings. Jaeho is shocked. It seems that all the money intended for the construction went to the tree. He gets angry at Dianth, who replies that the elves advised him to pray hard for success. The tree says that Dianthus asked him heartily, though he could not hear, for flowers. The divine tree says that thanks to Dianth, it has restored its strength and grants a cheating skill. Jaeho is surprised. The tree explains that the skill was obtained thanks to Dianth, and asks to implement the plan. Dianth says he spent all of Alshianim's money on this and admits that help is needed. He made marks all over Elysia's garden. Following them, he would create an ivy fence. Jaeho asks why the fence is needed. Dianth replies that he wants to bring back the chaos of the city. The Milky Way serves as the basis for the fence. Jaeho is surprised. He sees this for the first time. Dianth says it was hard to get. Isn't it a beautiful plant? Agrees. Jaeho wonders how many seedlings they managed to buy to implement the plan. Dianth says he only received 10, but the seller assured him the vine would grow forever. Jaeho uses plant science on the sapling to understand its condition. Thanks to his skill, he understands that the seedling is in terrible condition now. Dianth is shocked. Jaeho asks how much one of the 10 seedlings bought cost. One seedling cost 50,000. Dianth is upset, but Jaeho calms him down. He reflects and realizes that a spirit connected with plants is needed for restoration. Jaeho calls on the grumpy man to help him solve this difficult problem. The spirit of life appears and asks what is needed. Jaeho asks to look at the plant. Jaeho asks the spirit of life to analyze the plant's condition and make recommendations. She analyzed the plant and said that it had really been through a lot. Plants like this are tested, and if they fail, they are returned. Jaeho became interested in what happened to the plant. The spirit of life explains the process. He began to doubt whether he was doing everything correctly from the point of view of the plant spirits. The spirit of life says that his actions are similar to those of the elves, asks about cutting flowers. It's a matter of understanding. Even if you can't communicate, the spirits still trust you. They feel the interest and love you show to your plants every day. Jaeho still feels guilty. But if the queen says that everything is okay, the spirit of life says that, fortunately, the seedlings are still small. Therefore, the spirit can remain with them. Diantha was inspired by her words, and now the plan to grow vines can be implemented. Jaeho says that the seedlings are in bad condition, and if they are cut, they will die. Diantha asks. It is necessary to create conditions for their natural growth without unnecessary interventions. The supports were installed according to the marks. Then Jaeho began to search for information. Already in the real world, Jaeho decides to see what flowers look like. Jaeho finds a photo of the plant. It's magnificent. He understands why flowers are so rare. Jaeho was too absorbed in looking at the flowers and forgot that he needed to hurry to the gym. They were so beautiful when they bloomed. A man runs up to him, greets him, and says that he is sure that he is Alshianim. Jaeho is surprised. He is not in the game, but they call him Alshi. He denies it. They don't believe him. The man introduces himself as the head of recruitment for pro players for the MK team. Jaeho asks what kind of rumors exactly. The man takes out his phone for demonstration. He shows the screen of the mobile device to his interlocutor. Jaeho sees a ridiculous photo of himself happily looking at a flower in his shop. He didn't expect to become a local celebrity and refuses to join. So he offers Jaeho to become their mascot. Jaeho asks again in surprise. The man confirms that yes, they want him to be the mascot and to become the face of the MK team. He says that the name Alshia is too weighty, Jaeho asks, then not to fight. The man replies that everything is exactly like that. He will just have to show up from time to time. Jaeho thinks about it. The offer is really good, asks about the salary. Having heard the amount, he agrees to the offer without hesitation. Alshia entered a new world. His friends were shocked. He signed a contract with MK, the best team. Jaeho says he won't be fighting. Samantha thinks he's more of a model. He replies that they will sort this out themselves. The main thing is the deposit and salary for the business. With this money, he will be able to pay off his student loan. His mother will not mind. Jaeho asks what's wrong with his friends' faces. Samantha doesn't believe that she's older than him. May is the opposite. After Dianth shared the plan for the Milky Way, he began to construct buildings. Thanks to their efforts and labor, Elysia began to look more and more like a real city. Jaeho began to plant the seedlings gradually, taking care of the weakest areas patiently. Jaeho believes that now is the best time to activate accelerated growth for the seedlings and tells May what she needs to do. Once the two vines meet, Jaeho will use the plant grafting skill instantly. Jaeho thanks the spirit of life and May for helping her with this important growing process. The last request concerns the Milky Way. Jaeho tells the plant that it can handle it. It activates a cheat skill, increasing stats to 1000 for 10 seconds. By using 3 more different skills, the plant begins to grow rapidly in height. People nearby are shocked by what is happening to the plants before their eyes in real time. Jaeho gives the command to May to begin acting according to the previously agreed upon plan. May receives the command through the system and takes action without delay. The spirit of life supports May at this crucial moment in an important process. The plan was successfully implemented thanks to the coordinated work of the entire team of players. Jaeho says everything is fine and is moving forward to the next section according to plan. May, everything worked. Now you need to repeat the same steps up to the 10th section without errors. The person broadcasting the entire process is shocked by the result he sees. This plan turned out to be an incredible solution for creating a unique urban landscape. The chat literally exploded. Everyone was praising Dianth. He, like an architect, came up with an excellent plan. The broadcast host approaches Jaeho and asks if he can do an interview now. The broadcaster says that this is their first communication. The viewers are happy to see him. Jaeho says hello. Jaeho says the work has been successful, but there are still areas to be completed. The host asks why the city is covered in vines. Jaeho replies that it is the Milky Way. It may look strange now, but over time the cityscape will become beautiful. The host says that the final result will take time. Jaeho replies that it will not. The presenter is surprised and asks if the disorderly growth of vines will destroy the city. Jaeho says that everything will be fine. The plants will not harm the city and its inhabitants. Every plant has a spirit, and these spirits are pure beings. They will not cause harm. The chat did not understand Jaeho's words. The host says that every word has a meaning and asks a question. One of the spectators asks if Alshia is going to participate in the league competition. The host voices this question to Jaeho, expecting an important answer from the celebrity. Jae-ho replies that he is not particularly interested in that. His priority is the flower shop. But Jae-ho says that this is not entirely true, and for the first time he says that he has officially joined MK. The presenter is shocked by this information, a real exclusive on his popular channel. He says he is very happy about this day and such an important event in the gaming industry. After a few days of care, the Milky Way was fully grown and blossomed. The presenter says that there will be a stunning spectacle tonight. The Garden of Elysia will be transformed. One of Alshia's subordinates says that the leader is right. The Milky Way confirms this. Night fell and the flower began to glow. It looked amazing and magical. Jae-ho is pleased with the result. It completely exceeded all his expectations and dreams. He looks at the flowers and does not understand that something unusual has happened next to them. A buff to resistance to abnormal statuses has appeared throughout the garden for all residents. The spirits near the flowers envelop Jae-ho in gratitude. He receives a lot of notifications about achievements and more. He asks if it is normal for the spirits to take form. The spirit of life replies that their existence is safe. Jae-ho says there are too many of them, asks if they will be distracting. The spirit of life answers that there is a solution. She tells the spirits to go play. It works. All the spirits fly away. The spirit of life boasts that all the spirits obey her. Unlike some people, Jae-ho looks at the spirit and says that if he is uncomfortable, he can send him back. The prisoner saw everything and praises Jae-ho for raising the Milky Way. This is worthy of respect. The beauty of the Milky Way creates the perfect moment for an escape. The prisoner thinks that everyone has let down their guard and decides to escape, burning down the Milky Way at the same time. He uses the skill, but the barrier gets in the way. As expected, he still has a knife to escape. The prisoner strikes the wooden cage but is surprised. It seems to be an unusual tree. He is in shock. The tree can heal. The prisoner is puzzled as to what this magical tree is. It can't do any damage. It's not a normal camera. It won't open no matter how much time passes. He sends a letter about his escape, but it turns out that Kroken's interlocutor has blocked him. Jae-ho looks at the prisoner and asks what happened. He is told that he tried to escape. He's shocked. Wasn't the prisoner fine a couple of days ago? Taylor looks at Alshia pitifully, begging him for forgiveness. The prisoner tells Jae-ho that White Bear betrayed him, and that he shouldn't have gotten involved with racists. Jae-ho says that he is also from the White Bear Guild. He replies that yes, but he is not a racist. Jae-ho says that this does not change the essence. He says that the Russian White Bear Guild is the pride of Russia, but he didn't want this kind of treatment. Jae-ho asks what the prisoner is going to do, and he clarifies what he means. Alshia asks if he lets him go, what will he do? Will he return to his guild? The prisoner says he won't go back to those bastards, but Jae-ho thinks the opposite is true. He should go back. He needs information about the man they caught and more. The prisoner is in shock and accepts Jae-ho's terms. Jae-ho tells Huko to start recording so that there will be evidence in case of betrayal. Alshia says he will publish the recording if the White Bear Guild starts pursuing him. Jae-ho asks Huko to call the lumberjack. After a while, a lumberjack approaches them and says that she is a big fan of Alshia. She is ready to help them cut the cage. The lumberjack asks the prisoner to bend down. She takes a swing. When cutting wood, the angle of the axe, wrist flexion, rhythm, strength, and concentration are important. She can cut the cage in half without any problem. Jae-ho tells the released prisoner that he expects his cooperation, but he is dejected. In the land of the White Bear, Kroken is informed that Taylor has returned, and he does not understand how he escaped. Comrade asks Kroken to calm Taylor down, but he is told that Taylor is not a newbie. He is the king here. He helped build the kingdom practically from scratch, so he can't just be thrown away. Kroken agrees with his comrade. After some time, Taylor sits on a chair and waits for an explanation from Kroken. Kroken asks how this happened. After all, only yesterday he asked for help, and today he is already free. Taylor replies that it was a test of their friendship. Kroken asks why it was necessary. This is because if he gets stuck in the middle of enemy territory, he doesn't want to get stabbed in the back. Kroken asks if it was a test. Taylor confirms and adds about valuable information. Taylor says that there is a much greater power hidden in Elysia than just the elves. Kroken says that vigilance has been let down in Elysia, and now is the perfect time for a spy to infiltrate. Taylor reluctantly agrees. Kroken says they need to act and burn all these damn vines. Taylor realizes that this is a stupid idea. After capturing the spy, Alshia will unleash a war and destroy the whites. He doesn't understand why he's worried about the guild. After all, it's ideal if Elysia and White Bear fight. Kroken asks what Taylor is thinking about, and he replies that it is a great idea and a provocation. Taylor tells Kroken he wants to visit the underground prison. Kroken asks why, and Taylor replies that he's been humiliated and should respond in kind. Taylor is allowed to visit the prison. Kroken says he's sorry he made him feel like crap. Kroken asks what Taylor has with his strange hairstyle, and he replies that he wanted to freshen up his look. After Huko's stream, the whole world learned that it was a beautiful night in Elysia, and the construction of the buildings was completed. In the Rakshi forest, the lumberjacks receive a notification about the completion of the construction quest, and they are happy. One of the commanders comes up to the guys and says that they did a great job. The commander says that at first they were clumsy, but by the end, they became real professionals. With the acquired skills, no one will look down on you. Working with the moon tree is not an easy task. The commander says they can leave, but if anything happens, the elves will be glad if they return. The lumberjacks burst into tears at this speech. All the lumberjacks kneel and thank the leader for everything he has done for them. The loggers are leaving the forest. May, Jaeho, and Samantha receive a notification that 232 people want to go to Elysia. The guys are shocked by such a large number of people who want to participate. May tells Jaeho that Jongryongkyop is now an official guild. Jaeho wonders if they weren't. Everyone who worked together created a guild led by Breeze, and is doing everything possible to ensure that members join Elysia. Jaeho says that if that's what they want, then he has no reason to stop them. He thanks Diantha for all the work he has done. Dianth says the experience taught him a lot as an architect. Jaeho is glad to hear such warm words and offers Diantha a reward, a twilight barrier. Samantha is shocked. Dianth thanks Jaeho, but says that he doesn't know where to use this shield. Dianth says that he has already received a lot from Jaeho, so he wants to refuse the reward. Jaeho asks if this means he wants to leave. Dianth replies that he has been thinking a lot about the future. After analyzing the consequences, Dianth still made a decision. It's better to stay in Elysium for now. Jaeho says that if that's what he wants, let him stay, and thinks about why everyone decided to stay. Unlike Jaeho's thoughts, Elysia was filled with people wanting to see spirits and the Milky Way. Meanwhile, Jaeho comes to the divine tree and admires its view. He didn't expect the plant to compliment him. It had grown a lot since their last meeting. Tree asks what Jaeho is going to do. Jaeho says he wants to remove Gloria's seal. The tree is surprised that he brought these balls. It says that the demons scared everyone. Tinlight saved them. Jaeho asks if he could have removed the seal earlier. The tree replies, "Wasn't it obvious?" and asks, "After all, he only found them recently." Jaeho says, confused, that he only recently found them. He asks the tree what he should do, and it says to plant him next to it. Jaeho sits him down next to him, and the tree asks him to take a step, thereby removing Gloria's seal. A powerful flash appears, and Jaeho receives a notification that he is now connected to the spirit world. Thanks to the connection, the flowers in Elysia will not get sick, and now it is possible to produce natural products of Gloria. Jaeho is surprised by the connection with the spirit world, but is even more shocked that he can now make growth powder. He studies information about fairy jelly, which is perfect for Samantha since she uses the power of spirits. Now he looks at the data on the spirit cloth. It is as useful as jelly. Both items give buffs. Gloria's spirit appears in front of Jaeho. It looks more like an ordinary fly than a spirit. Tree says that Gloria liked Jaeho. He is glad to hear it. Taylor contacts Jaeho through the system, who responds rudely. Taylor asks him to be kinder. Jaeho responds as he did after the murder attempt a couple of days ago. Taylor says that they are allies now. Jaeho asks if he learned anything useful. Taylor says that the guild is not going to let his friend go. Jaeho says his friend mentioned being arrested on minor charges. Taylor says it doesn't matter. The prison is less secure. Taylor says he can take Jaeho in and give him a release date. Jaeho says that's not help. Al-Shia wants to know the way to the prison. Says that he might have to save his friend himself. Plan B. Taylor says his plan B is to infiltrate the prison. Jaeho replies that this is a backup plan. It takes time. Jaeho says it's been 2 weeks since his arrest. He told his comrades about the plan. They are ready to help, but he says, "No way, you are too noticeable." The guys were persistent and left Jaeho no choice. Jaeho says they'll have to hide their ears. A girl joins the conversation and says she has a better idea. She says the best place to hide is the forest. She has a plan, introduces herself as Tina, and leads Jaeho. Jaeho asks Tina if this is really the right choice. She replies, "Of course." She says that elf ears suit him. Jaeho is confused as to how he agreed to wear them. Tina really liked Jaeho's transformation. Jaeho doubted whether the mission with Tina would end well. Tina says that she is a little shy, but in fact, her grandfather and father protected the previous shaman, so it is their destiny to protect the shaman. Tina wants to continue the work of her ancestors. She says that one day she will be able to slay the dragon with Jaeho. Jaeho vehemently denies her words. Tina asks why he is against it. The shaman must kill the dragon. Jaeho asks Grumpy if it is true. She replies that no, but Tina continues to insist that they will kill the dragon. Jaeho is not confident in the success of the mission. In the land of the brown bear, at the gates of the fortress, the guard is bored and wants to finish his shift as quickly as possible. Taylor suddenly appears in front of him, and the guard gets scared. Taylor says he has to do something. Keep your mouth shut. This is just between them. Meanwhile, in the forest, the mountain bandits are frightened. They saw Jaeho and Tina. Tina aggressively asks the goblins where the dragon is. Jaeho tries to calm her down. The robbers do not understand Tina. She says in a rage that if they do not know, then only death remains. Along the way, Tina attacked all the orcs. Jaeho earned the title of Orcish Millstone for this behavior. Tina, still with the intent to kill, asks the orcs where the dragon is. Meanwhile, Jaeho suffers from Tina's obsession with dragons. Leaving behind many orc corpses, Tina was nicknamed the Angel of Death. Tina and Jaeho reached the land of the Brown Bear. The guard was bribed. Everything went smoothly. The guard meets Jaeho and asks again if he is the one Taylor reported, and confirms it. Alshia is in anticipation. Tina and he follow the guard. The guard looks at Alshia with suspicion. He has never seen such an aura on anyone. They enter the fortress and immediately attract attention. Elves are a rarity here. One of the guild members asks his comrade if the face of this tall elf seems familiar to him. Jaeho says it seems like changing the ears alone wasn't enough. They pass by a poster with a reward for killing Jaeho. He looks terrible on it. But Tina thinks otherwise. Tina can't stop admiring Jaeho's portrait. She really liked it. The spirits of Jaeho also discuss the portrait, but, unlike Tina, they laugh at it. Several more guys notice the resemblance between the elf and the wanted Jaeho. These conversations make Jaeho nervous, and he thinks about what to do to avoid being exposed. The Brown Bear Guild members call out to Jaeho and ask if he is Alshia. Jaeho couldn't think of anything better to do to make his nose bigger and turn to them. The disguise works. The guild members decide that they were mistaken. They leave. One of them says that he thought elves were handsome. The other replies that they were not. Tina, with tears in her eyes, asks Alshia if it's true that he doesn't like flowers. Jaeho receives a notification that due to improper use of the skill, he will have a big nose all day. He admits that he lied. Tina calms down, but Jaeho is unhappy that he will have to walk around with a big nose. Meanwhile, the guys come to the pub to meet Taylor. He says that he barely recognized Jaeho because of the disguise. Tina notices that Taylor is speaking to Jaeho in an unceremonious manner and points her sword at him, making a remark. Jaeho asks Taylor, when Vancic is not around, the muscles go bang bang. Taylor says that it will be problematic. Jaeho asks if he set a trap for them. Taylor says no. Jaeho asks what the problem is then. Taylor says that everything was made to look like his friend killed the guard. There are restrictions on reincarceration, and that complicates things. They deliberately provoked his friend. The attacker lost and died so that the system would recognize his friend as a prisoner. Jaeho is shocked by such devotion. Taylor says the hierarchy structure is absolute and he is at the top. Jaeho asks why he is treated so badly then. Taylor remains silent and says that in any case, his friend will not be released from prison anytime soon. Jaeho says that maintaining the disguise for several days will be difficult, and asks if Taylor brought a map of the prison. Taylor asks if Jaeho is really going to break in there. He replies that he will just go in and take out one person. Taylor says it's easy in words. Jaeho replies that he's not going to attack head-on, so he asks for a map for the plan. Jaeho shows the plan on the map. They will reach the waterways, and then drill a hole and end up in prison. Taylor asks Jaeho if he has the appropriate skill, as the hole cannot be created without high-level abilities. After analyzing the situation, Taylor says that even with a low level of skills, this is possible. Jaeho asks Taylor not to worry and just distract the guards. He has prepared something. Jaeho suggests starting the operation right now. They come to a waterway marked on the map. Taylor says he doesn't know how it's connected to the castle. Tina cuts through the grates to get inside the water channel. The boys didn't expect the system to send a notification about entering the closed waterways of the Idaran capital castle. Jaeho says that it seems like the guild didn't know about the place's existence. Taylor replies that they never bothered to look. Taylor leaves the squad, saying that he will go distract the guards. Jaeho says that he will send a message as soon as they arrive. Jaeho notices that this place is different from the map. The paths should not have branched. Tina says they have 4 directions. The system sends a message that for those who have lost their history, there will be no tomorrow. Jaeho wonders what this means. Jaeho receives another message. The site was being studied by a historian who stumbled upon the sleeping guardian of Idaran. Tina also reads this story, and enthusiastically says that perhaps this is a dragon. In the kingdoms of legends, there were such protectors. Jaeho asks why the guardian didn't come to help when Idaran fell, and says it's hard to believe there are guardians. They receive another message. The historian had to burn all information about this place. After reading the message, Jaeho understands why the map is different. The historian cleaned everything up. Tina asks what they should do. Jaeho replies that they will have to explore the entire dungeon and suggests starting from the far right path. One of the spirits gets scared. He doesn't want them to go inside. Jaeho asks everyone to be quiet. It's obvious that something will happen here, but saving Vansik is a priority, so they need to go. It's quite spacious inside, the path is straight, without any side passages. Jaeho says it doesn't look like there are any secret passages. They walk along the path and notice a monster. Jaeho is shocked by the monster's appearance. This is a decaying giant wolf. Tina is upset that it is not a dragon. Jaeho asks the spirit of life to prepare for battle. The wolf attacks them. Jaeho dodges several attacks and tries to counterattack, but the wolf dodges as well. The wolf still manages to take a direct frontal attack. Tina is angry that it's not a dragon, but just a dog. She joins the fight. Tina kills the wolf in a second. Jaeho receives notification that they have killed the wolf and obtained the fang and pelt. A message also arrives that they have found one of the 4 fragments of the map of the hidden underground castle of Iteran. The spirit that had previously gotten scared and left joins the boys, and the spirit of life plays tricks on him again. The spirit of life continues to mock him. Jaeho asks the spirit why he avoids fighting. He replies that he is scared, and adds that he has studied this path, but has not discovered any hidden passages. Jaeho says it's time to check the other routes. After passing through each route, the squad encounters various monsters, a bone warhorse, with a giant bat and a nutria. The map has been successfully assembled. As Jaeho expected, it is different from the previous one. It is time to free Vansik. Jaeho asks his comrades why all the monsters are undead. The spirit replies that there is probably a dark force involved. Jaeho says that maybe Iteran is not a guardian. Tina happily says that maybe it is a dragon. The detachment arrives at the designated place. Jaeho calls the Mirage soldiers. They say that Jaeho promised to dig, and suggest that they need to dig downwards. Jaeho says that we need to dig upwards. The soldiers are shocked. How is this even possible? According to the map, the height of the waterway walls is about 4 meters, making it difficult to dig directly. So they will dig at a 45-degree angle, then have to change direction to reach the floor of the chamber. The soldiers are shocked. It's a huge job. Jaeho asks them not to worry and gives them an energy drink for miners. This is not an energy drink, but something better. Now subordinates are full of energy. So far it's quiet, no one has spotted any aliens. Taylor has become a frequent visitor to the prison, coming every day. He says he is worried about the workers. The security guards have been laid off, and those who remain have to stand guard in their place. There was a lot of commotion recently about how things are going in the underground prison now. There were no problems with repeat offenders, but the Italians that enter the service work so-so. The service is hard, there's no denying it, so the killer came to make the work easier. Elite Scotch whiskey is sure to get you drunk. Taylor won't accept any objections. He needs a drink to relax. A mercenary listens to the complaints of an intoxicated NPC, as more and more prisoners are accused of any offense against the current government. And the Italians are irresponsible, but that doesn't apply to Count Taylor. Some noise is coming from the floor below. Taylor lies that everything is fine, offering to knock back another glass. Vansik is in shock. Someone broke through the floor and is now climbing out of there. He didn't recognize Alshia in disguise, with her long nose and ears. The hero miscalculated a little, but Tina is glad they managed to get into the prison. Finally, Vansik recognized his friend. The savior looked strange, although usually he looked even worse. The path was clearly not easy. No one can handle the bars better than an elf. Just as the blonde wanted to say that an ordinary sword couldn't handle this, the bars were already broken. It was astonishingly easy. Vansik was wrong. No prison, long live freedom. It is enough to send a person with very poor health so that he dies from the touch of the prisoner. Then the arrest will be justified. They will come out as they came in, but someone shouted from behind to Alshi. A prisoner in a bright outfit called the hero a desert monster. This is the 3rd prince of Iteran. He begs not to abandon him. It is surprising that any of the royal family survived. The prince, despite his situation, demands manners. But the hero doesn't care. It's time for him to leave. Is it really possible that the heir to a captured country will be left here at the mercy of enemies? Jaeho has no plans to go against the Brown Bears. They started the conflict themselves. Pichio promises that there will be a reward for saving him. There is a treasure trove underground that only a member of the Iteran family can open. The gold will come in handy. The shaman is aggressively bargaining for a share of the wealth. But the inventory size is limited. He can't carry everything, even though he agreed on half of all the supplies. We need to go down, but the prince asks us to stop. Not only the prince is imprisoned, but also Iteran's loyal servants. Pichio cannot leave without them. The freed people sincerely thank Alshia. They had not even hoped for a successful outcome. Damn, someone's coming down the stairs. We can't leave him a chance to kill him. Just as Taylor was about to call out for a hero, he received a double blow. Even when Jaeho recognized the mercenary, he still continued to beat him. The shaman showed with his whole appearance that this was how it should be. Former prisoners are delighted with this murder. The prince never ceases to shower Alshia with gratitude. How the shaman managed to find the map. The mage used forbidden necromancy to protect the sleeping guardian. So here he is, that very Lord Chulkan, and the prince heard about a certain protector for the first time. Tina guessed who they were talking about. Just not that. That's it. Consider the plan over. Now she won't rest until she kills the monster. The royal family completely forgot about its existence, leaving only historical records. He definitely has to stay deep underground. The previous rulers didn't want to hear about the dragon, so they captured the country. Alshia doesn't need any fuss about the keeper. The clock is ticking. Time to get out. The elf is obsessed with the idea of killing the dragon. She must do it. No, they won't be able to defeat him unless they bring reinforcements. So much effort was spent searching for the map, and now the shaman is not going to fight the monster. Doesn't finding a plan oblige you to kill the dragon? In no way. Chulkan simply wanted to hide the map from outsiders. Jeho thinks that the presence of a protector should have saved Idarin from capture. The Lord found the monster and decided that it was the guardian of the kingdom. But after waking up, it was in a bad mood. The hero understands the dragon. It is easy to stab someone who suddenly wakes him up in the middle of his sleep. The NPCs are scared, but the shaman assures that he doesn't do that. The creature warned the Lord that it would not tolerate sudden disturbance. Chulkan, in order to protect the others, used magic to divide and hide the map. Otherwise, the dragon could destroy not only the country, but the entire world. But the hero doesn't understand why the monster is so angry. Perhaps it's all about oblivion. The historian is confused in his testimony about whether he could have deliberately left a plan of the dungeons in order to later use the keeper. Considering the Lord's stories to be frivolous, the hero set out to escape from prison. Chulkan shows the safe way to the treasury. Only the prince is needed to open the doors, and the Lord and the rest of his retinue can go to the exit. Pichio puts his hopes in the historian to save the survivors. He tearfully bids farewell to his subordinates, hoping to one day restore Idaran. Shouldn't the entrance to the treasury be guarded? The prince replies that the last time he was brought there were no guards. NPCs would not allow themselves to be so careless and self-confident. Vansik is curious how Jaho managed to get into prison. Taylor helped him a lot. The guild didn't care about the killer, but the blonde doesn't believe that one can betray one's own. The king quietly hinted that things were very difficult in Elysia, and Vansik remembered the elves and agreed. According to the map, you have come to the right place. The Tomb Raider skill pointed to the passage. The ability highlights the target object. Another reason for Vansik to be surprised is how cool his friend is in the game. Jeho doesn't show his cards. Maybe he is an all-powerful hero. The passage is made with high quality. It is not a random corridor. Finally, Pichio remembered the way. The treasure was around the corner. Here is a door with symbols, no guards. How to open the entrance? Maybe the heir has a secret key. No, such an absurd method is unreliable. The prince orders the doors to open for a member of the Idaran family. The hero is surprised. It was something like a spell. Tina refuted the assumption the power of words far exceeds magic. Sounds and looks more impressive than regular spells. But even when the shaman received the notification that the power of words was now available to him, he did not believe in the significance of the skill. The hero inherited it from Brazal. So far he has only one word at his disposal. Why did Jeho get the curse? They are waiting for him. We will have to figure out his ability as we go. So much money, how can I carry it all away? Vansik is shocked, but what about his friend? Jeho saw something similar. He must pretend that he was also amazed by the riches. There were still more savings in Brazal's treasury, but now he needed to hurry. A couple of friends are greedy for gold. The prince asks if what they have collected is not enough. They were discovered, and the prisoners were also free. The guard did not have time to pronounce the enemy's name. The murder will not go in vain. The guild's siren is now activated. If Vansik fears for his life, then Jeho does not want to part with the loot. The enemies managed to arrive before the heroes could leave the treasury. It's a good time to test the power of words. Curse of Brazal, suffer the pain. Vansik had definitely seen something similar, in something quite popular. The warriors are subject to restrictions by order of a noble being. Mana is lost instantly. Jeho needs time, so the blonde needs to distract the opponents. A friend is perplexed about what flowers and what mint has to do with it. Actually, they were attacked. They needed weapons. Why do they need plants now? The hero hastily wove a completed magical wreath. Now mana should be restored. This is the effect that flowers provide. The king had so many buffs that beams appeared from his eyes. The message for help reached the guild members, and rankers were sent to the dungeon. What I saw exceeded all my fears. The Trinity destroys their comrades without a chance of containment. What impressed me most was the elf shooting from his eyes. What kind of monster is this? They weren't warned about this. Alshia should be somewhere nearby. There is panic in the ranks. What to do? There are only 3 opponents. We must continue. Tina was chosen as the priority target, and she was surrounded. Elves are not invincible. If an attack hits, damage will be done. One of the fighters almost managed to hit the girl. The pressure should be continued. Tina dodged the daredevil with a high somersault and then killed him with one blow. Don't give up. Don't give in to fear. Sooner or later, her defenses will be broken through. The sword reached the girl's face. People take not by force, but by numbers. The rankers are getting closer to the elf. It's dangerous. A little more and the rays would have touched Vansik. He had to take off the wreath. However, Yahello believes in the power of words, so mana restoration cannot be refused. A friend tries to reason with him. It's better to throw away the loot from his inventory. Otherwise, he won't be able to escape. When the hero fell in love with gold coins so much, during the battle, Alshia's level increased, which was not the right time for notifications. The amount of mana has increased by 50 units due to the use of the power of words. Yahello took off the wreath. I need to look at the stats urgently. Vansik didn't like that the hero didn't take off his wreath. Now he doesn't like that he stopped cursing. The hourglass from Brazal's dungeon allows you to summon a golem. Last time he had 200 mana, now he should be able to do the ability. However, there is a condition: gold is required. The golem's body will absorb a set amount of wealth, but only half will return. Is it worth the risk? The hero asks Vansik to remove the jewelry from the inventory. Where is Pichio? I have a favor to ask of him. The main thing now is to survive, isn't it? Borrow gold, but for what reason? The brown bears stopped and everything around them shook. This is not an earthquake. Alshia is doing something. He chose the gold of Idaran. A terrible picture for the prince. The treasury is being emptied. This was not part of the deal. Now that the gold has been selected, the golem can be summoned. The monster is too strong for the brown bear players, and they can only flee. His level is 980, an unprecedented strength. No man can cope with such an opponent. Idaran's gold is very effective, Yahello will confirm. There are so many jewels that the golem has become even larger compared to Brazal's dungeon. But the call is not endless. You need to have time to escape. Looking at the giant, it is clear that there is more than enough time. It's time to move out. The golem is doing its job. Yahello orders the giant to clear the way. Insults are heard in the office. The head is furious. The intruders opened the treasury and carried out the gold. If there is an elf there, that means Alshia has gotten in there. The advisor reports that one of the opponents looked terrifying during the battle. In addition, a raid monster has appeared. The palace began to shake. The king did not understand where the giant could have come from. Mikhail, without realizing it, leads the leader down the wrong path, thinking that Alshia had planned everything this way from the start. It is suspicious that they knew about the underground passage. Both think that someone told the hero about the Prince of Idaran. The advisor suspects Red of this. The culprit insists that it was all about the quest. According to rumors, Red attacked because of flower items. The leader is furious and demands that the traitor be killed immediately. Although there is a more serious problem now, the palace is shaking more and more. An urgent evacuation is required. Now they see with their own eyes a level 980 giant. Yahello and his fellow sufferers got out of the dungeon. Even though they are saved, the view from above is impressive. The creature carried out the order. Almost half of the half-hour allotted for the call remained. Of course, it needs to be used effectively. The golem has to destroy the wall and move to Elysia. Only the elf is delighted with the hero's decision. The prince and Vansik are horrified. The chief of the brown bears recognized Alshia. Many people learned about the shaman's foray, so daring and brazen was the penetration. The advisor suggests that the giant is not owned by the player, but by the Idaran family. He thinks that the giant was imprisoned underground. Was there really no treasure here at all? A notification has arrived informing about the guardian of the kingdom. Ogic is angry, his gold is gone. The deity imposed debuffs of fear and weakness on the duo. It mistook the duo for robbers. This is the first time the keeper hears about the king of the brown bears, which means that the former rulers fell at the hands of the invaders due to their carelessness. But where did the treasures that were dedicated to the deity go? The untold riches were right there where they belonged. Previously, people used some of the reserves, but since everything has been stolen, the current king will have a chance to atone for his sins. The loss of the gold treasury needs to be replenished. Brown bears are also victims, so why should they care about this? However, there is no choice. You have to be obedient from the very beginning, otherwise people will get into trouble. The call time was enough to reach the mountain forest of Shuar. Vansik is still puzzled by how his friend develops new abilities. There is too much gold. It does not fit into the inventory. If only we could hide everything from prying eyes. Tina has a suggestion. The local orcs know the hidden corners well, but the elf had recently killed them. Vansik realized at the very first meeting that she was not all there. Yahello, having thought quickly, decided to make full use of the local monsters. The elves are back. They were killing their comrades mercilessly. We need to run. However, this time the aliens came with a request that did not concern the dragon. The hero will lead the monsters to one place, promising not to attack. He took 2 orcs with him and led them to the jewels. The shaman wants to keep everything for safekeeping. The monsters must have a suitable place. Their nest will not do. The warriors turned out to be too weak for Tina. In addition, they are often attacked by rankers, so players can easily find the cache. It turns out that there is a bank of the same name in the Shuar forest. However, not everything is so simple. The bank belongs to goblins. Jaeho has never seen them. They are masters at creating mechanisms for protection, but are very greedy for wealth. Their race is prone to lying. You can get stabbed in the back. It turns out to be a two-sided situation. The owners are blatantly lying, but the storage is reliably protected. The orc believes that even if the people are deceived, they can defeat the goblin and get their money back. Vansik sees a madman in his friend, both during the prison escape and now. The hero is going to talk to the goblin first. He pays the orcs to help guard him and show him the way to the bank. We had to go down into a deep gorge, strewn with traps, and we couldn't move a single step. A voice came from the speaker, announcing who had come here. The orc reports that he has brought a client. The elf wants to receive a service. What the hell is an elf? Why did they bring him here? It will be very difficult to come to an agreement with the goblin. The hero has heard about the reliability of the vault, so he wants to use the bank's services. The heavy gates finally open. The goblin might accept them. But why would the elves need his services? Do you really need help? Elves have always been enemies. Goblins constantly had to flee from their attacks. Tina heard about this from her elders, who did not like the destruction of nature. It's not time to separate the goblin's head from its body yet, as Alshia wants to work with it. The shaman warns that one must choose one's words carefully. Jaeho didn't plan to attack, and he's not an elf at all. Tina really likes the ears on the king, but they are no longer needed. The goblin cautiously asks if he is looking at a demon. What kind of person is this? With a face like that, he looks more like a monster. The hero took off his disguise, and the goblin calmed down a little. The client and the bank manager introduced themselves to each other. There is gold that Jaeho can't use yet, but there is no trust in Shindel's bank. The lie-revealing blindfold works on NPCs. The warnings were true, so you can't let yourself be deceived. You can't take a pile of riches with you, and there is more of it than in the entire bank vault. The goblin is curious about where it came from, but the man isn't going to explain. The hero introduces the prince of the former kingdom. Shindel is surprised, because now it is the land of brown bears. Yes, the manager is well informed. The jewels are straight from there. Alshia wants to keep them from his and Pichio's names. First of all, Shindel wants to test the gold for authenticity. The best sample. Everything is fine with this, but what kind of trace is on the coins? The shaman tries to press. What's there to find fault with? But the goblin smelled animal blood. Shindel states that the money cannot be from the Idaran treasury. The jewels smell like a damn lizard. The king is surprised that the dragon really exists. The common man should not own this gold. So the giant lizard is not a fiction. Jaeho noticed how Tina's face changed. She really wanted to find the dragon. A notification appeared that the opponent is lying. Shindel will not accept the dragon's savings for safekeeping, even though he let it slip about the bribery. He doesn't care what happens to the gold. The gang realized that there was going to be a devilish show now. There is a method of transportation, albeit very expensive, but some valuables will still remain. It's a shame that most of it will have to be lost irretrievably. Jaeho summons the golem again, using up all the material. Shindel is shocked. The coins disappear before his eyes. The wealth he began to consider his own is disappearing. The hero hopes that the manager will fall for this, otherwise the money will be wasted. Greed has won. For a goblin, there is nothing more desirable than the ringing and shine of coins. The tone has changed. It doesn't matter where the money comes from. There will be room for such a contribution. However, the risk is indeed high, and appropriate compensation is required. Alshia agrees that the terms of the deal weren't discussed from the very beginning. Both are modern security technologies. 30 traps, storage under reliable protection. The king is surprised. Even a dragon will be a match for them. It is doubtful, but the path is closed to other creatures. The hero trusts the defense mechanisms, but not the manager. Vansik concludes that this role suits his friend much better than working in a flower shop. At the MK head office, Jaeho was asked if he had really made a foray into the land of the brown bears. This is Kim Dupio, the recruiting manager, with a photo shoot and interview scheduled for today. Many people recognized the guy on the street, so he started using a mask. Kim believes that it is worth trying even harder to hide her identity, given what happened in the game. The manager doesn't understand why Jaeho infiltrated the enemy's territory. Brown bears kidnapped a flower shop employee, and this is enough to destroy part of the city. It is truly terrible. Kim considers the raid a real attack. He is touched that such a player joined them. The main thing now is to take a profile photo and then talk to the marketing department. Time flies, things don't wait, it's better to hurry. Size XL turned out to be too small. I'll have to order even larger. First, you need to apply makeup. Kim hopes that MK's future will be truly bright. Someone came. The MK representative did not expect him so early. Lee Sumin is interested to see the newcomer and see if he made the right choice. Kim is sure that not long ago the team's #1 came to undermine Alshia's reputation. Meanwhile, the hero is already ready. Jaeho decided to take the initiative by warming up before filming. He has heard about Lee Sumin as the team leader. The guy's terrifying aura also manifests itself in real life. Kim isn't about to let things slide, declaring that the boy came to see the new MK member. The hero is expected. Everything is ready for the photo shoot. Lee Sumin was confused. He clearly didn't expect to see a huge muscle man. Having said that he would go on a quest, he ran out of the room. The hero thought that Lee Sumin was quite polite. There are some bad rumors about the leader on the internet, and the newcomer was worried when he saw him. The community was agitated not so much by the penetration into the fortress, but by the appearance of a powerful golem. Alshia stated that he was not the one who summoned the giant. Elysia is being built and flourishing in the truest sense of the word. The elf is delighted with the new golem summoning skill. There was a time limit that time due to the large amount of jewelry used. Right now there are no resources to make the creature larger. And who are these people who came with the shaman? Despite the fact that the prince and his retinue were captured, the elf sees them only as workers. The elf responded to the complaint that such treatment of a royal person was unacceptable with threats. The elf knows about the fall of Iran due to the idleness of the rulers. How dare these insolent people follow the king all the way to Elysia? Haven't they killed the entire top brass of the former country? The surviving aristocrats and Pikio's cousins abandoned them to their fate. Wait, who are these people? With Jaeho came other Imitalians, freed from captivity, who want to settle in Elysia. The elf was already going to educate them. But not everything is so simple. Only one assistant is suitable for such a task. The onus of adapting the newcomers falls on Breeze's shoulders. He organized regular classes for residents. Such lectures could well be given by an NPC, but such an employee has not yet appeared. We will also have to take care of the royal retinue. Jaeho wants to know if anything has happened during his absence. The spirits are pleased. The divine tree is in excellent condition. But May has something to report. The managers of the pro gaming team managed to create chaos. May didn't understand what was meant by the monopoly of talent. The recruiters remained at the sawmill, begging for the ban on hiring members of ManhwaCapped to be lifted. There are a lot of talented players here. How can you prohibit them from moving to other teams? Jaeho is not the guild master of this group at all. He has no power over them. Managers are outraged by the restrictions on outside activities. They need to find out the details from Breeze. It turns out he is so grateful to Alshia that he decided to play just for him. The hero gave their organization a new meaning before that. Her game life was stuck in the Roxchi forest. Now the guild exists for the sake of Elysia. If managers are trying to hire anyone, they need to contact Breeze. No need to bother store employees anymore. The problems are resolved. We can continue with large-scale goals. How can we find the treasury of Brazil, which was flooded with water? The vault was in the same dungeon, but there are no clues. Suddenly, a lizard with a tail resembling a succulent jumped out of the trembling cactus. The hero had to jump down, giving the order to the golem to attack the monster. But the giant is too slow to fight the reptile. Its size and weight are now only a hindrance. The shaman is confident that the lizard is not very high level, so he himself is capable of defeating it. The enemy is caught in a painful hold. The next move is for the golden creation. Apparently the level 15 golem is not strong enough. Is there a way to make it better? A cactus-shaped tail can easily deceive a traveler. Right, you can dress the giant in flower items. Jaeho came up with the idea of turning him into a walking greenhouse. Earth and stones do not meet the summoning conditions. The more gold there is, the more unsuitable the golem's body becomes for plants. It's probably all a waste of resources to experiment. There is a shield in the inventory. Can it be used for summoning? The guy is delighted at the mere thought of a flower garden on the golem. However, the shield is too unique to waste it on testing. May burst into the store. She was scared. Some dwarf showed up and almost got into a fight with the elves. The spirit of life said that he was familiar with the guest. The dwarf is trying to reach the elves. He knows a shaman named Alshia. Yes, the king had dealings with Volca. The dwarf is lying again. His creditors are looking for him. The choice is up to the hero. Jaeho doesn't want to solve the problems of the lost gambling addict. Samantha came up to me and asked who this dwarf was. Getting equipment from a blacksmith of his race is almost impossible. But the guy doesn't believe in Volca's abilities. Samantha claims that his kind are hard to find on the continent, and there's a mine in the forest. Yes, that's right. And the mountain hermit also asked for workers to be brought. The cunning plan is to lock Volca under the mountain and force her to work. The demons in the forest love gambling, and the debt collectors won't find the debtor. The hero has embraced his dark side once again. Volca is one step away from death, but Alshia agrees to help. But he needs to prove that he came to repay the debt. The blacksmith became interested in the task of creating armor for the golem. He is Immediately a demon emerged from the bushes. So they met, now they will live next to each other. How could this be? Being neighbors was not at all part of the plans of either being. Then the blacksmith will be glad to see the creditors, and the demon will go for a walk with the elves. There is someone Volka must meet. The mine, once a tomb, will become the dwarf's new place of work. Wow, the dungeon is full of quality iron ore and treasures. That's how Alshia found it. If Volka steals anything, death will find him. The demon will watch over the blacksmith. There is also another guard. The king calls for the mountain hermit. The dwarf is confused as to who it is. Soon a giant appeared. The man needed a flower or something else. Alshia did not come alone, but with a new friend for the monster. The monster didn't immediately recognize the dwarf, but the man kept his promise. The hermit will not give in to any thoughts of theft. If miners worked here, then there must be a forge. The giant is very happy to have a new companion. Now he will show you where you can forge. A magma furnace in the shape of a traditional toilet. Where could the monster go? No one relieved him of his needs. But how can one work in such conditions? Pure indigestible mineral can be found in the giant's excrement. The dwarf Volka was unpleasantly surprised by the stories of the giant and Alshia. Volka sweated at the thought of working with the giant's excrement and living for the shelter of the forest. Pleased with the dwarf's reaction, Alshia told him that this was now his work and home. Standing before Volka as a superior, Alshia finally upset him with his fate. Pleased with his gloating, Alshia wished for Volka to remain here forever. Having reported the news to the lady, the scout got tired of searching for the dwarf's debtor. Miss Goldtooth confidently reported that Alshia helped the dwarf. Having discovered traces of the fugitive, the scout began to search for his coordinates more actively. Miss Goldtooth wanted to go to the Emba forest, but the scout stopped her. The armor made by the dwarf was inlaid with precious stones. Alshia was delighted with the armor forged by Volka. Having summoned the golem, Alshia discovered that the armor was too small. The armor contained feces and stones, and the hero wondered how to preserve the ingredients. The task turned out to be difficult and even made me sweat. As he worked, Volka winced at Alshia's unexpected response. After hearing the order, Volka got ready to work on the new alloy. Having dictated the order, Alshia reported that the fate of the gambler was unknown. Alshia picked up the alloy made by the dwarf. Remembering Samantha's words, Alshia decided to hurry with the test. Once out in the forest, Alshia prepared diligently for the experiment. After taking a closer look at the structure of the earth, Alshia was upset by the differences. Rostacek consoled Alshia by explaining about the wrong tool. Alshia was annoyed that he was unable to obtain the element. Sprout admired his master's ability to create a golem. With a furious gathering of strength, Alshia summoned a new golem. Not expecting the result, Alshia watched the experiment with caution. The golem infused itself with intelligence, becoming a living being. Alshia regretted that he had not thought through the experimental plan fully. Having remembered the components, Alshia was upset that he had not taken everything into account. Hearing loud sounds from the forest, Alshia became even more upset. Upon learning the cause of the noise, Alshia was unpleasantly surprised. Having decided to warn the elves, Alshia hurried towards them. A dark figure appeared ahead, dealing with the elves. Shikuta's elder brother sighed with relief upon seeing Alshia. Ignoring the resistance, Goldtooth turned to Alshia. Without mercy, the girl pulled the trigger. Alshia was shocked by the bloody massacre of the elf. Ignoring the threats, the girl smiled sweetly and laughed. Alshia decided to deceive the girl by greeting her. Smiling, Goldtooth didn't believe Alshia and wanted to leave. Suddenly attacking, Goldtooth introduced herself as her name. Without emotion, she demanded Volka's location. Not falling for the pretense, the girl lost her composure. Alshia wondered if he would have to fight her. Suddenly a bloody golem appeared and attacked the girl. Having dealt with her, the golem happily showed his class to the creator. The elves rejoiced and jumped for joy. Having come to her senses, Goldtooth crawled out of the bushes to carry out the massacre. While adjusting her hair, she decided to test Alshia's strength. The enraged elves attacked Goldtooth with threats. Deftly waving it aside, she fired a powerful shot from the double-barreled shotgun. One elf desperately tried to dodge the attack. Seeing the dark aura, everyone decided that she had become a demon. Taking advantage of the reaction, Goldtooth struck with confidence. Alshia screamed in indignation, barely managing to dodge. Out of breath, Alshia found Vinny and asked for help. After ordering Vinny to find common ground with the golem, Alshia waited. Shaking with fear, Vinny refused to carry out the order. Without waiting for the whining, Alshia grabbed Vinny. Having summoned the technique, Alshia launched the servant to carry out the order. With tears in his eyes, Vinny flew off to deal with the golem. Finding himself in the hands of the golem, Vinny was touched. Bored, Goldtooth turned to Alshia. Without waiting for an attack, she swung at Alshia. Alshia had difficulty keeping up with her, fending off her blows. Finally finding his moment, Alshia struck. Having fought back, the girl realized Alshia's plan. While she was muttering, Alshia was wondering what to do. Confident, Goldtooth fired to kill. Thinking hard, Alshia decided that a debuff was needed. Summoning the technique, Alshia attacked the enemy. Goldtooth was surprised by the decrease in attack speed and became suspicious. While she was thinking, Alshia attacked immediately. Trying to draw him into close combat, Alshia threw away his pistol, but the girl continued to wave the pistol at him. She smirked and called him low level. While she was speaking, Alshia was trying to figure out how to overcome her. Having learned about instincts, the girl became disappointed. Fancying her victory, Zlata Zupka continued to humiliate. Taking a step, Alshia concluded that the plants here were special. Suddenly, a flower fluttered behind Alshia. As he spoke, writhing tentacles of vines emerged. Anticipating defeat, Goldtooth laughed at the speech. While waiting for the moment, Alshia went into deep thought. Having waited for inspiration, he tensed up for the attack. A green glow of power appeared in Alshia's hands. Suddenly the earth shook and roots with thorns burst forth. Confident, Alshia showed the power of flower shops. Goldtooth didn't have time to dodge the blow of the roots. Alshia swung the shovel at her right there. The girl realized that she had fallen into Alshia's trap. Gathering her strength, she tried to dodge the roots. The girl hoped that Alshia's plan wouldn't work. Alshia was upset that the girl escaped the attacks. The girl, ready for battle, had something in mind. She prepared a bomb with an unlimited blast radius. Confident of victory, Alshia made her doubt. Enraged, Goldtooth threw a bomb at him. To her annoyance, she realized that he had predicted the actions. In response, Alshia summoned the next technique. There was an explosion and the bomb exploded not far from her. Alshia shielded himself from the falling ash with his hand. Having decided that the girl was defeated, he moved on. Her sudden appearance took Alshia by surprise. Alshia was puzzled as to why the plant was changing state. Goldtooth was depressed and upset by the failure. Filled with hatred, she was ready to finish him off. Alshia was cornered and didn't know how to escape. Suddenly the golem appeared and hit Goldtooth powerfully. Alshia beamed at the unexpected help and fell in love with the golem. Vinny reported that the golem was beside itself with demonic energy. Everyone is in panic from the attacks of the maddened plant. Vinny didn't understand Alshia's problem. Hoping to stop the attack, they began to shout. Alshia was delighted that Vinny had come to an agreement with the plants. A tired Goldtooth came back into view. Holding her hand close to her chest, she stood unsteadily. Alshia argued that he could not give up Volca. Tormented, she did not lose hope of victory. While she stood there, the golem swung his arm to defeat her. Alshia thanked Golem for his help. Afterwards, he became puzzled by the question about Vinny and the plants. Vinny explained that Golem did not want to obey. After the explanation, Alshia called Golem to rest. Alshia became concerned about the experiments on the golems. Volca was surprised by the news about Goldtooth. The thought of being captured made him feel uneasy. Trying hard, Volca prepared payment for Alshia. Pleased with the work, Volca presented an iron ingot. The data on the bar was disappointing. Volca boasted of dwarven magic. Alshia became interested in this magic. He said that an ordinary person would not be able to use it. Alshia decided to go to Volca's homeland. Thinking over the words, Volca concluded that he had to be a dwarf. The main character was delighted with the new news. He thanked Volca for the gift. Volca asked Alshia for permission to carry out his wishes. Volca was happy about his promotion to blacksmith status. Alshia studied forest materials intensively. The guy was surprised by the new notification from the call center. Anticipating the order, Alshia glued himself to the screen excitedly. The hero was disappointed that this was not a new task. Alshia listened to the informational voice message. He readily stated that he would do everything as needed. Enchanted by the client, Alshia decided to do more. Alshia took his time thinking about the new lineup. A small bouquet of blue and purple flowers lay on the table. By placing your hand next to the flower, you can feel regeneration. Looking at the flower with admiration, Alshia is about to begin her work. Inspired by his work, Alshia weaves a flower crown with special skill. Having finished his work, Alshia placed the wreath on the table to admire its perfection. Pleased with himself, Alshia holds the wreath reverently and tenderly, feeling its magical power. Carefully holding the wreath, Alshia thought about how to use its properties correctly now. The little green fairy Alshia rushed to decipher the properties of the wreath on his shoulder. Vinny also came to the aid of the brainstorming session, helping him on Alshia's other shoulder. Pondering over the safety of the wreath, Alshia sat on a chair motionless, lost in thought. The green fairy giggled softly at Vinny's conclusions because of their absurdity and mistakes. Satisfied with his work, Alshia decided to proceed without delay. Landing on his feet after moving from another place, Red sighed with relief. Confident in his actions, Red is glad that he left the Bear Guild forever. Taking a decisive step forward, Red moved towards the city with new hopes and plans. Having imagined his ideal future, Red began to dream of a wonderful life ahead. Excited by his dreams, Red ran quickly across the tiles of the city square. Red, hearing a familiar voice, was very scared, seeing Alshia nearby unexpectedly. Alshia enthusiastically clung to Red and showed off his new work proudly. Red was a little embarrassed by Alshia's excessive excitement in front of him at that moment. Looking at the properties of the item Alshid created, Red became inspired by its power. Surprised by the state of the wreath, Red concentrated on searching the list on the screen. Red was puzzled when he heard Alshia's question about future plans for use. Alshia hoped for his friend's help in promoting his flower business. Red was taken aback by Alshia's recommendations on how to transport the wreath in case of breakage. Red was overjoyed and agreed to Alshia's terms without hesitation. Alshia handed Red a sparkling talisman bracelet with unique properties. Red was touched by the unexpected gift and shed a tear of gratitude. A little embarrassed, Red asked Alshia to show him the night city of Elysia. Satisfied with Red's reaction, Alshia agreed to show him the city in detail. Red watched with rapture as the beautiful flowers sparkled in the darkness, taking his breath away. Alshia noted with abandon how beautiful flowers are when they are simply blooming. The decision to confess made Alshia Red shake feverishly with excitement and fear. The girl with the pink bob, hiding around the corner, was anticipating a romantic confession. Alshia was perplexed by Red's confession, who was anxiously justifying his feelings. Alshia calmly concluded that he had sufficient information about this. He beamed at Red's confession and was immensely happy and grateful. Red was touched by Alshia's kindness towards him in a difficult situation. Red was very impressed with how the flower seller looked when a customer came. Dreamily floating in the air, Red thought about Alshia and his amazing abilities. Red excitedly shouted words of gratitude to Alshia for his support and help. Dreaming Red rubbed his nose, thinking about the future in this amazing world. While Red was dreaming, Alshia remembered the real reason for his expulsion from the guild. Alshia didn't understand what had touched Red so much at that moment in time. A pleased Red recorded a stream of his former comrades openly. Anticipating the audience's reaction, Red continued speaking confidently to the camera. And finally, he enthusiastically proclaimed the purpose of his address to the viewers on the stream. Red briefly intrigued the audience by revealing his new achievements. By placing a wreath on his head, Red demonstrated his superiority over his competitors. Having dressed up, Red gave an inspired speech about the benefits of the wreath. Red enthusiastically decided to demonstrate his oratorical skills to the audience. Red has been touting his wreath as the best leveling artifact. Carried away by his passionate speech, Red also showed off his new bracelet. Red continued to convince viewers that artifacts would help increase their level. Alshia was very surprised when he heard that his artifacts had now become popular. He now understood why there were so many more orders in the store than before. The guy was pleasantly surprised that he received good publicity in the gaming community. The hero dreamed of increasing profits from the sale of his unique products. Suddenly, Alshia became alert when he heard a familiar voice from the screen about new changes. He was confused by the voice speaking from the screen after learning important news about the game world. And then he thought about the upcoming changes that could affect his business. The guy was interested in being invited to participate in an exhibition game. The hero mentally calculated that he should go there in order to expand his capabilities. After some thought, Alshia agreed to take part in the game for the new opportunities. A small number of twigs of different colors neatly scattered across Alshia's desk. Alshia pondered why people still doubted the power of flowers in the game. Alshia, excited by the power of the flowers, anticipated the scale of future orders. Satisfied with the result of his work, Alshia handed the order to the buyer. Hoping that the customer would like the product, Alshia waited impatiently for approval. The customer, upset by unmet expectations, wondered how to wear it now. After looking at the description and stats, the customer was shocked by the high indicators. Thanks to the high quality of the wreath, the customer was satisfied with the result of the purchase. Having lost interest in criticizing the properties of the wreath, Alshia demanded feedback on its beauty. While walking through the city square, Samantha found Alshia to introduce him to her friend. Having exchanged handshakes, Alshia was pleased with his new acquaintance that day. However, Alshia felt like he had seen this man somewhere before in the game. While Alshia was raving about the store's popularity, the man realized that he hadn't been recognized. The man tried to praise Alshia carefully so as not to hurt his feelings. The two men admired the beauty of the flowers growing around the city with admiration. Standing in the town square, two men got into a heated conversation about the latest news. Samantha, hearing the conversation between the two, was a little embarrassed by their enthusiasm. Alshia praised Dianta's good deed in building the area. Inspired by his idea, Alshia also decided to build a residential area around it. The two men were fascinated by the idea that a small flower meadow would become a park. Bamboo Cane noted for itself a profitable cooperation with Alshia in the future. Bamboo Cane began to tell Alshia about his plans in detail and openly. Bamboo Cane thought hard about the danger of conflict with Alshia again. Alshia became suspicious of Bamboo Cane's desire to move to Elysia. In response, Bamboo Cane turned on all his charm to get a positive answer. Alshia recoiled from his new admirer, not expecting such assertiveness. Pushing away the Bamboo Cane's persistent attention, Alshia repeated his goals. Bamboo Cane was delighted with Alshia's floriculture skills. Alshia was impressed by the positive feedback he received from various players about his color preferences. And then Bamboo Cane blurted out the 100% reason for his visit about the gnome. Alshia, walking through the city on the day of the MK game match, heard enthusiastic shouts. Tired of people's reactions to him, Alshia noticed the appeal of one of them. After listening sullenly to the man's request, Alshia agreed to help him in trouble. Alshia, a little embarrassed in front of the camera, smiled, not accustomed to the attention. Suddenly nearby, the heart-rending cry of a girl trying to catch up with the thief was heard. Alshia, standing in the path of the speeding motorcyclist, prepared to attack him. The motorcyclist, who had not expected such a turn of events, was completely perplexed. At full speed, with outrageous force, Alshia knocked the motorcyclist to the ground. Having easily dealt with the thief, Alshia took the handbag to return it to its owner. The girl, amazed by his act, thanked him for his help and bravery. Noticing the admiring glances of onlookers, Alshia hurried to his destination. An office worker thanked Alshia for raising their MK status in the game. The office worker was content with the latest news about the upcoming changes. An office worker enthusiastically invited Alshia to greet everyone present. Alshia had to greet every member of the MK Gamers' inauguration ceremony. An office worker apologized for the inappropriate behavior of one of the participants. Coming closer, player Kim Jin-ah beamed a welcoming smile at everyone present. Kim Jin enthusiastically spoke to everyone about the importance of this event. The girl happily noted that she had heard about Alshia from her father earlier. Alshia was wondering whether to consider the girl's comments as a compliment or an insult. After talking with the sweet-looking girl, Alshia decided to politely agree to work. Alshia couldn't help but recall his father's kindest expression from his childhood. Alshia was surprised when the office worker said that the three of them would be on a team. Entering another room, everyone was surprised by the impressive size of the capsules nearby. Everyone was satisfied with the convenience of the new capsules for comfortable gaming. Alshia, not believing his eyes, opened one of the capsules to examine the details. Continuing to explain, the office worker was satisfied with Alshia's reaction. The office worker firmly declared that it was time to start playing. Alshia was a little confused that in this game he had the same equipment as always. A teammate pleased with the upcoming game voiced some important points. Having moved to some field, Alshia didn't like that it was too empty around. Alshia was worried that he had a lower level than the pro players. A teammate happily announced that level 200 was being fixed for all participants. The comrade continued his story about the advantages of this special server. Alshia thought about his teammate's explanation of the rules of the upcoming game. He imagined what he could get extra points for in this exciting match. The comrade solemnly declared that by completing the task, one could improve one's characteristics. The comrade emphasized the importance of playing fair while Alshia was thinking about something. Alshia and his comrade looked in surprise at the new player who appeared. A new player named Suman enthusiastically showed off his skills to everyone. Suman gleefully concluded that it was a coincidence that Alshia was here among the professionals. Having moved away further, the comrade said that he was a braggart without any real skills. Alshia became interested in checking her scores before the start of a serious game. Alshia was involuntarily surprised by his comrade's reactions to the information about his gaming data. Kim Jin decided to take a closer look at everything and study the situation. Not believing their eyes, his comrades pounced on Alshia with questions about his level. Alshia's expression showed that nothing had gotten through to him at that moment. Alshia's head was filled with thoughts of his favorite hobby, flower gardening, in the game. After the general order to move was announced, everyone became excited, expecting a fight. Looking at the scoreboard, Alshia became nervous about how best to distribute his points. Doubts took over Alshia's brain, and from the overabundance of thoughts he almost burst. The three finally found themselves in the labyrinth of chaos, ready for the trials ahead. The team was amazed by the scale of the labyrinth and its complex structure around them. Before the team had even started moving forward, the boy revealed some nuances. After thinking, Alshia came to the conclusion that he needed to defeat as many monsters as possible. The team froze in anticipation of the monsters, ready for the upcoming battle with them. Alshia suggested his own way to score as many points as possible in this labyrinth. Alshia thought about his comrade's plan for achieving victory. Each league had its own map, which made the game more difficult. The team leisurely strolled through the labyrinth and discussed their next steps and battle strategy. The teammate continued to be clever, describing the details of the upcoming battle in detail. Finally, a huge werewolf monster with a bared mouth emerged from around the corner. A deafening howl from the knoll was heard, and Alshia barely heard his comrade's words through the noise. Preparing to attack, the team gathered their strength for a decisive blow to the monster. The comrade decided to take the first blow himself, covering the others with his shield. Without wasting any time, Alshia rushed forward into battle with a shovel in his hands. The comrades were afraid for Alshia and rushed to help without hesitation. Meanwhile, Alshia deftly hit the monster in the face with his shovel. Alshia urgently called his faithful little friends for help. Summoning a spatula, Alshia dealt a powerful blow to the monster's turnip. Then, jumping back with a bomb, Alshia summoned a magical explosion around himself. Landing on a hard surface, Alshia felt a sense of relief in his movements. The teammate was amazed by the excellent execution of the technique in battle. Then Alshia had to bear the brunt of everyone's blows. The teammates were absolutely stunned, watching the spectacle from a safe distance. Suddenly, a disgruntled Suman appeared, irritated by the team's inaction. The cunning Suman was going to remove his competitors from the road by attacking Alshia. The teammate approved of Suman's attack on Alshia without objection. Suman rushed to kill two birds with one stone. An unsuspecting Alshia saw Suman approaching from behind. Alshia took the blow with ease, without moving. Suman, who did not expect such a quick response, was upset by the failure. Without wasting time on chatter, Alshia punched Suman right in the nose. Alshia began to beat Suman without stopping with obvious passion. Having gathered his courage, Suman was able to parry Alshia's attack at least once. While Suman was thinking, Alshia delivered an unstoppable kick to the face. Suman, shocked by the defeat, wondered how he managed it. While calmly eating food on the sidelines, the comrades discussed the fight among themselves. Having lost a lot of strength in the battle, Suman thought about what to do next. Finally, the self-confident Suman pulled out his trump card against Alshia. Alshia, pleased with himself, decided to gloat over the retreating Suman. Suman was too shocked by Alshia's trick to respond. Having blown up the enemy, Alshia shockingly went to his comrades. After the tournament ended, Alshia received rave reviews from fans. The player playing Suman is actually amazed by Alshia's abilities. The teammate was indignant when Alshia refused to continue. After his successful fight in the match, Alshia became a celebrity in Elysia. Thoughts about urgently building residential areas were spinning in Alshia's head. The accounting giant said there were not enough funds to implement the plan. Alshia was upset that the dream was impossible without gold coins. Suddenly, the idea of visiting a bank for a loan struck Alshia's head. The giant was inspired by an idea that would make Alshia's vision a reality. The giant excitedly explained his plan to expand the lands. The giant, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, noted that there was one problem. Having recalled the detail, Alshia asked his question about the project's financing. Alshia quickly came up with an idea to solve this problem. Suddenly, the giant remembered something about possible cooperation with the elves. Alshia and Giant continued their discussion about the details of the upcoming plan. The giant decided to begin implementing the plan immediately. Alshia became concerned that the growth of the lands could affect other people's possessions. Samantha and May listened in surprise to the voice announcement on the screen. Alshia decided to approach the girls and offer his idea for free. May and Samantha were quite willing to agree when they heard the word free right away. Hearing the free giveaway, Alshia's friend also came running without an invitation. The friend was offended that he didn't get the land plot for free. Croissant and Mr. Yukchang greeted Alshia with smiles. Those who approached also asked for part of the land for settlement. Pleased with his friend's interest, Alshia asked the giant to explain. The giant read the details of the land allocation with great concentration. Croissant was very offended by the change in the rules for receiving. Alshia agreed to correct the necessary part of the contract for everyone. Croissant and Mr. Yukchang became interested in Alshia's request for land. Suddenly, Chancellor Zulkan appeared before everyone with a serious expression. Croissant was shocked and surprised by the Chancellor's appearance at that moment. Zulkan came to clarify and lay all the misunderstandings to rest. Zulkan confidently reminded what Croissant and Yukchang were supposed to do. Zulkan firmly pointed out to Croissant that she had not shown sincerity. Croissant froze and was embarrassed by Zulkan's words in front of everyone. Zulkan realized that Mr. Yukchang was trying to take a bite out of the pie. Chancellor Zulkan was seriously angry at the impudence of these two scoundrels. Having calmed down, Zulkan repeated his conditions to everyone present. Zulkan looked up at Croissant and Yukchang, lightning flashing around him. Embarrassed, Croissant and Yukchang had to accept the old man's offer. Fearing the old man, the two ran away as fast as their heels sparkled. Alshia was pleased to find that sales quickly increased in popularity. Sitting on a chair, Alshia was surprised by the sudden appearance of an uninvited guest. Alshia was annoyed to learn the origins of the guests from the hostile guild. After thinking for a bit, Alshia decided that the guests had come a bit too early. Alshia was unpleasantly surprised when he realized that a double was sitting in front of him. The double became angry with Alshia for his success in the new world. Zulkan was furious with the rudeness and fought back against the annoying double. Zulkan knelt before Alshia like a loyal servant. Zulkan became nervous and decided to give Alshia advice on business. Zulkan began to crucify himself before Alshia about the devastation of his former country. Confident in his statements, Zulkan announced the arrest of these guests. A minor squabble broke out between the guests and Zulkan due to his insolence. The guests and Zulkan began to quarrel loudly among themselves without compromise. Alshia was impressed by grandfather Zulkan's professional drive. The blonde guest began to spit out curses and threats without shame. Suddenly the elves appeared and grabbed the offender for disturbing the peace. Alshia was pleasantly surprised by the appearance of the elves at the right moment. Zulkan apologized to Alshia with deep respect for the disturbance. A conversation began between Zulkan and Alshia about the future of the kingdom. Kindness could sometimes be poisonous, so the Rasel should not be underestimated. Alshia was worried about what to do if a war with the elves nearby started. But Zulkan was confident that the war would never start thanks to diplomacy. He warned Alshia that he needed to get to know the enemy better in order to win. Alshia needed to find out as much information as possible about the Kingdom of Rasel. The Kingdom of Rasel terminated its previous contract with the Gardens of Elysia. Alshia managed to get some gold for breaking the contract. The elves met him to find out if everything turned out as he wanted. They also said that they caught a man snooping around them, and they waited for an order from Alshia on what to do with this prisoner. Alshia ordered him to be released and took him aside to talk. Alshia hired him to learn more about the Herb of Eternal Youth. Rainier told her about it, and there was a good chance it was true. Meeting Rainier caused emotions in Alshia's interlocutor. Despite the difficulty of the task, he agreed to it without hesitation. Suddenly someone called Alshia and asked him to help the tribe in trouble. Long ago, Tilate made a secret deal with the Kingdom of Rasel. This deal was made almost 300 years ago, but the details are hidden. Alshia needed someone with connections to the Kingdom of Rasel for information. This man turned out to be Archmage Rainier, the leader of the Red Tower. They hadn't seen Alshia for a long time, but Rainier remembered him. Alshia didn't even think that he would appear so quickly with teleportation. The Elysia Gardens delighted Rainier, and he wanted to walk through them. He lived a long time and never met such an amazing person. And Alshia wanted to get information from him about the Herb of Youth. Rainier asked whether the Red Ball's help would be needed for this, and Alshia asked him about Tilite and his deal with Rasel. In this matter, Alshia really only needed Rainier. Rainier had no intention of interfering in the disputes between the kingdoms. He said that Tilite helped grow the Herb of Eternal Youth. Alshia clarified whether she actually exists in this world. She didn't exist, but enlightenment prolongs life like Rainier's. Rainier helped him make pills from this herb for immortality. These were the pills of immortality, and were said to have been made by the gods. The Red Tower refused them. The royal family made them themselves. But Rainier had no idea where they were growing this grass now. If Alshia knew where this place was, he would burn it to the ground. Alshia invited Rainier to admire the night view of the city. It was stunningly beautiful with the Milky Way overhead. Alshia spent a considerable amount of money to arrange all this for the city. Rainier was sure that it was not just about money, but about Alshia. Rainier wanted to be able to admire such beauty forever. But being the leader of the Red Tower was not easy, and he could not leave. If the tower collapsed, he could rebuild it with his own efforts. But suddenly Rainier came up with the idea of moving the tower here. He decided to buy the Elysium site for the Red Tower at auction. It was a kind of payment for the information provided by Alshia. But in fact, he gave Alshia no useful information about the herb. Although moving the tower would give Elysia popularity and increase the price of land, the tower country had to finance the research. This is important. Therefore, the elder should be told not to come, but the minister noticed the benefit. The taxes will be enough to cover the tower's magical research. Once the Red Tower buys the plot, coexistence negotiations will begin. It's been a long time since a civil servant has been so passionate about his work. It's time to think about the problem that has been outlined in general terms. Taylor doesn't agree to be a gopher, no matter what dubious tasks he's offered. He is an assassin, but otherwise is no different from other players. Services must be paid for. Jeho threatens to reveal the fact that the mercenary is spying on him. Taylor was involved in home invasions during the capture of Idaran. We need to find something in Rasel's castle. Is the killer interested in such a task? It's better to discuss the details face-to-face. The meeting will take place in the Shuar Forest. The Goblin Bank branch will do. I need to get something from the vault. Jeho is there, and he demands that the doors be opened immediately. Funds are running out. The treasury requires replenishment for a large-scale project. It wouldn't hurt to check your contribution. The goblin invites you inside. He reassures that nothing has been touched. The gold is still in place in the vault. The riches are collected in huge piles so that it is impossible to determine the quantity. Pichio, it's time to get to work. Let him check the supplies immediately. The manager is puzzled as to why the boy would be looking at the mountains of wealth here. Alshia threatens, The deception will be exposed. It is better to confess right now. Pichio can open all locks and security devices of low-status people. He is also able to accurately calculate the amount of gold in the vault. The shortage amounted to just under 350,000 coins. Why did the manager get down on his knees if he simply forgot the amount? Pichio is still dejected by the way his family's wealth is fading away. Al-Shia got everything he wanted from the bank this time. Meanwhile, the elves caught a man snooping around the area. There is no need to kill him. The mercenary should be released alive. Why did Taylor get involved in this? Those annoying elves again. They say that the herb of eternal youth is hidden in Rassel, and the killer is tasked with finding it. Taylor considers her existence a fiction, but the hero believes Rainier. Yahello was able to gain an audience with an NPC that others could not reach. A mercenary can manage to sneak up and escape unnoticed. Suddenly someone called out to Al-Shia, asking for help in an urgent matter. A quest is offered to save the orcs from the people. The king sends troops. So Croaking decided to stir up the orc settlement. Taylor is involved. The shaman has already taken aim at the killer traitors deserve death. Brown bears scour the area looking for stolen treasures. Rumors spread about a dragon demanding the return of treasures. The Guardian really does exist. The advisor didn't lie about it. The orcs will be quickly defeated. Either help them or take the loot. There are too many valuables. It won't be possible to take them out in a couple of trips. How will the orcs repay for helping to protect the tribe from attacks? A shaman is not satisfied with small rewards, he needs real motivation. It's a completely different story if the income from the robberies goes to Elysia. The elves are tasked with dealing with the brown bear people. Yahello will go to the bank. He needs to prepare for an important visit. Summoning a golem requires treasure. Pichio will look for something worthwhile. Yahello tries to cheer up the dejected prince. Adding land reduces the share. He came across an interesting item. Who knows if it is suitable for a golem? Al-Shia couldn't help but admire the shield of the knight Idarin. Al-Shia and the little youth were diligently searching for something in the treasury. Holding the shield in his hands, Al-Shia thought about its use. Al-Shia came up with a brilliant idea to strengthen the golem. Pichio was a little surprised to learn that Al-Shia had decided to collect the entire knight's set. Al-Shia was overjoyed when he found the missing items. The goblin treasure guard was puzzled by the use of treasures for golems. Pleased with the goblin's question, Al-Shia told him all the information about the golems. Al-Shia's excessive curiosity about the golems made him suspicious of the guard. Al-Shia watched in bewilderment as the goblin figured out the golem's schematics. Inspired by his knowledge, the goblin showed off a drawing of Al-Shia. Taking the drawing in his hands, Al-Shia looked at it carefully, puzzled. Comparing the abilities of the future golem, Al-Shia was delighted. Pleased with Al-Shia's reaction, the goblin extended his hand to shake his. Anticipating a successful outcome, Al-Shia cheerfully shook hands. Al-Shia, remembering the cost, reminded the goblin of the golem's value. Meanwhile, in the forest, the Swore was scouting out a detachment from the Grizzly Kingdom. The squad was beside itself with rage, searching for orcs everywhere without rest. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the elves appeared with their task. The elves immediately attacked this detachment without warning. The enraged leader of the elven squad chased after the extermination of his opponents. Unable to withstand the enemy's onslaught, the Grizzly squad urgently called for reinforcements. The maddened leader of the elves killed his enemy outright in battle. Croaking was annoyed to discover his squad's defeat in the forest. In pursuit of the treasure, Croaking ordered the others to move there. Croaking was fired up to find Al-Shia's location in the forest. Hearing Taylor's call, Croaking became even more excited about the connection. Upon hearing of Al-Shia's location, Croaking became excited. Satisfied with the answer, Croaking prepared to send out a detachment. Lost in his dreams, Croaking wanted to find treasures for the kingdom. Croaking continued to talk with Taylor about plans for attack. Meanwhile, in the forest, Al-Shia and Taylor came up with a plan to deceive. Al-Shia became interested in why Croaking himself couldn't come for the treasure. Taylor explained Croaking's full motives in this matter. Al-Shia conceived a large-scale plan to overthrow the Grizzly power. Al-Shia was filled with rage to destroy the Grizzly Kingdom as quickly as possible. Taylor asked for a plot of land in Elysium in exchange for his cooperation. Having reached full combat readiness, Al-Shia decided to act immediately. Meanwhile, discussing the defeat of the reconnaissance team, the squad turned up their noses. While chilling in the forest, the squad noticed something in the distance. Overjoyed by the find, the squad began to think about how to catch Al-Shia alive. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind the squad, scattering them in different directions. Al-Shia, tired of waiting for his enemies, turned back with displeasure. Watching the reaction of the defeated, Al-Shia turned to Vinny. Enraged by Al-Shia's claim, Vinny became angry with the creator. Ignoring the fallen, Al-Shia moved towards the golem. Al-Shia watched his new golem in battle with admiration. The armed and dangerous golem began to attack the squad. Watching from afar, Goblin was pleased with the results of his innovations. The squad resolutely prepared to attack the dangerous golem. While the golem was distracted, one of the squad jumped up to attack. The squad began to attack strongly, maneuvering against the golem. Pleased with a minor defeat, the squad underestimated the enemy. Al-Shia, watching from the side, was skeptical about the squad. Meanwhile, the squad inflicted more and more damage on the golem in battle. Suddenly, the golem summoned a greater defense against enemy attacks. The squad is shocked by the golem's new properties after modification. One of the opponents decided to quickly attack the golem without fear. The enemy swung powerfully at the golem with furious readiness. Without wasting any time, Golem grabbed the opponent's leg with a flower. Observing the resistance, one of the squad began to panic greatly. Al-Shia was pleased with the reaction of his opponents to the golem's power. The enemy squad nervously awaited the golem's next attack. Goblin's mouth watered with anticipation of the sight. A frantic shelling of the enemy began from all sides simultaneously. The goblin was delighted to hear his favorite explosions nearby. Satisfied with the golem's tenacity, Al-Shia recalled him after the battle. One of the surviving enemies snapped back at Al-Shia's order rudely. Seeing the elves behind him, the surviving enemy became frightened and agreed. Croaking was shocked to hear the news of the defeat. Croaking tried to convey the threat to Al-Shia in a hurry, but was too late. Croaking was enraged by Al-Shia's attacks on his troops. The orcs were delighted with Al-Shia's successful operation against the grizzlies. The orcs were dismayed by the proposal to cooperate with the goblins. Al-Shia rubbed his chin thoughtfully before making an important decision. The orcs and goblins were confused by the suggestion not to trust. Al-Shia explained the idea of cooperation to the orcs and goblin with dignity. The orcs and goblins agreed to cooperate, calling the alliance the Shvara Alliance. Al-Shia left the game to call Dupio Kim urgently. Al-Shia answered the phone tensely. Sitting at the monitor, Al-Shia was surprised by the new invitation to the tournament. Al-Shia was puzzled why they wanted to replace Suman with him. The man on the phone begged Al-Shia to help and play in the tournament. A large crowd of people gathered for the opening ceremony of the tournament. The opening ceremony began, and people waited for the match to begin. Al-Shia's thoughts captured the game's reverent attitude towards colors. The host cheerfully began to welcome everyone who came to the event. People took their seats in the stadium stands. Al-Shia, standing behind the presenter, wearily noted the large number of people. Al-Shia responded positively to his teammates' appeal. Kim asks the hero to be as confident as possible at the tournament. Jaeho's stunned face is shown in close-up on the broadcast screen. The host announces the next team, which Suman has left. Now the floor is given to the members of the MC to speak. Jae-Jin Baek, the coach, assures that the athletes were preparing for the championship. Fans are angry why Suman Lee was swapped for Jaeho. The manager felt awkward and urgently asked the hero to participate in the selection. The presenter tries to calm the tension among the fans, but Al-Shia decided to take matters into his own hands by taking the microphone. He understands the audience's disappointment. The news of Suman's departure was a shock. However, Jaeho did not deserve this kind of treatment from the fans. The player is ready to prove his abilities and earn recognition. The hero, after a fiery speech, left the stage with pathos. The stands roared with displeasure at this abnormal upstart who had spoken before them. Everything turned out well for the manager, and the crowd's emotions are off the charts. Commentators also noted how much the opening ceremony was transformed thanks to Jaeho. While passions were escalating, the hero's acquaintance arrived. What a meeting! Vonsik sees Mei for the first time, who looks no different from her game avatar. They need to go to the MK waiting room. Al-Shia already has her own room. Cool. Two huge musclemen peered out of the doorway. Mei is very awkward, the first meeting. And then there's Jaeho's father. Because of her fear, she did not hear that she was asked about marriage. She thought she heard a proposal for a duel with the hero. Mom is here too. She apologizes for her husband's tactlessness. He thanks his friends for coming. Mei is impressed, even more so in real life than in the game. A total of 80 participants are competing, 12 international and 8 Korean teams. Jaeho's mother and assistant are excited, while her father and Vansik are in joyful anticipation. Samantha couldn't come, maybe another time. Jaeho's father hopes that his son will live up to expectations and become the pride of the family. Gina Kim is a support player who provides healing. Minuk Kim, a magician, used to have a great chemistry with Lee Soo-min. Sungkyun Choi, a reliable tank, and the most talked about and controversial member of MK, Hwang Jaeho. The first stage takes place on a forest labyrinth map first. You need to score points in battles with monsters. The captain is confident in his plan. They use signal flares to notify about the boss's recovery. If you encounter an ambush, you should retreat immediately. Tao Bao is getting tired of hearing the same thing over and over again. First during training and now here too. He's confident, and it's all about his 85% win rate in battles against players. He is irritated by the map of the forest labyrinth. When a group is split, There is a risk of running into another team. Taobao has no idea that it will soon become a victim itself. The smell of flowers hinted that something was fishy. There were no buds here. If it weren't for the aroma, Taobao might have already gone to rest. He mistook the golem for the boss, but it was too early for it to recover. No, the explosive flash did not work. The gamer managed to realize that there was a gun in front of him, although it was quite late. We need help. We need to fire a flare. The call for help has been sent, and the golem is already looming over Taobao. Great. Now we just have to hold out until our partners arrive. Al-Shia thanks for testing the gun on the giant. It's time to leave the game. There will be less competition. Why did Taobao drop out? Perhaps he went after the boss alone. First, you should check the place from which the rocket was launched. Minuk Kim doesn't believe that he was able to eliminate his opponent so easily. Either way, the mechanical fighter is great, but the way Jaeho controls him, it seems as if the giant is running on his own. The golem continues to move away. It's good that there will be no consequences for the hero if the metal creature causes trouble. The magician is worried. Taobao's comrades will most likely arrive here. As soon as he mentioned them, Phantaz showed up. Their captain does not hesitate, hoping for the element of surprise. Jaeho is surprised by such a brazen attack without any warning. Al-Shia agrees to fight since he is invited. Xiaoban prefers to avoid the big guys. His goal is completely different. He will start with the supporter. It will be easier. The hero doesn't agree. We need to deal with him first. How did Al-Shia manage to grab his leg while using the skill? Who the hell is he? Sungyun takes a series of blows. Without Taobao, the team lacks striking power and will not be able to defeat the enemy. But these warnings fly past the captain's ears. He has no time for them. Jaeho applies everything his father taught him for so long. Xiaoban is humiliated without using skills. The commentators are delighted as the team-fighting newcomer destroys his opponent. Dad is very proud to see his son perform wrestling moves the hero most likely planned it all. Mei is interested in the question of why she has not yet seen a shovel in the king's hands. Jaeho thinks that he was interested in testing the strength of experienced gamers without a secret weapon. It's possible to dodge opponents' skills. At least Al-Shia can do it easily. He encourages Xiaoban to continue the fight so that he can use his skills. Captain Phantaz might agree to try again. However, it is better to retreat, since the enemy himself decided to let the poor fellow go. We missed such an opportunity to deal with it. Al-Shia had fun as best he could, that's enough. The magic curse has reached 51 stacks, so demonic explosion can be activated. The commentator wants to see a replay of the episode. Here Phantaz retreat after receiving a portion of slaps. They were ambushed by Samwan, surrounded by 4 opponents, but the team could not be taken even after a sneak attack. Surprise! Xiaoban's chest starts to glow. Everyone is curious. Even the fight stopped. And then the players find themselves at the epicenter of a huge explosion. The audience rejoices, what a skill. And these were some of the contenders for victory in the qualifying stage. Jaeho is happy. Less competition, more freedom. He asks the spirit of life to find the golem. The fighter is lost somewhere. Al-Shia doesn't plan to sit on the sidelines. It's time to attack head-on. He is not interested in the top of the table, but only in an unconditional victory. Gamers are baffled as to how Phantaz and Samwan were wiped out in an instant. The air began to fill with the scent of flowers. Suddenly one of the players flew into the air. What was the reason? The devil himself riding on a terrifying giant. Al-Shia did not miss the opportunity to advertise the flower shop. Gina is even happy. It's rare that a girl doesn't like flowers. But I don't. Team Maru, despite the recent announcement of 2 teams dropping out, has no plans to run away. Both groups are ready to fight to the death. It's time to find out who is stronger. Gina looks at the flowers. So Jaeho really likes them. She trusted the hero with all her heart. The guys feel awkward about the flowers they are wearing, but what can they do? Minuk Kim uses the ability of Colossal Solar Blast. How MK got such power? They definitely cheated. It looks like the mage is already planning to buy a couple of flower items on the main server. Yes, but they are quite expensive. The hero has a specific pricing system. While Al-Shia continues to struggle, he talks about the discount system. Jaeho will test the demonic explosion at 30 stacks. It's better to move away. Compared to the previous stack, the explosion is weak and the radius of damage is very small. How lucky this trio was that they found themselves in the same group with the shaman. Jaeho turns out to be a special fighter, demonstrating unique skills that no one had ever suspected before. Lee Sumin was too interested, so he couldn't help but come. Until he gets used to the others, Kyusa is playing with the old lineup. Physical fitness and reflexes matter in this game, but not all athletes are successful in the virtual world. This means that Lee Sumin will have to take up sports himself. The golem made clearing the forest much easier. We didn't even need a shovel. It wasn't difficult to eliminate some of the gamers. On their way, they met another group, the last competitors. There are 2 teams left, MKT and Black Hole from the USA. From the beginning to this moment, only half an hour had passed. The opponents have low ratings and have nothing to count on. It took less than a minute for MKT to win the first game of the season. Thanks to the points lead gained at the start, everything went smoothly. The hero did not attend personal training. He only did sports every day. But there is one thing that contributed to the successful debut flowers that were grown with great difficulty in Elysia. Finally, we can breathe a sigh of relief and return to our normal routine. The hero asked how things were in the Shuar forest. It was not difficult to come to an agreement with the orcs, which genuinely surprised the hero. Approximately 30 to 40% of the loot will go to Elysia. True, sometimes you will have to brainwash the orcs. In front of him is definitely a minister or a bandit in disguise. Apparently, in the past, he had to resort to dirty deeds to take care of such a weak royal family. Preparations for the auction are also proceeding as usual. Many people have expressed interest in the land, including aristocrats. The king told them not to come, but the NPC nobles are asking for an audience. The nobility is pressuring May about why they are prohibited from participating in the auction. The shaman demands that the nobles leave selling their lands to them is not part of his plans. A certain aristocrat does not agree with this state of affairs. This is Title from Flicia. He promises to pay double. He is determined to make serious investments to build a villa. Flicia is a city-state and is very rich. The nobles began to bargain. Some were ready to exceed the bar by 3 or even 4 times. And then Jeho's eyes lit up. Such sums would make anyone's head spin. There are fewer and fewer free plots of land. Let the aristocrats decide for themselves where they will build. NPCs have already spotted attractive places, so it's time to sign the papers. Stop. Then they will have to pay money for the right to participate in the auction, and not for the allocated plots. But the aristocrats themselves stated that they planned to give away an amount several times greater than necessary. Could it be that he was dealing with empty talkers or even deceivers? Either the nobles agree to the proposed conditions, or they leave without the opportunity to return and change their minds. Even for the nobility, such a purchase could empty the treasury. Title has no intention of backing down and will participate in the bidding. However, he said that he would give twice the amount. He shouldn't worry, but what about others? The rich think they can easily outbid them. But Al-Shia is not called the devil for nothing. They have no idea about King Elysia's plan. May and Vancic are excited to be tasked with hosting the event. The hero is calm, his plan should work. The initial price of the first plot is stated at 500,000 gold coins. It has grown to 700,000 sold. The nobles are tense, their nerves are on edge. Any mistake could lead them into bondage. While the lots are listed at a reasonable price, you can snag one of them. Next comes the section near the center. It starts at 1 million. No, this option is out of the question. It's too expensive. However, there are those who have offered a bid above the threshold, up to 1,250,000, and the bids continue to increase. It didn't take long before the stakes exceeded 4 million. Time to throw some ashes on my head. This Al-Shia is a real bastard. Meanwhile, the hero tirelessly kept an eye on the rich people. The nobles read words of congratulation on his lips. Breeze sends a whispered message. The operation was successful. Vancic wants to make sure his friend understands the criminality of the plan. This is all only for the nobles who signed the contract. The players are not aware. It's time to rob the next richest aristocrat. Tittle has seen enough of the show. Now it's his turn. He thought the king was not so modest. Al-Shia underestimates Flicia. It's easy to beat 5 million twice. Title, what 500 million? This is pure deception. But the shaman is also amazed at who made such a bet. Title is furious. There are only scammers here. He has proof, a robbery contract. The other 2 aristocrats also came up showing their papers. The king approached them and asked why they were whining if they had agreed. The colossal sum ruined everything, and now the hero is accused of wanting to fleece the NPC blind. The crowd is whispering about whether Al-Shia might have gone for artificially inflating prices. The nobles agree they have no intention of participating in rigged auctions. This means the deal is cancelled. It is enough to take away the contracts. Jeho snatched the contracts from the nobles' hands. He had no intention of selling them the land anyway. He tore up the papers in one motion and suggested that they forget about everything. Title pointed his finger at him menacingly. Jeho, according to him, had aroused the anger of all the nobles. Suddenly, in the midst of the verbal altercation, a boy approached the heroes. He was surprised that the nobles were worried about some measly 500 million. Tittle started to chuckle, thinking that Jeho had gone to extremes and invited a fake child to the auction, while the boy mocked Tittle, saying that the Flicia family was not as good as they used to be. The boy suddenly laughed and suggested putting the jokes aside. He spoke the words of the spell, and blue flames engulfed him. An old man appeared before the participants of a recent dispute, and said that the Red Tower would pay 1 billion gold. The nobles were shocked. The Red Tower was destined to become a living legend. The man who magically appeared before them was named Rainer, an archmage. He immediately started talking to Jeho, who was not expecting to see him here, ignoring the babbling nobles. Jaeho and Rainer chatted like old friends, happy to see each other. The old man explaining that he wanted to have some fun before such an important event as moving the tower here. The nobles who heard this were completely perplexed. They suddenly realized what a mistake they had made. Because when the tower moved here, the price of the land would increase significantly. The nobles scurried after the departing men, asking for a deal, but Jaeho firmly refused them. Tittle fell to his knees and grabbed Jaeho by the ankle, begging him to give him a chance. Jaeho was irritated by this and asked the Alpha team to deal with him. Title: Returning to reality, Jaeho came home and handed his mother an envelope with money. It contained a card with the money withdrawn from the game and the prize money, a total of 30 million. Turning away in embarrassment, he explained that he had given his father his share. The money belonged to his mother. She asked if he was happy playing. He remembered the fights instead of the flower shop. But he admitted he was still very happy in the virtual flower shop. He was nervous, thinking that his mother would ask him to play less. But she didn't intend to. Mom beamed with happiness, because she felt good from his joy. She had a plan to spend the money, so she came to the department store with capsules. Suddenly she saw Ilsen's store in front of her and decided to go inside. When she entered, a consultant approached her and asked what she was looking for. She asked the consultant for help. She needed the best model. The young man beamed, realizing that she knew nothing about technology. He offered the most expensive one for 60 million, although on the internet it cost 40. The consultant mentioned that such a capsule was reserved by Huang Jiaho as the best player. The woman was surprised. The seller began to babble about Jaeho's achievements and his fame. The lady thought that Jaeho might have reserved the capsule, but decided to look around. The salesman didn't let her go, continuing to press, but Huang politely refused. Suddenly someone called her. Jaeho and Vansik were standing behind her. The seller was in shock. The lady asked what they were doing here. Jaeho explained about the new capsule. Jaeho thought that his mother wanted to try it too, but she wanted to give him a gift. He was embarrassed, not understanding why she was doing this, since the money was hers. Suddenly the lady pointed to the capsule that Jaeho had supposedly booked and asked him. Vansik indignantly shouted that 60 million was too much for her. And the characteristics weren't very good. The base price was about 15 million. Friends realized that Jaeho's name is being used to deceive people. I wonder who it is. Ms. Huang looked back to say something about the consultant. His face was filled with horror. The seller began to make excuses, and people gathered around, discussing the store and Jaeho. Jaeho looked sternly at the man and suggested that his mother go somewhere else. He rudely said that Ilsen's store tried to rob them. Others would not do that. The seller began to apologize, bowing, but already after them. Jaeho and Mom returned home. The lady was upset, but he calmed her down. Suddenly Dupio called him and told him to turn on the TV, and an important story started. The news reported on the deception of customers at the Ilsen store. The branch was managed by Ilsen himself, and the situation was more serious than usual. Jaeho was satisfied with the employee's apology, but Dupio insisted on meeting with the company. The head was informed that Jaeho had refused, but appreciated their step to correct the situation. Mr. Handel was sitting in front of the laptop. He was watching a news report. He adjusted his glasses, thinking that Jaeho was amazing, as befits a top player. A closet filled with Jaeho's merch appeared behind him, and he was disappointed. Handel wanted to meet the hero in person, but a girl, Jeon Ok, entered the office. She suddenly asked her father to arrange a meeting with Jaeho, asking if he knew. It was Jaeho who helped her when they tried to rob her. Handel was amazed. He jumped up from his chair and asked why she hadn't told him about this before. Jeon said she mentioned it, reproaching her father for his lack of interest in his daughter. She proposed a plan. Jaeho would appear at the ceremony, and his father would personally thank him. Her plan was wonderful. Her father asked about the date of the event. Jeong smiled sweetly. She was cunning and was not going to tell it just like that. Jaeho arrived at the Brave Citizen ceremony, surrounded by journalists causing discomfort. In the crowd he saw Mr. Handel, who was telling about saving his daughter. Jaeho was surprised by his appearance. Handel noticed him and drew his attention. He started talking about his daughter, but the journalists had another goal. They pounced on Jaeho with questions. The TV crews stood up with cameras and phones, bombarding him with questions non-stop. Handel tried unsuccessfully to break through the journalists to get to the hero. The TV reporter asked if Jaeho knew that the woman was the chairman's daughter. He remembered that day and the girl, but he couldn't think who she really was. The award ceremony began, and Jaeho was presented with a certificate of appreciation in a blue folder. After this, he was about to leave, but suddenly Handel, who had finally broken through, called out to him. There were too many eyes at the ceremony. It was impossible to have a calm conversation. The head of the company began to babble, explaining that he wanted to thank and apologize. Jaeho stopped the flow of words. He had to go. He turned towards the exit. Questions from journalists flew at him from behind, and Handel was very upset. He just wanted to shake Jaeho's hand and ask for an autograph, but he didn't have time. Jaeho returned to Elysia. Samantha and May were talking about the former's return. Jaeho was watering the flowers. Samantha wanted to watch the game. May asked for a ticket. Jaeho suggested meeting when Samantha arrived. It was a rare chance. Taylor called and said that he had found the herb of eternal youth. Jaeho agreed to meet. Jaeho said he would take Tina. Taylor was indignant, but Alshia explained the situation. Taylor admitted that it would be the right thing to do. Samantha overheard the conversation and asked about Tina. Jaeho took a deep breath and shouted the elf's name loudly. She appeared suddenly out of nowhere. Tina came closer. Jaeho began to ask if she wanted to go with him. He didn't even have time to say where, and she already enthusiastically agreed. Any trip with him anywhere would give her pleasure, so they set off. Tina excitedly announced that she had been named his bodyguard in the Racel Kingdom. She was in terrible anticipation of their journey to the kingdom. It was Alshia's second visit to Racel, arriving at the pub in Taylor's Alley. People looked around in surprise at the arriving hero. He looked unusual to them. The heroes arrived at the pub. Taylor asked about Alshia's mask. Upon arriving in the kingdom, Jaeho donned a mask and elven ears to make himself less recognizable, and looked rather strange. Taylor also looked unusual, not wearing his usual mask and with his hair slicked back. There was a man sitting next to Taylor. It was an NPC from the top of the gang. The NPC stared at Jaeho in surprise. Alshia pulled back his mask and greeted the NPC. He knew him. It was Desi, who began to lament his cooperation with the Red Ball. Taylor wondered in surprise what Alshia had done on his first visit, knowing Rainier. Jaeho got down to business, asking where the herb was kept. Taylor replied on the roof of the castle. The top floor wasn't on the plans, so he made his way there and found an unusual plant. A system notification about the herb of eternal youth appeared. Desi spoke up. He said that the Red Ball asked him to convey the phrase, "Everything that falls has wings." This probably confused Jaeho in the end. Tina, Alshia, and Taylor finally hit the road. Desi bowed and wished them luck. They left the pub. Taylor explained about the castle. The castle is located at the top, is well defended. They should go around it through the front door. Taylor could sneak anywhere undetected thanks to his skill. Tina offered to fight, but Taylor rejected her offer. They had to climb the cliff to the castle. He said with a proud smile that even with his skills, rock climbing is a challenge. While he was arguing, Alshia took out an elven climbing axe and rope. Taylor asked in surprise why he needed it if he ran a flower shop. Alshia looked at the rock with inspiration and suggested starting the climb. They began to climb, Taylor proving weak before such a test. Tina suggested killing him because he was in the way, but Alshia said he would drag him. They finally made it to the roof, Taylor trying to justify his weakness. Eventually he gave in, and he suggested that Alshia look through the castle window at the plant. Alshia saw the grass, but something seemed suspicious to him about this flower. Nagi suddenly appeared and warned that the flower was not real. Alshia used his plant research skill. It was indeed an artificial flower. This situation seemed strange. Rainier would have known about this. The suspicions were confirmed. Alshia thought it would be good to find a secluded place, and in principle, take a good look around. There was no one on the roof, he suggested, going inside the castle through a secret passage. Thanks to his skill, he found it quite quickly. Taylor didn't understand. He didn't see anything. This raised doubts. But the hero had an advantage because of his title as a tomb raider, which allowed him to see what was hidden. The heroes stood on the edge of the roof. The secret passage was here. A portal appeared in the air. Suddenly a message appeared. A great being in the depths of the kingdom was looking at Alshia. It could be Racel's protector, if Alshia woke him up. Then there is something inside. Tina behind him excitedly suggested that it was a dragon. Alshia remembered the phrase. He realized he had to jump, he told Taylor, who was puzzled. He ran, shouting for Tina to follow him, Taylor trying to warn her about death. Tina appeared behind him and grabbed the frightened Taylor by the collar of his jacket, and all three of them flew down straight into the portal, visible only to Alshia. The system notified that they had arrived at the royal bedchamber, but Alshia was doubtful. The bedchamber looked more like an underground prison in the middle. There was a table with a plant. Alshia came closer. The system notification stated that he was the first player to find the herb. Suddenly someone shouted loudly for Alshia not to touch the plant, and he straightened up abruptly. Turning around, he saw in the shadows a girl in a red robe with a golden crown on her head. The notice stated that he was the first player to uncover the secret of the Racel kingdom. The queen's patience was running out. She asked who they were and why they had come. Suddenly, everyone present heard the voice of the great being of the kingdom of Racel. It spoke to Alshia, asking her to correct the mistake in the kingdom of Racel. Alshia didn't understand why he had to do this. The girl exclaimed indignantly. Apparently she knew who King Alshia was. Voices were heard from the corridor. A squad of knights guarding the castle appeared on the threshold. They were not friendly. Tina quickly lunged at her opponents, and Alshia and Taylor tried to stop her. Taylor grabbed the elf who was trying to escape. Alshia looked around for a way out. The girl said in a trembling voice that the Grand Duke Arif would be here soon. She pointed to the window, which was the only way out of here to save her life. The knights rushed at them. Alshia shouted to his allies to run to the window immediately. Finally, he told the girl that he understood that she had a lot to tell him. Therefore, he will definitely come back for her. All three heroes finally jumped out the window without a second's hesitation. Taylor looked back and saw the floating window begin to dissolve. Alshia and Tina landed on their feet. Taylor suffered a broken leg and was unable to move. There was no time to hesitate. The knights heard the sound and were approaching them quickly. Alshia turned to Taylor, had no intention of dragging him, and apologized for it. He abandoned his comrade. Taylor screamed after them in horror, demanding help. Alshia and Tina disappeared into the thicket of trees, leaving the danger behind. He had a plan. He needed to visit King Russell again soon. The final day of the matches arrived, and the girl announced Jaeho as the most valuable player. All of Jaeho's friends congratulated him on his victory and outstanding achievements. The guys were at the dinner in honor of the ceremony. Samantha also came to congratulate. Dupio was at the table with them. Jaeho thanked him for his help. He asked him again if he wanted to become a professional player, but the answer was no. Dupio has not yet found a player who could replace Jaeho on the team. While participating in matches, Jaeho realized that reaction is more important than high level. He told Dupio that Samantha fits all the criteria for the team. And why not try it in the composition? It is worthy of such a chance. Samantha became embarrassed and mumbled something about the low level, but it didn't matter. She will have to live in Korea if she becomes part of a professional team. But first, everything needed to be discussed with Coach Pak and approved. Samantha really thought about it. It was a good chance for her career. Dupio and Jaeho told the coach their proposal for a new player. But he was unhappy that the player also wanted to become a coach and influence decisions. Jaeho explained about the contract as a brand model, but the coach didn't listen to him. He said Jaeho realized that they were trying to force him to continue playing professionally. He didn't want to hear it, so he turned around to leave immediately. The coach watched him go and scolded Dupio for being soft on the players. Alshia returned to his friends and announced that he was leaving the team for good. The coach said too much. That was the main reason why he left. After hearing the retelling of the conversation, Mia, Samantha, and Vansik were outraged. But Jaeho wasn't going to leave now. At the peak of his fame, he wanted to continue. Now as part of his own team, which he will create himself. While Jaeho was living two lives, the players found themselves in an unknown dungeon. The mobs here quickly recovered, and the pig-like monsters ran towards the players. One team member used a wave/skill and cut the monster in half. The second one cut down the monsters easily, thinking why there were no people here, if it was simple. The girl incinerated the monster with a spell, and was surprised by such an empty place. There is a legend that a crazy gambler wanders here, so everyone avoids it. High level, fought a lot before, now attacks everyone he meets. The team was worried, but the captain knew how to deal with this player. Suddenly a rumble echoed through the stone walls, foreshadowing something dangerous. The swordsman was about to rush into battle, but his friend stopped him in time. A madman emerged from the darkness, his body wrapped in chains, his eyes glowing purple. The heroes looked at him. The chief ordered them to hold their shields above their heads. The monster screamed in despair. He needed shields, otherwise he would kill everyone. All three raised their shields. The monster calmed down. He liked such people. He took the shield from the leader's hands and ran away quickly, chains clinking. The team was perplexed and didn't understand why the player was behaving this way. There was a notice over Worcester about a ghost's curse due to the loss of something valuable. As Alshia arrived in Elysia, Kruvasan made a notice board for the store. All items will be sold through the electronic system in the near future. Alshia thanked her for her work. It was really very helpful. Kruvasan looked up shyly, clearly wanting to ask him something. She asked if he remembered Worcester, the guy who kept asking for a shield. The shield that Worcester needed, Alshia was going to put on the golem. Kruvasan said that Worcester is not in the best condition now. He has gone crazy, so she asked to return the shield to Worcester to help him. Alshia thought for a moment and promised Kruvasan to return the shield to Worcester. Someone called out to Alshia, distracting him from his thoughts about Worcester. The diplomats were angry. They lost the tower suddenly. This is a serious issue. Alshia decided to come to Russell personally to discuss the situation. Zulkan tried to dissuade him, but Alshia didn't care. He had things to do. He needed to talk to the king of Russell about important matters. Zulkan had one more question he wanted to ask Alshi. He asked to add fuel to the fire, a rather strange request. Zulkan wanted to confirm something about Russell with this provocation. Making people angry was Alshia's talent after growing flowers, he agreed. He was even glad that now his hands were free to act. Jaeho arrived in Russell on an official visit, and Tina accompanied him. They entered the hall. The courtiers lined up. The king's throne was strangely empty. Al-Shia immediately noticed the absence of the king. The nobles were seething with anger. He walked along the row, calmly observing the nobles' reaction to his words. Tina loudly suggested killing them, but Al-Shia stopped her immediately. A man in a gray suit came down the stairs and introduced himself as Duke Arif. He noted Al-Shia's modest retinue. Only Tina and the hero himself were nearby. The man arrogantly introduced himself as Duke Arif Raselski without a smile. Al-Shia responded by giving his name, maintaining calm and dignity. The Duke tried to show status and take control of the conversation immediately. He knew that this was not Al-Shia's first visit to the kingdom. It was obvious. Al-Shia tried to dissuade him, saying that the template face was a lie. The Duke got down to business. To discuss the issue of the tower, Al-Shia suggested going with Rainier. Arif asked not to pretend not to be involved in the issue of the magic tower. He expected the tower's decision to change if Al-Shia changed his mind. The first offer will remain valid, without changes or additional conditions. They wanted Al-Shia to take the title, Elysia to become a city-state. The tower would have remained on Rasel's territory, and Al-Shia would have received patronage. His answer was quite categorical. He was not going to agree to this. He had the right to farm the desert as a life farmer by law. The nobles were outraged, considering this nonsense and without basis. The Duke smiled. This story seemed interesting and strange to him. It was the kingdom that gave the rights to the farm to the life grower earlier. Arif replied that then Al-Shia should know the details of the deal and its price. But Al-Shia didn't care about this. These weren't his problems or concerns. He came to notify, not to persuade. The land was given to the elves long ago. Al-Shia himself had no connection to this land and asked to forget about the store. The nobles took the answer as a challenge to the kingdom and began to protest loudly. But Al-Shia was not afraid. He knew that the elves would burn Rasel if threatened. He and Tina turned towards the exit, saying that they would wait in the Tower of Magic. The noble Arif was silent, looking at the backs of Al-Shia and Tina as they left with hatred. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily, knowing how to knock Al-Shia off her feet. Al-Shia called May and reported the attack on the flower shop. The nobles will take action after Zulkan's letter of protest to the king. Zulkan was an excellent strategist. Thanks to him, Elysia had the initiative. Even then, Al-Shia was warned about possible attacks in Elysia. The first target, as expected, was Al-Shia's flower shop. Strange people often walked along it, apparently investigating the area. Zulkan was a treasure in Al-Shia's hands, helping in difficult situations. Raina reported that the nobles hid the king. He knows nothing more. Samantha called Al-Shia and said that the king wanted to talk to him. The protagonist arrived at the castle again, ready for a new meeting with the king. The girl they had met sat on the throne, and the Duke stood next to her. Al-Shia stopped near the throne, surprised by such an unexpected event. He asked the Duke to come down from the pedestal and show respect to the king. The boy put his hand on his heart and bowed before the king with respect. He loudly asked the king why his men had set fire to the flowers in the shop. The Duke intervened, explaining that the accusations in the letter were allegedly false. The nobles indignantly shouted words about disrespect and lies on the part of Elysia. The Duke loomed over the king menacingly, asking if he agreed with them. His crazy look clearly frightened the child, creating a tense atmosphere. Al-Shia asked why the Duke read the letter addressed to the king. He turned to the nobles, wondering why everyone knew the contents of the message. Al-Shia pointed to the king, asking if they considered him a puppy without power. He approached one man in the crowd and asked if he was the real king here. He turned to the Duke, who, in his opinion, had lost touch with reality. Al-Shia mocked them, driving them into a rage with his words and actions. He again turned to the Duke, advising him to leave the king and go away. The Duke was not indignant, but merely smiled a mad smile in response to the words. Finally, they were left alone with the king, and Al-Shia explained his purpose. He needed to get rid of all extra ears for a secret conversation. The king turned to Al-Shia for help in a difficult situation. But first he told his story, starting from the very beginning of events. The voice asking for help belonged to Francaire, Rasel's protector. He was the king's only ally and assistant in the fight against the Duke. The king is known to the general public as Rasilius XVII, but he is a girl. Arif made her a puppet to seize power in the kingdom. Duke Arif was Matilda's great-grandfather, but he didn't look that old. It dawned on the hero that the herb of eternal youth was the cause of his deception. The Duke stole her, killed all the princes, and made Matilda his puppet. He himself did not sit on the throne, so as not to be cursed by Francaire in the end. The Duke's power over the nobles and guards makes him a powerful opponent, but Al-Shia was not going to back down. His condition was the herb of eternal youth. He would like to cherish her, not use her. For the safety of the princess, he was ready to take her for himself. Al-Shia asked her another question. What were her motives? Did she want her own benefit from power, or the prosperity of the kingdom? She agreed to his condition. He beamed, ready to help her. Al-Shia secretly met with Ocelot, one of the king's last personal guards. The king informed him of the situation. Now it was necessary to prepare a plan. After talking with the king, Al-Shia quickly left the castle, although the nobles still had questions. The duke watched him calmly, but there was genuine hatred in his eyes. He will no longer allow Al-Shi to do whatever he wants. Ocelot told Al-Shi that the duke lives on his estate and comes to the castle only for noble gatherings. The duke leads all the knightly orders and the army, so he is very powerful. Ocelot bowed to Al-Shi and asked him to become a support for the king, because their strength was not enough to win. Al-Shia considered whether it was worth dragging the elves who trusted him into the war. He decided that it was worth starting a full-scale war to challenge Arif's control over the military, but not to fight with the forces of the elves. It was necessary to gather an army in the name of the king. We will accuse Arif of treason. It wasn't about the soldiers. There are people in this world who are ready to chop down trees all day long as they are paid well. With the power of the king, Al-Shia could create such quests. He sent out a secret mission to the players. All that was left was to wait for volunteers. Rumors of a new national-level quest quickly spread among the players, which pleased Al-Shia. His plan worked perfectly. Arif couldn't track this plan. The quest was top secret, and words that mentioned it were forbidden in conversations. He will find out about it, but it will be too late. 2 players walked through the woods to the duke's estate. The young man with long hair explained to the girl that the king was clearly the duke's puppet, so Al-Shia decided to destroy him. So it was much more profitable to simply sell this information to the duke, which is exactly what they were going to do. A man appeared behind them. He heard everything they were talking about. It was Desi, and he was not alone. A whole gang of men emerged from the shadows. The leader ordered them to capture the 2 players. Desi reported to Al-Shi that they were able to intercept 324 players on their way to the duke's estate. But this was entirely expected. Such a plan seemed profitable. The red balls controlled the underside of Russell, so they were the ones who were busy catching players who wanted to profit. News of the war spread quickly on the forums. Players gathered in Russell, and then the moment arrived. Everyone was excited in anticipation of the reward for such a large-scale quest. The king, or rather the princess, came out to the players and thanked them for their response. She presented herself as the rightful heir to the throne, and the players were puzzled as to why the king was a child. The princess explained that Arif was a traitor and promised a generous reward to those who followed her. The players began to whisper. Some were ready to abandon the task for fear of not being able to cope. The princess decided to introduce the one who helped her in such a difficult moment. Al-Shia walked up and stood next to her. The players stared at him in amazement, clearly not expecting to see him here. He introduced himself, and against the backdrop of the little girl, his figure looked even more impressive. Al-Shia turned to the princess. She acted very courageously, but now it was his turn. The crowd of players was delighted. Their fighting spirit instantly rose, and they now wanted to fight alongside the legendary player. However, among all the applauders, there was a man who could not bring himself to rejoice. Al-Shia saw in the crowd the man he had left for dead, Taylor staring at him without taking his eyes off him. Taylor called Al-Shia and asked if he was behind this task. Al-Shia didn't talk to him for long. The call dropped, and Taylor suddenly realized he was in a stalemate. Then Al-Shia turned to the crowd, hoping that they would help him raise the kingdom of Russell from its knees and free it from the power of the usurper. Taylor looked at him and thought what an asshole he was. The crowd happily saluted the new leader. Rumors finally reached the Duke that an entire army of immortals was heading towards his estate. The servant asked in panic what they were going to do. Arif ordered him to prepare troops and send them to meet the enemy. The Duke gloated. He had only kept the king alive to use his family name. But now it was not necessary. He was ready to kill everyone who stood in his way. The players stood in front of the estate, with a huge wall looming above them, seemingly taller than the king's castle. Arif's knights stood at their posts, with archers above, ready to repel the rebels' attack. Arif, in shining armor, gave the order to shoot to kill. Arrows flew like a wall at the unsuspecting players below. The vanguard moved forward and the order was given to raise shields. Arif commands the wizards to prepare magic bombs. The magicians began to whisper the runic spell. The magical charges struck downwards. They hit their targets right on the players, screaming in panic. The strongest warriors of the Order of Russell have gathered today to defend Arif. They will instantly kill players below level 200. Suddenly, some players began to realize what a trap they had fallen into. The high-ranking players from the Grizzly Bears were here too, and it seemed Al-Shia had decided to get rid of them too. One of them turned to Taylor, asking if they would be okay. Taylor replied that Al-Shia could not have known that they would show up too. The rest of the gang members began to demand some kind of decision from him. Something had to be done. Otherwise, they would all die. Taylor was an assassin, and could theoretically have gotten into the castle and opened the gates, but the knights were too strong. They fought terribly loyally for Arif and were insanely powerful. Suddenly a call for assassins was heard from the crowd. They were needed to get behind enemy lines, and quite a lot of volunteers were found. They began to argue over who would lead the squad, and Taylor realized that things were not going well. His squad nominated him as a candidate, and he stared at them in amazement. He was well known in narrow circles, so he could well become an excellent squad leader. Everyone suddenly decided to make him captain. No one argued. It wasn't that Taylor was happy about it, but he had no choice and accepted his fate with courage. Charges of magical lightning continued to hit players along the entire wall. The princess was upset that they were being pushed back. Her army couldn't even break through the gates. But Alshia, on the contrary, thought that the players were holding up even better than he expected. He had a plan. He called Red and ordered him to start. An announcement from Elysia's flower shop was heard. Red came out wearing a floral suit and a cap on his head, also covered in flowers. Even the fight stopped. Red calmly walked closer to the gate, passing by the surprised players. Suddenly a column of flame appeared around him, and he launched it towards his opponents. He stood there covered in flames and looked quite terrifying. Red, like a phoenix engulfed in flames, soared upward and flew towards the gate. A deafening explosion thundered. The players began to cover their heads with their hands. The flames were so large. Red, however, was lying on the ground, blown up in the crater that formed after his fall. The crowd of allies looked at him in amazement.